Mutual, the world's largest network with more than 500 stations from coast to coast, presents that absolutely unrehearsed animal, vegetable, or mineral game, 20 Questions. And here's your man about questions, Bill Slater.
Welcome again all. I'll give you 20 questions. Very briefly, this is the way we play the game of 20 questions. You listeners send in subjects for our experts here to identify by asking me not more than 20 questions. Now, if your subject is used on this program, you'll receive a beautiful, perfectly tailored crocodile pocket wallet through the courtesy of the Mark Cross shop of Fifth Avenue, New York. But if our questioners do not get your subject in 20 questions, and sometimes they don't, you win instead a grand prize, an exclusive traveling bag fashioned by Mark Cross. And so that you friends of ours at home there will always know what our experts are trying to guess, our mystery voice will tell you what the subject is. A poster informs our studio guests. Naturally, we're not going to tell our questioners.
Who are Fred Van Deventer, famous news analyst, Florence Renard, talented musician, Herb Palazzi, radio and motion picture producer, Johnny McPhee, our teenage student, and our special guest is the most popular man in the world tonight, Santa Claus!
Lawrence, how are you? And Herb, how's your mother-in-law?
Oh, she's fine.
Oh, that's wonderful. Hello, Johnny. How's everything at school? That's wonderful.
My mother-in-law is going over the rooftops on her broom.
Was that what I passed over Alaska?
That was it.
Oh, speaking of Alaska, Bill, I want to tell you I had to come around that way down here, and when I told them I was coming down to be in on 20 questions, they said we'll all be listening. Way up in Alaska, they're all listening.
Up there in their igloos.
Right, sir, in their igloos.
You're busy this year, Santa?
Oh, this has been a terribly, terribly busy year, Bill.
A lot of good boys and girls this year,
Oh, the boys and girls this year are passing all records, and so are some of the parents.
You like to play 20 questions with us a little while, Santa Claus, and sort of relax a little bit?
I'd love to.
Okay, let's get
I
going.
was watching your television the other night, and you were all wonderful.
Well, we all thank you, Santa Claus. I hope you'll remember that to come Christmas Eve.
I certainly will.
Well, thank you. We got to get in good with him. Our first 20 questions subject of the evening was sent to us by Ellen Graham, who lives in McPherson, Texas. And because we're using it, she gets one of those beautiful, perfectly tailored crocodile wallets from the Mark Cross people on stylish Fifth Avenue here in New York. This subject's an interesting one, and it's animal.
This is the 20 Questions mystery voice offstage in a soundproof room where the panel can't possibly hear me. Tonight's first subject is the hero of a very popular song. It's Rudolph, the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Mystery Voice has told our friends at home, let the studio audience see it, Miss Shepard. So you all know what it is except you five. See if you can get it. Van?
Is it a whole animal?
It's a whole animal. Florence?
A human being?
No. John?
Four-footed animal?
It's a four-footed animal. Right. Herb?
Is it a fur-bearing animal?
I think its outer coating could be used for fur. Florence?
Would it be of the deer family?
It would be of that family.
Would it be one of Santa Claus's reindeers?
One of the half dozen?
Mm-hmm.
No.
8.
Santa?
Would it be little old Rudolph?
It would be, Santa.
I'll tell you, Rudolph's nose is no redder than Santa's, though.
No, it's quite red. Do you know, Santa, how Rudolph's nose got so red?
Why, there are many, many stories about that, Bill. What's yours before I tell you mine?
Well, Santa, I don't knows.
You don't know.
I don't know.
Well, your nose knows.
Nose knows?
Well, maybe they just called him Rudy for short, and that switched into Ruddy, and Ruddy means red, and maybe it came about that way. I don't know.
Well, I thought it was because he was so inquisitive when he was a little fellow. He was always sticking his nose out the door, and he got nipped, by the cold, cold Alaska weather.
Oh, yes. Is that the way you got your nose so red, too,
Well,
Santa?
it certainly has something to do flying down through those clouds and that atmosphere. Cold up there,
Oh, I bet it is. Well, you're pretty hot, however, here on 20 Questions, Santa Claus, knocking that one off in such a hurry.
Well, that was Florence's good building up for me there.
She put it in the right family. All right, now let's see what you do with this one here. Martin Hegland of Venice, California, is going to find in his mail a perfectly tailored crocodile wallet from Mark Cross in New York. The subject is vegetable.
This subject is one of those things you get for not being careful about where you park your car. That's right. It's a parking ticket.
Now that they know at home, let the audience see the subject so that they'll know what it is, too.
Did you say vegetable?
Yes, I did, Van, and you can tell by the reaction from the audience this is going to be a rugged one. Go ahead, Van.
Is it wood or a wood product?
Yeah. Johnny?
Is this made of paper?
Yes, a form thereof. Van?
Does it have any printing on it?
Yes. Yes. Florence?
Is it just one sheet of paper, one piece of paper, or whatever it is?
No, there are a lot of these things.
No, but
Yeah.
what I mean is, what we're after, is it on one sheet, even though there are a lot of them?
Oh, yes. Charge for both of them.
What was that last question?
Want to know if the thing you were after was all on one sheet or whatnot. Johnny?
Is it generally folded once over? Like
Well-
a Christmas card?
No, I don't know how this is generally handled. I don't think it's more often folded once over than not. Let's not charge him for that, Gary. I didn't tell him anything. Van?
Is this paper that has anything, any particular significance for Christmas?
No, it has no... It has no particular Christmas significance. You have now used 6 questions. You have 14 left. John?
Does it have a very direct connection with financial transactions?
Well, I should say fairly direct, Johnny. Herb?
Is it a legal piece of paper, in any sense?
Yes, it's legal.
That's
Johnny?
right.
Do you write on it yourself?
No.
You don't.
Santa Claus?
Can you pay for Christmas presents with this legal tender, shall we say?
You can't buy Christmas presents with this, Santa Claus, old
You can't,
boy.
huh?
No. Florence?
Well, is it any kind of a traffic violation ticket or something like that?
Yes.
A traffic ticket?
Well,
Parking ticket?
A what?
Uh,
The last thing you said.
Parking ticket?
Right, that is exactly it. I hope you're not speaking so knowingly from experience, Florence.
Well, after they put parking meters in Princeton, I've had a little experience, yeah.
What you laughing about,
I
Santa?
never have that trouble. I just leave them right up there.
Atta boy.
You're
All
a
right.
skywriter.
You're doing very, very well tonight. You look awfully sharp, so I think we ought to try you with this one, see if we can't slow you down a little bit. It comes from Mrs. Dorothy Massey, who lives in St. John's. That's in the province of Quebec up in Canada. And the subject, I like it. It's animal.
Subject number 3 is hiding in the shoes of our 5 questioners. It's the 10 little toes of our 5 questioners.
All right, they've been told at home. Let the studio audience see this one. Now take a careful look at it, audience, so that we all know precisely what we're after.
What's the category, Bill?
The category is animal. Johnny?
Is it a whole animal?
No. Van?
Is it part of a human being?
It's partly part of a human being. That mystifies everybody. Florence?
Is it fictional?
No, it's real. It's real. Santa?
Would it be my beard?
No, it's not your beard, Santa, although that's a luxurious beard you're sporting this
Oh,
year.
yes.
Van?
Is what we're after above the shoulders?
No. No. Van?
Is it below the waist?
Yes. Cutting up the human anatomy now, aren't you? Florence?
Well, is it on the legs or the feet or any part of that anatomy?
Yes. Van?
Is it toes?
Yes. It's toes, and you have now used 8 questions. You have 12 left. It gives you a fighting chance.
And you say this is real?
Oh, yes. Sure. Ha, I hope I'm not imagining things. Herbert, you had your hand up. Took it down.
Yes.
Florence?
Well, are they the certain toes on people's feet that you want, like the big toe or the little toe or something?
Well,
All the big toes or all the little toes, one or the other?
not all of them.
Part of them?
Part of the people, yes, and charge for it, Gary, old boy. That'll make us 11, won't it? 10? 10 left. Santa Claus.
I don't think I
Would it be
learned
the big
anything.
toe?
No. Van?
Well, are these on a large number of people?
Well, these things you're after, I wouldn't call it a large number, no. Johnny?
More than 5 people?
No. No. Van?
Is it the little toes we're after?
It's little toes you're after. Florence?
Well, are these toes on specific people?
Yes, ma'am.
Must
Now
be ours, then.
Well, now, who is ours?
All of our little toes.
What?
All of our little toes are the panels?
Yeah, now, we'll give you a couple more questions to add them up.
Oh,
Well,
wait,
there's,
10, 20, 30, 40, 50.
Not little toes. No. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10.
Yeah, that's better. That's better.
Well, my toes are all, little Bill.
I see. Well, I thought for a minute we had some funny-looking people up here. I was going to have a foot inspection like in the Army. So you got that in 19 questions. That came within 2 questions of stumping you. Maybe we'll have a little better luck later on. I want to sort of relax now, and while we're getting ready to come at our questioners again, I have for you all at home another mutual note.
For super quick, action-crammed mystery adventure, hear Nick Carter, Master Detective, this Sunday over most of these stations. Nick Carter is part of Mutual's lineup of Sunday shows that are tops in listening to suit everyone. Since 1886, when the first Nick Carter story was printed and sold to the general public, this famous detective has delighted and amused everyone. In his radio adventures, heard over Mutual since 1942, he's become one of the nation's great favorites. And despite his long history, Nick Carter is outstanding as a modern-day detective. Every Sunday, when you join Nick Carter, you set out on an exciting trail of clues and deductions, of action and suspense which reach the heights of the mysterious. Nick Carter's trigger-fast mind provides his listeners with an opportunity to match wits with a master sleuth who solves crime bafflers with polished ease. So be sure to hear Nick Carter, Master Detective, this Sunday over most of these stations. And now back to 20 Questions, the game where you listeners and our theater audience are in on the subject, but all we tell our questioners is whether that subject is animal, vegetable, or mineral. Okay, Bill, let's have 20 questions.
All right, now the first 3 subjects have been identified in very smart and short order. Let's see what happens now as we move a little bit deeper into the show. Dan Harston of Dallas, Texas, is going to find in his mail a beautiful, perfectly tailored crocodile wallet from the Mark Cross shop on 5th Avenue in New York. He submitted an interesting subject, which is also animal.
This is the 20 Questions mystery voice again, telling you at home what the subjects are. And this one is a neck in an expression. It's the neck in a roughneck.
All right, they know at home. Let them see it here. I think we may cause them a little bit of difficulty this time. Okay, who has the first question? It's animal. Johnny?
Is it a whole animal?
No. Herb?
Is it part of a living animal?
No. Van?
It's a part of a human being.
Part of a human being. Florence?
Is that human being fictional?
In a form of fiction, yes. Van?
Is it in prose fiction?
Yes. John?
A saying or an expression?
In a saying or an expression, yes. Yes. Van?
Is this part above the waist?
Yes. Here we go hacking the human anatomy again. Johnny?
Beheading. Is it above the head?
No, it's not above the head. Van?
Is this a visible portion of the body?
I think I should say sometimes yes and sometimes partly.
You said now that it's between the waist and the shoulders, haven't you?
I don't think so.
Well, you said it wasn't above the shoulders.
I don't think
He
so.
didn't.
I didn't say that. Nobody asked
Well,
that.
you said it wasn't a part of the head.
No, I didn't say
Yeah,
that.
it wasn't above the
I
head.
said, is it above the neck? And you said no
That's right.
to that.
Well, then it's between the shoulders and it's between the neck and the waist, then, isn't it?
Funny looking person.
You figure it out. Figure it out yourself. Johnny?
Is this a part of either arm?
No, this is not a part of either arm. Florence?
Is it part of the neck?
No, it's not a part of the neck. Herb?
Is it the neck?
It's the neck,
A
In
neck?
an expression,
right?
you get it in the neck?
No. Charge for everything, Gary Stevens, old boy.
Don't
You've
stick
got
in
13 used. You've got 7 left. This is going to be a fight. Van?
Well, is this the neck that you're not supposed to stick in a noose?
Gee whiz, what a line you've got. No, it's not that neck. Florence?
Well, Herb just said don't stick your neck out. Is that it? And sticking your neck out?
You said that, didn't you, Herb? I said no and charged you for a question.
No, you didn't charge me for
No,
that.
he didn't. You
Well, let's
didn't.
charge him for it then. Let's
Yeah,
not
well-
overlook a chance to do that.
Might as well be honest this close
Yeah.
to Christmas.
Johnny?
Does something happen to the object of this expression that he doesn't like?
No. No. Van?
How many questions left, please?
You have 4 left.
I'd like to establish whether or not this is in a saying or an
It wasn't
expression,
that.
and therefore I'll ask, is it in a saying?
No. 3 questions left. John?
Does the neck move?
In the expression?
Yeah.
No. No. 2 left. Van?
Wouldn't be a dirty neck.
Ooh, what an uncleanly thought. No, it wouldn't be. Santa?
Would it be the neck of the chicken?
No, that's 20 questions. You didn't get it. So here goes the grand prize to Dan Harston of Dallas, Texas. He stumped you, and he gets, instead of the crocodile pocket wallet, he gets an exclusive traveling bag of imported English hide direct from the Mark Cross shop on 5th Avenue in New York. And he stumped you with, do you know?
Well,
Well, I said rubberneck, but that moves.
Mm-hmm. That's stretching it a bit too far.
I didn't say that. He did.
Congratulations, Mr. Harston. He stumped you with a roughneck. Mrs. James R. Vanderbilt, who lives in Providence, Rhode Island, is going to get a perfectly tailored crocodile wallet from the Mark Cross people for submitting this next subject, which also is animal.
'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. And that mouse that wasn't stirring is what the panel has to identify now.
They now know at home. Let them see it in the studio here, our guests. Good look at it. Oh, it's a good one, isn't it? Johnny.
Is this a whole animal?
This is a whole animal. Herb?
Is this animal alive?
No. Van?
Is it human?
The animal's not human, no. Try it again, Van.
Four-legged?
Four-legged, right. Florence?
Is it in fiction?
A form thereof. Florence?
Is it in poetry?
Yes.
Is it in The Visit from St. Nicholas?
Yes.
Well, is this one of the reindeers?
No.
Oh.
Want to stop for a little bit, Florence?
Well, I'll think
I
a
know.
minute.
Try it, Johnny.
Is it a mouse?
Yep.
Oh, yes.
Not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse.
That's the mouse you were after. Very, very good. All right. You've only been stumped once all evening long, but I'm still in there fighting, this time with the help of K.G. Smith, who lives in Long Island City in New York, and he gets a perfectly tailored crocodile wallet, a beauty, direct from the Mark Cross shop on Fifth Avenue. And this subject also is animal.
This subject is Deflate a Mouse, and it's really a bat. It's also the title of the Strauss operetta, Deflate a Mouse.
They know at home. Let them see it here. Oh, I should say. Here we go. Van?
Is this a whole animal?
This is a whole animal, right. Herb?
Is this a female by any chance?
Gee, I really don't know, so I'm not going to charge you.
Oh, you don't.
Johnny?
Is this from the night before Christmas?
This is not from the night before Christmas. Florence?
Is this a four-legged animal?
Oh, baby. I don't think you would consider it a four-legged animal. Van?
Is this animal native to the United States?
They have them here. It's not exclusively native to the United States. Who has the next question? Van?
Not native now.
No. You all do some thinking over there. You see, it's tough sometimes to answer these questions, like whether this thing is four-legged or not, and I said I didn't think you'd consider it. Matter of fact, we had a discussion here not long ago about the octopus. Somebody asked if it was a fish, and I said it was a cuttlefish, and somebody called me up from the museum and said it wasn't a fish at all. It was a mollusk, so you can't tell what's likely to happen. All right, let's see where we
lesson
stand.
is over.
Yeah. Recite the bar.
I don't know any more about this question now.
Is this animal as small as, let's say, a rabbit?
Oh, yeah. Florence.
So is this a sea animal?
No, this is not a sea
Or a
animal.
water animal?
But it's as small as a rabbit.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Who has the next question? Try it, Van.
Is this anything like an insect or anything like that?
Well, it's not an insect. I'll tell you that. But what you mean by something that's like an insect, the only thing I can think of that's like an insect is an insect. And it's not an insect. Florence?
Depends where you've
Is it
been
a
bitten.
worm?
What'd you say?
Any kind of a worm?
No, it's no kind of a worm. Van?
Is this as small as an ant?
No. Johnny?
Do we know whether this thing actually exists?
I don't know whether you do or not.
Does it?
What we're after actually doesn't. Johnny?
Is it in prose fiction?
No, it's not in prose fiction. Van?
Can this thing fly?
Yes. Herb?
Is it a bat?
Yes.
And is one particular bat you're after?
Yes.
The bat in your belfry.
Florence?
You
The
got that?
flater mouse.
What?
The flater mouse.
Right, the flater mouse.
I'd say Florence is batting 1,000.
She sure came off with a bat
He took
that
the words
time.
right out of my mouth.
He always says that.
Took the flavor out of you.
Well, now you see why I couldn't... Florence, you see why I couldn't answer you on the question of 4 feet?
Yes.
Books
I
say
know.
2 feet, 2 arms with the Zingo stuff.
And
between the arms
wings.
and the body and so on and so forth. Flying around.
Yeah.
Okay. Think I better change my attack now if I'm going to stump them more than once in this pretty sizzling evening that they're having. Charles D. Wantz of Silver Spring, Maryland is going to be my helper now, and we're going to send him a beautiful crocodile wallet from the Mark Cross shop on stylish Fifth Avenue in Manhattan. And the subject sent by Mr. Wantz is animal.
Let's see if our experts can name this group of Hollywood movie executives. The subject is the Warner Brothers.
Unveil it for the audience, Miss Shepard, please. All right. Woo again, huh?
Of course, Bill, I would like to say that Der Fledermaus in the opera is actually a man.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know whether it was a man or a woman.
No, it's a man.
You have a sharper eye for that
Dr.
sort of
Coste
thing.
or Dr. Fauste or something like that. I forget.
Okay.
All right. This is animal.
This is animal.
I often wonder whether I'm a man or a Fledermaus around my house.
What's your mother-in-law say? Let's get going on this subject. Quit trying to rest on your laurels here, my friends. This subject is animal. Florence?
Is it human?
Subject is human. Van?
Man.
Partly. Van?
Are there more than two?
Yes. Yeah. Santa Claus, you've been pretty quiet.
Yes,
I'm having a wonderful time listening here.
he's got his hand.
And another thing, I keep wondering, what is the audience laughing at?
So do we.
Everybody wonders that, except those of us who know.
Hey,
Johnny.
that's why it's so much fun being out front. You in on all the jokes. Up here, you wonder why you're being laughed at.
That's right.
Johnny?
Are these men American?
The persons involved are American. Van?
Are they members of some particular organization?
Well, yes, I think they undoubtedly are.
I mean, is that the way we identify them?
No. Charge for just one. Nope, no charge for both.
Well, why?
Because you asked two questions. I gave you two answers.
Well, I tell you, there's no
This
Christmas spirit in you.
Oh, I should say not. But
This organization comprise men and women?
What organization?
Well, this group that you're after.
The group that you're after?
Yeah, the group that I'm after. I thought you were after.
Well, now, clean up the question. Let's have it.
Oh, wasn't it clean when I started? It's a group of men and women. Clean men and women.
No, this is not a group of men and women. Van?
Is it a group of boys and girls?
This is not a group of boys and girls. No. Florence?
Do these people function at a particular time of the year?
No, they function year-round.
More than any other.
Van?
Oh, I'd like to establish something. I asked if this was a man, and you said partly.
That's right.
And then, all right, is this a large group of men?
I wouldn't call it a large group. Charge, Gare. And a boy. 10 questions, 10 left. Santa Claus.
Would the subject of this question be, you say partly man, does that mean the other half of the subject would be female?
Not necessarily, Santa Claus, although that's good logical thinking, but that isn't what I mean.
No, they're all men.
Herb?
Is this a father and sons?
No, they're not fathers and sons. Johnny?
Do we know these men by name?
Yes. Van?
Are they living?
They are living. Let's see where we stand now. 14, Gary? 6 left? Hot dog. Florence?
Are these men in any government?
No, these are not men from the government. Van?
And we've already established that they're not in the entertainment world, haven't we?
No, we haven't.
Well, are they?
Yes. Now you have used 16. 4 left. Van's the only hand up. Go ahead,
Well,
Van.
you can call on me, you know.
Go ahead. You got to.
Are these people connected with this particular show?
No. 3 questions left. Santa.
Are they a singing group?
No. 2 questions left. Florence.
Haven't we established that the name is not identical with these people? Didn't Herb ask?
No.
Johnny asked if we would know them by name, and I said yes. That's as
Well,
far
is
as
their
we-
name all the same?
Yes.
Are they brothers?
Well, wait just a second. Yes, they are, and that's 20 questions.
Oh.
Oh, isn't that a shame?
I wouldn't have asked the last one if I'd known that was the 20th. I
Marx
would have
brothers?
taken a guess.
What brothers would you have said, Florence?
I would have said the Marx brothers.
Mm-hmm. Well, your marks are just the
Are
same
the-
because
who
they
are
aren't.
the-
Crosby brothers?
Not the Crosby
Rich brothers?
The rich-
First of all, let's sort of relax
brothers?
here and award the grand prize to Charles D. Wantz of Silver Spring, Maryland. He stumped you for the second time this evening, and instead of the crocodile wallet, he gets that beautiful exclusive traveling bag of imported English hide direct from the Mark Cross shop on Fifth Avenue, New York. He stumped you with the Warner brothers. Now, while we get squared away for our quickies, here for you all at home is another mutual note. Okay, Bruce.
Mutual's 3 musketeers of the news, Gabriel Heater, Bill Henry, and Frank Edwards, who report to listeners every weeknight, have added a 4th member to their ranks to complete a full week of expert news coverage. Cecil Brown, veteran reporter, now brings you his commentary every Saturday and Sunday night. Every night, Monday through Friday, hear Gabriel Heater, the man whose colorful and authoritative manner of presenting the news has made him must-listening for millions. Later, Bill Henry skims to the top of the headlines in a 5-minute capsule digest, and Frank Edwards comes to you with penetrating and thought-provoking analysis of events from Korea to Capitol Hill. Remember, Mutual is your network for news. Hear Gabriel Heater, Bill Henry, and Frank Edwards every weeknight, and Cecil Brown Saturday and Sunday nights over most of these stations. And now, back to Bill Slater.
All right, now into our quickies. This, Santa Claus, as you know, is where I race you against the clock instead of counting the number of questions. And the usual prizes will be given if your subject is used, you're all at home, and if you stump them, the usual prizes. Now, let's move into our quickies. You start when I say on your mark, get set, go. When I say go, you're off. D.R. Edblum of Spokane, Washington, sent in our first quickie of the evening, and it's animal.
Mr. and Mrs. Santa Claus.
They know at home. Let them see it here. Good look at it, audience. Okay. On your mark, get set, go. Van.
Living American man?
No. I'll say partly, though. Florence?
Your answer is partly to that?
Yeah.
A group of men?
No. Herb?
A man and a woman?
Yeah.
Are they married?
Yeah.
Are they in the theater?
Not primarily.
Are they Mr. and Mrs. Santa Claus?
Mr. and Mrs. Santa Claus.
Thank you, Santa.
I was about to ask you, but I thought I shouldn't be so egotistical. I once referred to my beard, and that's too many references to myself.
I think you're very charming.
She's wonderful, Bill, and she sent her regards, but she still remembers what you said about her 3 years ago.
Oh, yes, and let's not repeat that, Mr. Claus.
No, let's not.
It got me in bad.
The only person in the world, I think, that doesn't like Mr. and Mrs. Claus is old man Stalin himself.
Yeah, it could very easily be.
And Santa's not going to visit him.
Well, I hope not.
Trying to soften them up, but not making much headway.
Mrs. Nellie Weatherby of Eureka, California, submitted our next quickie. See what you can do with this one. This one's mineral.
The North Pole.
Okay, let them see it. All right, panel, on your mark, get set, go. John?
Is this got a Santa in it?
No. Van?
Is it manufactured?
No. Herb?
Is it some kind of snow by any chance?
Well, that's part of it. Van?
Wouldn't be the North Pole.
Would be. That's where Santa Claus came from. Our next quickie is for Mrs. M. Mora, who lives in New Orleans, Louisiana, and this one also is animal.
Santa's reindeer.
All right, let them see it here. They know at home. Try it. On your mark, get set, go. John?
Human?
Nope. Herb?
Are these reindeer?
Yep.
Santa's 8 reindeer?
Yep, Santa's reindeer.
This is a good fellow to have in your corner tonight.
I'm going to slow you down now. Our next quickie comes from Carl W. Rock of Davenport, Iowa, and it's mineral.
A chimney.
All right, let them see it. On your mark, panel, get set, go. Van?
Is this snow?
No.
Is it manufactured?
Yeah, in a sense. Johnny?
No.
No.
Is it a...
He starts to have it. Florence?
Is it in the night before Christmas?
Oh, mentioned, but...
Is it a building?
It's partly. Johnny?
The house
is it
Santa
igloos?
visits?
No.
Snow huts?
Is it part of a building?
Yep.
Is it a window?
The chimney.
A chimney, Santa, of course! That concludes this week's 20 questions. Thanks a lot to you, Santa Claus, for dropping in on us tonight. A happy Christmas to you, sir. Now, friends, we'll be back this way again next week, so be sure to send in your 20 question subjects. You just mail your subjects, one to a postcard, please, to 20 Questions, Post Office Box 142, New York 46, New York. All selections will be made by our judges, and in case of similarity or duplication, the one bearing the earliest postmark will be chosen. All entries become our property.
20 Questions is brought to you by the world's largest network, serving more than 500 stations from coast to coast. Tune in again next week when Fred Van Deventer, Florence Renard, Herb Palazzi, Johnny McPhee, and our guest star try to identify the subjects you submit. Next week's guest will be the noted stage and screen actor, a dramatic name of distinction, Mr. Walter Abel.
Now, this is Bill Slater speaking for all of us here on 20 Questions, wishing all of you at home there a very Merry, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and saying good night now for 20 Questions.
Good night, Merry Christmas to everybody.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Well, you don't have to tear off the top of a poor defenseless carton or send in the east wall of Aunt Lucy's garage. All you have to do is this. While the boys in the orchestra play our theme song for us, just get yourself a good sharp pencil and a couple of pieces of paper. Then come on back, sit down, and try your hand at these brain ticklers of ours. Will you do it? If you're one of the regular gang by this time, you'll know all about the fun we have. But if you're new to the stunt, well, Just try it once. Will you do that? Good. Get the pencil and paper, and we'll be back in just a moment. Here we are again, ready for our first Guess What? Okay, here it is.
Inventions.
That's right, Fred. And here's what it means. We're going to give you out there, ladies and gentlemen, the names of mechanical and scientific inventions which have been developed by the brain of man sometime in the world's history. We'll name them, and you are to put down the name of the person who made the discovery or invention. Are you ready? Listen carefully. We'll repeat each one so you'll be sure to catch it. No excuses. All right. Inventions. 1.
Printing. Printing using movable type.
Number 2.
The telephone. The telephone.
Number 3.
Dynamite. Dynamite.
4.
The lightning conductor. The lightning conductor.
5.
The phonograph. The phonograph.
Number 6.
The quicksilver thermometer. The thermometer using mercury.
Number 7.
Wireless telegraphy. The wireless telegraph.
8.
Photography. Photography.
And there they are, the 8 inventions. We'll give you the names of the inventors a little later, and we'll tell you how to score yourself in order to compare your score with the family or your neighbor. Now, for our Guess What number 2. We call this one
The Gazetteer.
Correct, Barbara. You know, friends, all atlases have gazetteers. Well, we call ours the Gazetteer. Reason? Because you're going to have to guess where these places are that we're going to name for you. In other words, we'll give the name of a famous building, mountain, or noted point of interest somewhere in the world. You are to write down the location of each one. There are 10 of them, and here they are. 1.
Where is the George Washington Bridge?
Over what body of water and at what city? Number 2.
Where is the Parthenon?
At what city? The Parthenon. Number 3.
Where is the Leaning Tower of Pisa?
In what city? 4.
Where is the Cathedral of Notre Dame?
What city? 5.
Where is the Taj Mahal?
What country? The Taj Mahal. Tajmahal. 6.
Where is Pikes Peak?
In what state and near what city? 7.
Where is Independence Hall?
What city? 8.
Where is the Mammoth Cave?
The Mammoth Cave. What state? 9.
Where is St. Paul's Cathedral?
In what city? St. Paul's Cathedral. Number 10.
Where is Mount Everest?
Mount Everest. What country? And there's our Gazetteer for this time. Ready for the next Guess What? All right. Now, I think probably some of you know this little stunt, but I'm going to give it to you anyway, and those of you who don't already know how it's done will learn and be ready to confound your friends with your amazing powers of mental telepathy. I'm going to ask you to think of a number, any number, and after you've decided upon your number, write it down on your paper. Ready? Now, follow these directions on the paper. Add 2. Add 4. Subtract 1. Add 73. Subtract 3. Subtract your original number, the number you thought of at the first. subtract 3, divide by 12, add 4, multiply by 10, and you have the total amount of your possible score in this session of Guess What? 100. Right? Okay, think that one over, and we'll be back in just 50 seconds with all the answers. And here they are, the answers, of course. Guess what? Number 1 this time was...
Inventions.
Who invented these modern marvels of man? 1.
Printing using movable type.
Johannes Gutenberg, in Germany in the 15th century. 2.
The telephone.
Alexander Graham Bell, in the United States, 1876. 3.
Dynamite.
Alfred Bernhard Nobel, in Sweden in the year 1868. And strangely, it was this same Nobel who left the fortune for the famous Nobel Peace Prize. 4.
The lightning conductor.
The man with the kite, Benjamin Franklin. 5.
The phonograph.
Thomas Alva Edison, of course, in the year 1877. 6.
The Quicksilver thermometer.
Up to the time this man invented a thermometer to use quicksilver, mercury, alcohol had been used, and it wasn't accurate enough, so this invention was discovered by Gabriel Daniel Fahrenheit, Fahrenheit, in Danzig in 1709. 7.
Wireless telegraphy.
Count Guglielmo Marconi, in Italy, when he was only 22 years of age, in the year 86. 8.
Photography.
Picture ahead. It was Louis Daguerre in France in 1839. It was from his name that the word daguerreotype was coined. And there you have them, 8 inventions. And you may score yourself 5 for each one you had written correctly. Now for the answers to Guess What? Number 2.
The Guesseteer.
Our Guesseteer, the location of famous spots of interest throughout the world. 1.
The George Washington Bridge is over the Hudson River at New York City.
Correct. 2.
The Parthenon is located in Athens, Greece.
3.
The Leaning Tower of Pisa is located in Pisa.
Of course. Pisa, a town near Florence, Italy. 4.
The Cathedral of Notre Dame is located in Paris, France.
5.
The Taj Mahal is in India.
And it's a famous tomb built by Shah Jahan for his favorite wife, Mumtaz Mahal. 6.
Pikes Peak is near Denver, Colorado.
7.
Independence Hall is located in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
8.
The Mammoth Cave is in Kentucky.
Kentucky, correct. 9.
St. Paul's Cathedral is located in London, England.
And it's the largest Anglican church in the world. 10.
Mount Everest is in the Kingdom of Nepal.
Nepal, Nepal. Mount Everest, the highest mountain peak in the world, 29,000 feet high. And there are the 10 questions for our Guesseteer. Score yourself 5 for each of those you had correct. Now for our little problem in arithmetical telepathy. Did you guess how we knew what your finals... score was? Your final result? Well, if you already knew, of course, I bet you'd do anything else but give yourself the score. But anyway, to you who don't know the secret, here it is. When you want to try it on your friends, just be sure that you ask them to add or subtract only, previous to the time you ask them to subtract the number they originally thought of. After they subtract their original number, of course, all the succeeding numbers will be the same as yours. Then you can allow them to divide, multiply, add, or subtract just as you please. And whatever final number you have in your mind as you work the problem along with them will be the same as your friends. Try it. And if you guessed how it was done, you can give yourself a score of 10 with a total possible score of 100. Well, I'm afraid our session of Guess What is over for this time, friends, but we'll be back again soon over your station with another batch of mental ticklers, and I'm going to ask your own announcer to tell you when that will be. Until then, goodbye now.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is foot. F-O-O-T.
Really?
You bet your life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, a comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who now have on display the outstanding 1954 DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission and the all-new 1954 Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Well, here I am again with $2,000 for one of our couples.
We have Dr. Charles Reed and Mrs. Santa Lindstrom for you, Groucho. They have interesting occupations to talk about. So, folks, would you please come in and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome, welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Dr. Charles Reed and Miss Santa Lindstrom, eh? You two know each other?
No, I don't.
You don't know each other? Well, shake hands, Miss Lindstrom, Dr. Reed. Huh? Used to be Dr. Livingston. Miss Lindstrom, you just shook hands with a doctor.
Yes.
That'll be $5, please. What kind of a name is Santa Lindstrom?
That's a real old Norwegian name.
Oh. What part of Norway are you from?
Molde.
Where?
Molde.
Moldy, huh? Moldy Norway. I've heard things were rotten in Denmark, but I didn't know they were moldy in Norway.
That's a beautiful town.
Yes, it is, yeah. Where is it located? Where is it near?
It's up at the middle of the country in a fjord.
Now, does it get very cold in Norway?
Yes.
How cold?
Oh, I don't know, remember it now, so long ago. We have to walk to school.
You have to walk to school?
Yes, about an hour over the swamps in snow and ice.
Well, what did you do in the summer? Must have been tough sledding,
summertime,
the
farmer's daughter go to the mountain.
Let me finish the joke first. Must have been tough sledding up there with no snow, eh? You were right in interrupting me before. Dr. Charles Reed, that's you, huh? Where were you born, Doc?
Southampton, England.
Southampton, huh?
Yes, sir.
Isn't that a seaport?
That is.
Well, that's a good place for a dock, isn't it? Huh? There's going to be a lot of hooting tonight, I can see. They're really in the Christmas spirit out there. What kind of a sawbones are you, Doc? Any particular specialty? I happen to have a few aches we could discuss.
Well, I'm a veterinarian.
Well, this happens to be a Charlie horse I'm having trouble with. It's true, it's a Charlie horse. He came in fourth at Santa Anita. Well, what are you, a veterinarian? Would you say a veterinarian has it harder or easier than a legitimate doctor?
I would say harder than an MD.
Why is that?
Well, in the first place, our patients can't talk to us, and we have to interpret objective
you're very
symptoms.
fortunate.
That's true. We have to interpret objective symptoms and arrive at a diagnosis by other means besides language.
Well, how do you do that?
Oh, thermometer to take temperatures, pulse rates, and different symptoms they portray. But you have to know everything, of course, from an elephant to a canary bird. And that's a lot of territory. An MD only deals with one animal, and that's the human.
Yeah, that's true. Pretty repulsive, too, isn't it? Do you have magazines in your waiting room like the regular doctor?
Oh, yes. Time and Look and Fortune, Holiday, Harper's, and so on.
You should have good housekeeping. Doc, did anybody ever tell you that you look like Ezio Pinza?
Oh, yes. I've had a lot of trouble with that.
You had trouble with that?
Yes.
Well, he hasn't had any trouble with that.
No, but I've had a lot of his trouble, I think. I've many a restaurant and had people send their children over for autographs. And one time I was in a bank and they pretty near mobbed me, and I couldn't find out why for quite a little while. But
Were you robbing the bank?
no.
Well, could you do any of the things that Binzer does? Could you sing Some Enchanted Evening?
No, I don't sing, Groucho.
Okay, I won't insist. Dr. Reed, what about you? Could you sing One Enchanted Evening?
Some enchanted evening.
She looks a little like Binzer, too, you know.
You will see some stranger.
You keep singing, you're going to see a lot of strangers. Well, I'd like to continue talking to you two because you're both real nice people. However, we have serious work to do. Now, I have a list here of 10 questions of a category that you picked yourselves. Is that right?
That's right.
The questions are worth from $10 to $100. First question is 10. It goes all the way up to 100. And they get harder. So you can choose any 4 of these that you want. And your partner, so talk it over.
Take the $30 one.
30?
All right, $30. What kind of an animal was Disney's Dumbo? Talk it over. No smooching there, just talk. Well, so far you have nothing. It's an elephant. Have you ever had an elephant in your office?
Oh, yeah.
All right, now you have 3 more questions now.
Just take the $50.
Yeah.
$50?
Sure.
In Herman Melville's sea story, Captain Ahab was looking for a white whale. What was it called?
Moby Dick.
Moby Dick is right.
You now have $50.
Now you have $50, and nobody can take that away from you. Now, what is the next question you want to try?
Take the $40.
Would you think a high one?
All right, $70.
How much?
70.
70. What kind of a farm animal is a pole in China?
Pig.
Pig is right.
You now have $120.
$20. Now what do you want to try?
Try the $80 one.
$80.
Yes.
Is that all right with you,
Sure.
Anna? According to the legend, what kind of animal mothered Romulus and Remus?
Fox.
No.
Time's up as a wolf.
And
Anyway,
you wind up with $120.
well, that's not too bad. Thanks and a Merry Christmas from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Well, Groucho, just before we went on the air,
You do it
our
fast.
studio audience selected a house mother, Mrs. Mabel Dakin, and her partner is a businessman, Mr. Milton Slotkin. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mabel Dakin and Mr. Milton Slotkin. Mrs. Dakin, I'll start with you.
Okay.
Just to be different, let's see if I can guess where you're from.
All
Should
right.
I?
Yes.
You look like you're from Vermont, am I right?
No, you're not. I'm from San Francisco.
Well, it's not too far away. 47 states, that's You have 5 children, right?
No, I don't. I have one son.
I'd say you were pretty close to 35, right?
Well, you're pretty close to it.
Well, you see, after talking to hundreds of people after 7 years, I still don't know much about them. Do you have a job, Mrs. Dakin?
Yes, I do. I'm a house mother out at McKinley Home for Boys.
Oh. You mother houses?
Oh, I mother the boys.
Oh. What kind of a place is the McKinley Home for Boys?
Well, it's made up of boys from broken homes, and we have boys from 7 to 18 years of age out there.
7 to 18?
Yes.
Well, who supports the McKinley Home?
The community chest.
Well, it sounds like a wonderful place that fills a great need in the community.
It does.
And I'm glad to have you up here as our guest.
Thank you.
What's your job as a house mother?
Well, to look after the little boys, mother them as if I was their own mother, and take care of them, see if their clothes are mended, see if they wash their teeth and take their showers.
Imagine washing 33 pairs of ears every night. You know, I've raised 3 children, and I've just barely survived. How can you raise 10 times that and still be so charming and calm?
Oh, well, if you are organized, you can raise them all right by organization.
Well, we were organized. The whole neighborhood was organized against us. Mr. Slotkin, where are you from?
From Kansas City, Missouri, one of the major stockyard centers in the United States.
There's a few cows out there applauding. What sort of work do you do, Mr. Slotkin?
I'm connected with Abby Rents.
Abby rents what?
Well, we first started renting chairs and tables, and now we rent just about everything.
What's your work with this outfit?
I'm the president and general manager.
Oh, you're a golfer, huh?
Well, I wouldn't exactly say that.
What sort of things does Abby rent? What's your biggest apartment?
The biggest apartment we have is our sick room department. We rent hospital beds, wheelchairs, walkers, oxygen equipment, in fact, just about everything for the sick room that could possibly be required.
Could you supply me with a beautiful nurse, for example?
I'm afraid that would be a little difficult, but we might have a pretty good-looking dummy to furnish for you.
How old? You run across any unusual experiences in your work?
Yes, I remember very distinctly
You
when I
ever
was...
make a mistake and send out funeral equipment instead of party stuff?
No. Never been guilty of anything like that. But one incident which amused me was the day I was in a branch and answered the phone, and we had a man who wanted to rent an especially uncomfortable bed with a lumpy mattress for his mother-in-law who was coming to visit. And,
couldn't he have just used oatmeal?
Well, that would have been a little too obvious, wouldn't it?
Yeah, not for me. Nothing's too obvious. All this grist that comes to my mill.
Then we always have the invariable question, how long is a 10-foot table? And we've learned to answer just a little longer than an 8-foot table.
Sounds like a pretty shifty outfit. Wait a minute. What? Here's a fellow that needs $50 like Eisenhower needs a new set of golf clubs. Here's 50 for you. Now, Mrs. Dakin, since this is the holiday season, I'm curious to know if the boys at your home are going to have a big Christmas. Will they get lots of presents?
Well, we generally have the Kiwanis Club comes over and gives us a party and toys and presents for the children, but there's other things they need too always.
Mm-hmm. Well, what sort of things can they use?
Well,
maybe we can help them out. Name some things.
Well, we have a big swimming pool out there, and some of the boys would like to have some swim fins.
Would you like to have water? I could.
We can supply
I could bring
the water.
over some water over there.
Well, we can supply the water,
Oh.
but the boys would like to have swim fins and snortels.
And what?
Snortels.
I'm all right. How are you? Well, it shouldn't be hard to swim fins. What else do they need?
Well, we need a bus, because we have 2 buses out there that have been condemned. And in order to get the boys to shows and to the circus, and we have invitations to go different places that we just have to refuse them because we can't have no bus to take the boys in.
Oh, well, that's too bad. I don't know about a bus. You made quite a jump there from snorkels to a bus. Mr. Slotkin, do you know where I can get a bus for, say, $12? I don't care if it's been used.
Not lately. Not lately. But
you have
I'll
a
tell you
bus?
what. I'll tell you what I might do.
What?
Supposing I were to match anything that I win tonight, and we could begin sort of a fund in order for these people to get a bus for these boys. That might be the good beginning. And if I had a little time, maybe I might be able to really do something about this bus situation. But in the interim, probably for the next month or so, if it would help you people out, I'm sure that we could arrange to have an Abbey Rents truck and an Abbey Rents driver at your disposal to take these kids wherever they have to go.
Milton, you're very generous. And I know those boys at the McKinley home will remember you for a long time. Probably longer than they'll remember McKinley. Well, it's been enlightening talking to you two, and I think this conversation proves that there are still a lot of wonderful people in the world. And now it's time to play You Bet Your Life, and you have my best wishes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In the race for the $2,000, the first couple won $120, and the secret word is foot.
I have 10 questions here, ranging in value from $10 to $100. You pick any 4 you like, and remember, they get tougher the more the question is worth.
50's all
It's
right.
for your cause, so you decide.
50.
Okay.
All right. What kind of fruit is Gravenstein or Gravenstein? Gravenstein.
An apple.
Apple is right.
You're on your way. You have $50.
Now, to avoid confusion, we'd like you to answer, between you, because you might say apple, she might say peach, and it makes it confusing.
Let's say 60.
Okay.
60.
60.
What is the most widely used food in the world?
The potatoes.
No, I'm sorry, it's rice.
Rice.
All right, you still have $50.
Yeah, still have 50.
Now, here's the third question. Which one do you want?
$30.
30? What is another word for deer meat?
Venison.
Venison is correct.
Now have $80.
All right, now, what do you want?
Let's take the 40.
All right, what was little Miss Muffet eating when the spider moved in?
Curds and whey.
You must have children, Milt.
I do.
That's right, curds and whey is right.
And you wind up with $120.
Thanks and good luck, and a Merry Christmas from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Thank you. Same to you.
George, who's next?
Well, Groucho, we went looking for couples with interesting stories to tell, and I'd like you to meet the results of our search right now. Mrs. Fran McEnroe and Mr. Ulf Skoldstrom. Would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mrs. Frances McEnroe and Mr. Ulf Skoldstrom. Mrs. McEnroe, where are you from?
Well, originally Fargo, North Dakota.
Would you mind giving us some idea of your age, Mrs. McEnroe?
An idea? No, I wouldn't mind the idea. I have 3 sons around 30. Give you an idea?
You mean they're 90, these kids? How long have you been married?
Oh, about 33 years.
No, that's a good long... How'd you meet your husband?
Well, it was in Fargo, North Dakota, and I was sliding downhill on a toboggan and went around a corner too fast and fell off. And then this very handsome tobogganer was coming along behind me too fast to stop, and he ran right over me and pushed me down further into the snow. And so then he helped me up, and I'd never seen him before, but I fell in love with him right away.
You just wanted somebody to run over you, is that it?
That's the idea.
What happened next in this frozen romance? Did he suggest dinner, dancing, and cocktails?
Oh, no. No, we were only 5 years old.
Isn't it a little dull to be married to someone you've known all your life?
Oh, no, it's wonderful because, you
In
know...
what way?
Well, because you reminisce about everybody you've known way back in the grades, and you
In the
wonder...
grade?
Yes, in first and second, third grades.
Oh.
And then you wonder what's happened to them, you know,
I thought
like...
you were walking through a cemetery.
Boots Melcher and Fats Hoover and Squint Hildreth, and you wonder what's happened to them all. And so then you talk about it.
Squint Hildreth, huh? I often wondered what happened to him.
Yeah, too.
He was a cod, wasn't he?
Yes, he
Huh?
really was.
Boy, when he used to put on that woman's hat at night when New Year's Eve, he'd have you in stitches.
That's right.
Would you really like to know what happened to Squint
Oh,
Hildreth?
yes, I would. We've
No, I-
often wondered about it.
Well, on this show, you know, we aim to please. Attention, Squint Hildreth. What are you doing and where are you? Roger, out, over, Geronimo. No answer. How was that for service?
Oh, that's wonderful.
Good, you'll get a bill from NBC for $6,517. That's what that time cost. Mr. Ulf Schulstrom, huh?
Yes.
Your first name is Ulf?
Ulf, yeah. That means
Sounds
wolf.
like what you say when you get hit in the stomach by a wild pig.
Yeah, that's right.
What kind of a name is Ulf Kjolstrom?
Well, Ulf is wolf in ancient Swedish language.
Why, you rascal, you. Well, I'll just call you Wolf Kjolstrom, huh?
That's right.
What part of Minnesota are you from, Wolf?
I was born in Stockholm, Sweden, right in the same block as Greta Garbo.
Oh, well, if you go there again, greet a Garbo for me.
I will.
How old are you, Wolf?
I'm 23.
You're 23, how long have you been in this country?
About 6 months.
You like it here very good?
Sure does. It's the best country in the entire world.
Oh, it's nice. Are you married?
Yes, I am.
Is your wife a Svenska?
No, she's American, really.
Oh. How did you meet her?
Through the mail. I decided I got bored with the environments over there, so I would like...
Where?
In Stockholm, so I decided I would like to get to California, and the only way I could get there was through using a correspondence club, and I picked my wife up right there through the correspondence club, and I started the correspondence with her.
Well, couldn't you find any girls in Stockholm that filled the bill as far as you were concerned?
No, they were too cold. I decided the Americans were much more inspired and...
You wanted a red-hot mama, in other words.
That's right.
And from this mail-order romance, you got engaged?
Yeah, that's right. After a while, we swapped pictures, and we were both pleasantly surprised.
What did you say to each other when you first saw the results of your tampering with the mails?
I jumped off the bus and ran up to her and embraced her, and I said, "Here's your Viking, your dream Viking from the distant country."
Could you give me that again?
I said I jumped off the bus. And I ran up to her and embraced her and said, "Here's your dream Viking from the distant country."
You're lucky she didn't call a cop. Well, Ulf, has your correspondence course in matrimony worked out? Are you happy?
Yeah, we are both happily married.
Both of you?
Both of you, yes.
Well, that's quite unusual, huh?
Yeah, sure is.
Well, it shows you the trouble you can get into when you buy a 3-cent stamp.
Yeah?
Well, enough of this conversation. Let's play You Bet Your Life. Now, I have a list of 10 questions here, and you must pick 4 of them. The first one pays $10, then $20, and so on up to $100 for number 10. Now, you and your partner decide on one answer between you on each question.
In the race for the $2,000, our first 2 couples are tied with $120.
Now, let's see how much money you can make. You can take a $10 question, a $100, a $50, or anything you want.
70.
Oh, 70?
70. What is the name of the city where Mohammed was born?
It's Mecca.
Mecca is correct.
Off to a good start. You have $70.
All right, now which one do you want now?
80.
80? It's all right with me. The city of Agra, A-G-R-A, India, is famous for what building?
Wait a minute. Taj Mahal? Was it? I think so. Was it Taj Mahal?
That is absolutely correct.
Yes.
You now have $150.
Now, what do you want to try this time?
Yeah.
Do we dare?
Come on, kids.
90, all
90?
right.
What do you call the Great Plains of Argentina? Talk it over.
The Great Plains of Argentina. Is that the Mesa?
What do you call them?
I don't know. Unless it's the Mesa.
If you don't know,
Is it
take
the
a guess.
Mesa?
Talk it over.
No. Is it the Mesa? Do you know? No.
The Mesa?
No, we missed that.
Well, you still have $150.
Would you mind if I say a word here occasionally, too?
I do. I'm sorry.
Good thing you got dragnet. The Pampers.
The Pampers, of course.
All right, you have how much?
$150, Stowe.
Now, which one do you want to try?
Take 60. All right.
60?
60. The second largest freshwater lake in the United States is Lake Okeechobee. In what state is it located? Talk it over.
Okeechobee.
The largest freshwater lake.
The second largest freshwater lake.
I'd say Minnesota, but I don't think so.
No, I'm sorry. It's Florida.
Florida.
And you wind up with $150.
Well, that's not too bad. Thanks and Merry Christmas from the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers.
That means that Mrs. McEnroe and Ulf Skolstrom, with $150 in just 1 minute, get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question.
Folks, George and I and all the people on the show want to take a moment to wish all of you a wonderful holiday season. Right, George?
That's right, Groucho. And the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast join us in wishing you a truly Merry Christmas and hope that you have a prosperous and happy New Year.
I hope all of you find a brand new DeSoto in your stocking Christmas morning. And if you run into Santa Claus and his 8 Fire Dome reindeer, tell him Groucho sent you.
And here's the winning couple, Groucho. Mrs. McEnroe and Ulf Skolstrom, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question.
All right. One of the world's most strategic channels of commerce is the Suez Canal. It was completed in 1869 under the direction of a French diplomat who later tried unsuccessfully to build the Panama Canal. For $2,000, who was the man who built the Suez Canal? Talk it over. Take a stab.
Francis?
No, it is Ferdinand de Lesseps. Lesseps. Ferdinand de Lesseps.
You didn't know that?
No. I didn't know it either. No. Good thing I had this card here. Well, that means the big question next week will be worth $2,500. Well, they lost the big money, but how much they win the quiz, George?
They won $150 in the
quiz.
quiz.
That's not too bad. Congratulations and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Thank you.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $2,500. And don't forget Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding 1954 DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth, 2 great new cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Bad weather may excuse delay, but never an accident. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world.
Sheffield Farms, hello? I don't know. The man just says, guess who?
That's right. It's the game Guess Who, and your host is Sheffield Farms, who also bring you that delicious new Sheffield cream, cottage cheese, and other fine dairy products. And now let's all give a warm welcome to our genial Sheffield Quizmaster. Here he is, so round, so firm, so loaded with Jack, Happy Felton.
Oh, thank you, Joe. Well, I just came from the American Legion Parade, and I have no toes to prove it. Boy, what a time I had getting to the studio through those crowds. A good humor man's been stranded on that traffic island in the middle of Times Square for 4 days. Coast Guard planes had to drop food down to him. Thank you. I had to get to the studio, but they wouldn't let me get through the parade lines. So I yelled to a guy on the other side of the street. I said, "How did you get over there, Mac? How did you get over?" He yelled. He says, "I was born here." I was pretty lucky, though. I plowed my way through 4 million people in only 20 minutes. I came from 5th Avenue to Times Square with everybody making way for me. I just yelled, "Gangway, everybody, I'm Happy Felton." Then, doggone it, my ice pick got dull. Oh, that parade featured everything. Everything in military science. Big guns, tanks, aircraft. Made me pretty mad, though. They made me furious. 15 Legionnaires picked me up over their heads and hung a sign on me. Latest military barrage balloon. I was pretty tired by the time I got to 78th Street. Well, as the Legionnaire said as he spotted the pretty blonde, I've kidded around long enough. Now I've important business to go after. Let's play Guess Who. We have 7 contestants here ready to guess at the recordings we're going to play. The correct guess whacks us for 10 silver Sheffield dollars as per custom. And a losing guess gets only 2 little old piddling dollars. But either guess is signified by the happy sound of the Sheffield money. Bless those naughty little rounders. They're dancing away in the old Sheffield milk payola, and up to now it contains $25 with more to come, maybe. And at the end of the doings, all contestants put the grab on the old milk payola. And in a dish, we're contributing something else to the cause. We have an alarm clock set to ring when some contestant is at the mic, and when that happens, what happens, Joe?
This happens, Hap. He or she will get a beautiful Waltham wristwatch, the first American watch, the watch that keeps time beautifully. That's what happens.
And when that happens, it'll bring happiness to said contestant, the old Happy. Lo and behold, here comes our first customer. Who dat, Joe?
This is Roger Bedell. Is that right, Rog?
That's right.
Of the United States Army.
How are you, Roger? How you doing, man? How you feeling? Pretty good. Sergeant Roger Bedell. How long have you been a sergeant?
Oh, I've just been a sergeant for just a few months now.
Are you a bachelor by any chance?
Now, that's a leading question.
Well, you mean you haven't decided whether you're a bachelor or not?
Well, I haven't quite decided whether I should do it or not do it.
If you haven't made up your mind yet, brother, you're a bachelor, I'll tell you. Bachelor's life, just one undarned thing after another.
But when the stove sticks through, that hurts.
Thank you for coming in on that. Thank you for coming in. That
You're
joke
quite
wasn't worth it.
No.
Take that.
Slip down. Slip down.
All right. All right, now, Roger. In a few moments, we're going to ask you to identify a beautiful motion picture actress just by her voice. Do you think you can do it?
Well, I can try.
Well, that's good enough. We want you to get the dough, so I want you to just concentrate on the pretty ones, because your Guess Who tonight is sure a pretty gal. Now, Roger, Sergeant, are you a member of the American Legion?
Yes, I am. Post number 12 of West Palm Beach, Lake Worth, Florida.
Oh, welcome here. What benefits does a veteran derive from joining a veterans organization?
Well, Happy, there's a lot. But I'll let you tell them all about it.
You want me to tell them all about it?
I'll let you tell them all about it.
Well, I really can't, but I should have my brother here. He's a vet. Vet 69. Well, tell me, I'm going to ask you a question here. If you're real smart, we'll give you a chance to win some money. What's the combat strength of the United States Army right now?
1,700,000.
1,700,000. How many divisions would you say that was?
Oh, there's approximately 10 active divisions.
I see. I didn't know that. I think that's pretty good. We get an answer like that. Get up an extra $1 for him, will you? Drop it in the bottle there for me, please. Thank you. You've got it coming to you. Now, how did you happen to go in the Army? Were you drafted? Did you enlist? How long have you been in?
Well, I've been in for 4.5 years now, and the wind
years.
caught me when I came on the way.
The what?
The wind caught me.
The wind
I was drafted.
You were drafted. That's all right. You know, during the war, the draft board put my brother in 4M. That meant he'd been married 4 times and all the fight was taken out of him. Now, here's your record, and it's a pretty movie star I'm telling you about. Come on, you tell us who it is for 10 silver Sheffield dollars. I'll give you just one hint to start you off with. She's a redhead. Play it, G.
Is that supposed to be news? Look at all the encouragement he's had.
Robert, dear, I anticipate loving you forever. Your Margaret. Methinks that's where Maggie made her first mistake, no doubt. Uh-oh. There's another one.
Lucille Ball. Lucille Ball? He's exactly right, without a hint. How'd you have to know that?
I don't
You like
know.
her?
There's just a tone in her voice.
Yeah,
Big
she's
eye.
pretty, isn't she? That's from her latest picture. It's a United Artists picture called Lured, which is now appearing at the Victoria Theater. You've already got 10, 11 silver dollars, so maybe that'll lure you over to see Lured. Thank you. Stand by for the jackpot, Raj. Very nice boy from Florida. Very attractive lady coming up here. You tell us your name, where you're from.
Mrs. Kopesky, Irvington, New Jersey.
And Mrs. Kopesky, did you see the parade today?
No, I didn't. I came too late.
You came too late. Tell us about yourself. What do you do?
I'm a housewife.
What does your husband do?
He's a chemical engineer.
Chemical engineer. Are you happy being a housewife?
Yes, sir.
Do you think you work harder keeping house than you would if you were an office worker?
Well, I wouldn't say so.
Well, now, what do you think, really?
Well, what should I say?
Well, would you rather be a housewife?
Oh, yes,
You
definitely.
would.
Happy I'm celebrating my anniversary, 17 years, a happy marriage.
Well, that's very nice. She's giggling. She's a little nervous. 17 years. That's wonderful. Do you have children?
Yes, sir.
How many?
Daughter, 14 years old.
That's fine. Do you have any idea what she's going to be when she grows up? What she'll
Well,
want to
she
do?
wants to be a doctor.
A doctor?
Yes, sir.
Did you try to influence her?
No, we didn't.
You know, when I was a baby, they knew what I was going to be when I grew up. They knew what I was going to follow. They had a beautiful nurse place a law book, a medicine chest, and an engineer's telescope in front of me. And whichever one I grabbed, that's what I'd follow. I grabbed the nurse. You've just raised a girl. She's 14 years old. Now, tell me, is there any difference between the games that children play today than when you and I were young?
I think so.
What games do they play? They still play hopscotch?
Oh, no, not my daughter.
Well, what did she play, jacks?
She likes... No, she don't like jacks. She likes to study.
She ever play? She doesn't play any games. She just
No,
wants to study.
That's right.
Oh, you've got to change
She's a very
her about
intelligent.
that. I know, but she must like to play. Did she ever play Tiddlywinks?
Oh, no.
Did you ever play Tiddlywinks?
I didn't.
You never did? They made me stop playing Tiddlywinks when I was a kid. I was playing with loaded tiddlies. All right, Mrs. Kopesky. We're going to play a record for you. It was made by a man who's been a top-ranking movie star for quite a few years. Now, concentrate now. This is where you get a chance to win the money. He's a top-ranking movie star for quite a while. Joe has the money all ready for you, so you tell us who he is. Listen carefully. Movie star.
You go back by plane, the way the brass used to go, in an ATC 4-fan job. It's still the same, only more so. For Bill Downs, headed east to Britain, it's the same hurry up and wait, and still the world's greatest instrument of torture, the bottom-busting bucket seat. In your lunchbox...
This fellow, I'll give you a hint now.
I know him home. It's
Yes,
hard up
you know them
here.
at home, but it's different up here. Now, we all want you to win. Listen, this fella got into this last war, first of all, as an ambulance driver. Then later on, he had a wonderful record in the United States Navy. Some of his pictures...
You don't mean Lou Lair?
No. Some of his pictures you might have seen, Night Must Fall, Rage in Heaven. See a picture called Lady in the Lake? Lady in the Lake?
Lady in the Lake.
Oh, Robert Montgomery, Mrs. Kopesky. Robert Montgomery. I'm so sorry you didn't know that. Well, we give you 2 for trying. We'll add the other 8 to the milk payola, and you'll have a chance for that
Thank
later.
you
Let's
very
give her a
much.
nice hand. Thank you. Here comes Joe Ripley. And Joe, he's got something well worth listening to tonight.
You know, I've been doing a lot of talking lately about milk, how it guards your good looks and good health and gives you the most food value for your money. But tonight, I'd like to explain why you should insist on Sheffield milk. Now, it might be you're saying to yourself, after all, milk is milk, so what's the difference? Well, all milk looks alike in the bottle, that's true. But there is a difference that you can't see, a plus value that's vitally important to your health. And that plus value is its quality and purity. You see, milk is one of our most perishable foods. It needs extra special care and attention. And Sheffield does a more thorough job of guarding its quality and purity every step of the way from farm to doorstep. How do they do it? With 34,000 laboratory tests and checks every day, many of them exclusive with Sheffield Farms Company. This great care is your health insurance. When you insist on Sheffield, you can be sure you're getting the finest, purest milk you can buy. So for extra value, always ask for Sheffield.
Thank you, Joe Ripley. Very nice. You know, people were giggling a little bit. You know, we have a novelty that was standing right in back of you. Something we very seldom see these days. A Legionnaire. Only 20 million of you fellows here in town. Welcome here to you, sir. Tell us your name, please.
Reed Ewing.
Reed Ewing. Where are you from, sir?
Kennett Square, Pennsylvania.
Kennett Square, Pennsylvania. Down near Wilmington, Delaware, right?
Yeah.
What do you do, sir?
Well, I'm a farmer.
You're a farmer? That's all right.
Live on farm.
What kind of a farm you have?
Well, it's a dairy farm.
Dairy farm? Cows?
There's cows.
We
yeah.
talk about cows on this program.
I thought maybe I shouldn't say too much about cows.
Don't worry about saying anything about the cows as long as they're nice cows. Say anything
they're
about it.
all
You bring your family with you?
All
Mr. Ewing?
contented now. They stayed home. I just brought my buddy down there.
Brought your buddy? You come to New York often, don't you?
Oh, once a year, try to.
What do you think of New York? Great
Very
place to
greatest-
visit, but I wouldn't want to
greatest-
live here, huh?
Well, if I had plenty of money, I wouldn't mind living there.
Now tell us truthfully.
All you need is a bucket full.
A bucket full
Yeah.
of what?
Money.
Money? We're going to have a bucket full of it on the end of here, the old milk pail, and you'll get a chance to try it. Where are you staying, sir?
Hotel King Edward.
Have trouble getting a reservation?
Yeah, I slept in the lounge the first night. I'm not kidding either. I did.
I know.
Thursday night.
There were 5 fellows were sleeping in an elevator over here. It's been all right, except all night long they dreamed there were yo-yos. Do you think the Legionnaires have as much fun at this convention as they did here in 1937 when they were 10 years younger?
No, they didn't. I was here 10 years ago.
What's the difference?
Well, we're 10 years older. That's a big difference.
You mean to tell me, to Reed, that you've outgrown the urge to drop bags of water out of windows?
Yeah, I'm sorry to say, but I have.
You have? What have you been doing for... Maybe I shouldn't ask you
I'm
that.
watching the younger fellas.
Watching the younger fellas?
And the girls.
Are any of your... Well, there's some pretty ones in that parade today.
Oh, how about those majorettes?
Weren't they nice?
Oh, boy.
Lovely. Tell me, I see all this business about a 40 and 8. I want you to explain to me and to the audience. What does 40 and 8 mean?
Well, that's the what we traveled in France in the boxcars. 40 means 40 men and 8 horses. You didn't put them all in one car, but you carry 40 men or 8 horses.
I see. Did
But
you ever ride in one?
Oh, yeah. Many times.
What was your job in the First World War?
I was a machine gunner in the 78th Division.
78th Division.
Yeah.
Well, we're glad to have you here with us, Reed. You ready to take a chance at our little game here?
Try to.
All right. Now, all you have to do is identify the voice of this distinguished man. We're glad you're here to try and guess who. I think you can guess this one very easily. Listen closely. 10 silver Sheffield dollars waiting if you do.
3,000 miles from home, an American army is fighting for you. Everything you hold worthwhile is at stake. Only the hardest blows can win against the enemy we are fighting.
Maybe I should tell you that record was made in 1918.
Must be Pershing.
Who did you say?
John J. Pershing.
Right, Blackjack. You're exactly right. Commander-in-Chief of the AEF in World War I. Can you tell us where Blackjack is today, Reed?
Well, the last I heard him, he was a sanitarium in, no, he's down Walter Reed Hospital.
Walter Reed Hospital,
in
Washington. He lives
yeah,
right there.
Yeah.
We hope he's feeling
And
good
I hope
today.
he's listening, boy. He was a grand old fellow. I've seen him and talked to him.
Good for you. Thank you, Reed Ewing. Pay him off now. He's got the money. All right. Here's a very charming young lady here. While she's coming up, I'll tell you her name. Her name is Betty Palmer, and you told me you didn't live in New York. Where are you from, Betty?
Phoenix, Arizona.
She's very cute. Phoenix? What happened? Do you know what happened to you?
No, I've no idea.
You have no idea?
Yes, I do know.
What happened?
I think I get a watch.
You get a very beautiful watch. A Waltham wristwatch, the first American watch, the watch that keeps time beautifully.
That is certainly lovely.
Do you like that?
Oh, that is beautiful.
A very pretty watch for a very pretty girl. Now, I want to talk something. I want to talk things over with you. Do you think this is a man's world or a woman's world, Betty?
Well, I think it's a man's world, and I think it's about time it changes. How's that?
Why do you think it should change?
Well, coming from a woman's college, I think that I have to be for the women, don't you?
What college do you come from?
Vassar College.
You go to Vassar now?
That's right.
Wasn't that fine? You're just visiting in New York for the day?
No, my family has a summer home here now.
I see. Tell me, can you, college girl, you ought to know this now. Who outnumbers who in this country, men or women?
Women.
By how much, do you know?
I have no idea. Probably about 10 to 7.
No, it isn't quite that much. It's about 200,000 more women than men. I'll give you something else.
Right.
Who has the most money, women folks or men
Oh,
folks?
women. 65%.
65%. She even has the figures. Isn't that awful? I thought I had a very good thing here, but she knows all the answers. Betty, that's wonderful. As long as you know so much about all the questions I'm asking, tell me, have you ever been to a fortune teller?
No, I never have.
Do you believe in them?
Well,
I hate to commit myself. I believe in it until something goes wrong, see?
Something goes wrong. But you've never been to one.
No, I've never been to one.
One never told you anything that came true or didn't come true.
No.
What am I talking about fortune telling for? Somebody tell me that here. You're not married, are you, Betty?
No, of course not.
You're not married? Engaged?
No, sir.
Special fella?
No, sir.
No special fella? That ruins that joke. I'm getting no place.
But I'm here with a West Pointer. How's that?
You're here with a West Pointer?
That's right.
Well, fine. Was he in the parade today?
Yes, he
was.
was.
Were you in the parade?
No, I came down to see him, but since I was a little late, I put my father in the parade, too. He marched with the Arizona Legionnaires.
He did?
Yes.
And you saw your friend from West Point in the parade?
Not in the parade. I saw him later.
He's here with you. Well, isn't that nice? All right, Betty. Here's a chance for you to win some money now. We're going to play you the record of, this is an up-to-date dance band. The singing on this record is by the leader of the orchestra. And he's zoomed to great popularity in the last year. 10 silver Sheffield dollars if you guess who. Here we go.
I love you for sentimental reasons. I hope you do believe me.
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Well, now I'll give you a few hints, Betty. This fellow used to sing with George Olson. He plays guitar, he plays trombone. He made a big hit called To Each His Own. Brought him zooming up within the past year.
I don't know, I'm sorry.
Play the Commodore Hotel here in New York. You just don't know who it is? She admits it. That was Eddie Howard. Did you ever hear of him?
Yes, I have.
That was Eddie Howard singing. That was his
sorry.
orchestra. That's all right. We're sorry, too. Give her the $2 and add the 8 to the jackpot. Thank you, Betty Palmer, with a father and a boyfriend, both in the Legion Parade. The United States Marine Corps takes over here. How are you, Corporal? Military night. What's your name, please?
Corporal Mackwitz.
What's your first name?
Clement.
Clem, where are you from?
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
And what did you do before you went? Friends from Philadelphia up there. Tell them, where do you live in Philadelphia?
Fairmont Ave.
Fairmont Avenue. What'd you do before you went in the Marine Corps?
A baker.
Baker?
Yes.
What'd you bake?
Bread, cakes, rolls.
I see. Mr. Sheffield will pluck a bucket right out of his bag over here. Who's dropping those all over the floor? Don't tell me that's the Legion, no. Betty Palmer's dropping it. All right. All right, here's a buck from you out of the bucket if you'll give me one answer to this. What is a radio? What is a radio?
Thing that programs come through.
Thing that programs. That's right. Can you describe anything else about it? Well, I have a description here for you, Clem. A radio is a sensitive instrument with an aerial coming out of one end and a quiz program coming out of the other. As a result, today the air is composed of 50% oxygen and 50% quiz questions. Now, Clem, are you married?
Yes, I am.
You are. You henpecked?
No.
You're not. How long have you been married?
7 months.
Before you went in the Army, did your...
Marine Corps.
Marine Corps. Before you went in the Marine Corps, did you let your mother choose your clothes?
Well, my mother's been dead 13 years.
I see. Now, do you let your wife choose your clothes?
No.
You don't. I know who chooses them for him. Look at the silly question. My moth chooses my clothes. All right, let it go. Have you ever been to sea, Clem?
See, yes, I have.
Where were you?
Well, Saipan, Okinawa, Japan.
Why do they call a ship Why do they call a ship she?
Well,
They do, don't they?
Yes, they do, but I just can't think of it right now.
It's covered with paint, and it takes quite a few tugs to get her into her slip. All right, Clem, here we go. Here's your chance to play Guess Who. It's the voice of a lovely girl. She has a completely different style in the way she delivers a song, Clem. You know how much money you get if you're right, don't you? How many?
10 silver
You get
dollars.
10 silver dollars. That's right. Now listen, we play the record, and remember she has a different style. She makes records, made pictures on the stage. Here we go, Gene.
Oh, where, tell me where, has my Highland laddie gone? Oh, where, tell me where, has my Highland laddie gone? Oh, he's gone to fight the foe.
What kind of an accent would you say that was? She's Scotch. Scotch, sure. She's now appearing at the Roxy Theater. And she starred here in Finian's Rainbow. They all want to tell you. Everybody's trying to tell you. You don't know it. He doesn't want to win that way. He doesn't want to win that way. He says he doesn't know it. It's Ella Logan, Clem. Ella Logan, you get $2 for trying. We'll add 8 to the jackpot, and I hope you fare better on that. Thank you, Clem. Give him a nice hand.
They have.
Yeah?
I've been thinking about Labor Day.
That's one of my favorite holidays, Joe. That's the day all the people who labor don't labor. Just relax and take it easy.
That's right, Happy, and you ladies will want to take it easy in the cooking department, too. That's why I'd like to suggest that you keep plenty of Sheffield chocolate drink on hand. It's a swell way to save time and work in the kitchen because it's ready to serve and provides plenty of health-building nourishment. Sheffield chocolate drink is a mighty refreshing thirst quencher with a rich, chocolatey flavor the whole family will go for. Serve it with a sandwich for a delicious, satisfying lunch, as a between-meal pickup, or any time of the day or night. Just ask your grocer or Sheffield home service salesman for that good Sheffield chocolate drink.
There's a lady from Atlanta standing right there beside you, Joe. What is your name, please?
Miss Elsie Hamilton.
Miss Elsie Hamilton from Atlanta, Georgia. Peach from Peachtree Street. What are you doing in New York?
Sir. I'm a control tower operator out at LaGuardia Field. I
How
did
long
it
have
in
you
the
been
service before.
You did it in the service,
Yes,
and now
I'm
that's your
ex-Marine.
job. What?
That's right.
Ex-Marine?
That's right.
Well, for goodness sake, did you meet Clem there? Well,
Yes,
he's
I sure
married.
did.
All right, all right. Tell me, it's Miss Elsie Hamilton. Would
That's
you marry
right.
a bald-headed man?
Well, now, I don't know. We don't grow 'em bald-headed in Georgia.
I won't say another word about it. You're a very smart-looking gal, and the hat is quite something. Do you spend a lot of money during a year on your clothes?
Well, I'm afraid I do.
More than you should?
Yes.
Well, you look pretty nice, so I don't think it's stupid. Are you the frilly type or the tailored type, would you say? What kind of clothes do you like?
Well, I like frilly clothes.
You like fancy hats, though?
Yeah,
don't
well, I'm just crazy about fancy hats.
This has 2 birds about to swoop on me here.
Well, I needed some protection from the Legion in town this week, and I thought maybe they'd take care of me.
And you're giving them the bird on the hat, is that
I'm
the
trying my
idea?
best.
I see. You and my wife get along fine. She's got a new hat today. Has so much fruit piled on it, they made her take out a license to operate a push cart. Elsie, we want you to play the game, and thank you for coming up here. I'd like to have more time to talk to you about the control operator at LaGuardia. That must be very interesting work. But right now, we want you to tell us who this great jazz pianist is. He was one of the all-time favorites, no longer living. $10 beautiful are waiting for you if you guess. The piano, but he had a singing style that was very different. Let's listen to that. Play him some singing.
I just think, well, all right, let's hear the singing.
Let's hear the singing. You're pretty sure, huh?
I think so.
You want to talk with?
Oh, I'm sure that's Pat Wallace.
Pat Wallace, she says. Right. Very good.
Thank you, sir.
Wait a minute. You knew that before we even played him singing.
Well, I was just about to say it, but I wanted to make sure.
Pat Wallace. He's been dead a little over a year now, but he was great. Here's the $10 silver. Pay her off, and you have a chance at the jackpot a little later here. Get that young fella up here now. Here he is. When I asked this man to come up here, they all liked it. Say hello to him. Whoa. R.W. Harriet. Harriot.
Richard first.
Richard
W.
Harriet. And he told me he was how old?
78.
78 young years old. You look fine, Mr. Harriet. Where are you from?
Fine. Buffalo, New York.
Buffalo, New York. Have you ever lived on a farm?
No, I've been on the farm quite a little just for vacations. I like it on the farm.
What's your business, sir?
Well, I'm pensioned now, but I was with the Railway Express Agency
Must have been
for
with
30
them.
years.
30 years, and you're pensioned.
I'm doing a little job now taking care of the school children for the town of Amherst on school days.
Well, I think that's
I'll be
nice.
crossing.
Do you like the children?
Crossing patrolman.
Do you like children?
Wonderful.
And you watch them, you get them across the street all right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's fine. Anytime you're driving along now up around, where are you?
Amherst, town of Amherst.
Town of Amherst. That's outside of Buffalo?
Just at Main City Line, Buffalo.
I see. Anytime you people driving up there now and you see the children coming out of school, you say hello to Mr. Harriet. He's right here. Tell him you met him on Guess Who. Have you been noticing the pretty girls around town, Mr. Harriet?
Very much so.
You like them?
Very
What's
much
the
so.
first thing you notice about an attractive woman? Her face, her figure?
The figure.
Her figure, huh? You ever take a peek at the legs and the girls when they were walking up the parade?
Pretty much.
Pretty much, huh? You know, I was too bashful to ever look at girls' legs. I was 17 years old before Mama had even let me look at the ladies' side of the laundry list. Mr. Harriet, how long are you going to be in New York?
I'm going home. I came last Sunday. I'm going home this Sunday.
Did you ever know you have to leave? You driving?
Yes, I've got to be on the school Tuesday morning.
I see. Are you driving or going by train?
No, by train.
By train.
Yes.
We want to wish you a good trip back home, Mr. Harriet. It's certainly nice to have you on this show. I've got a lot of friends up there in Buffalo. I used to play up there at the Statler Hotel a long time ago.
I might incidentally say I was just married again.
You just married again? Well, good for you! How long have you been married? Just incidentally, huh? Been married 3 years now. Boy, I don't need that. I could ask you a lot of questions, but I won't. Here we go now. All right. We want you to listen to the voice of a famous theatrical star. Now, Mr. Harriet, he's been a star for the last 20 years, I'd say. He's been featured in musical comedies, vaudeville, nightclubs, and on the radio. 10 silver Sheffield dollars if you guess who. Here we go.
The first guy to get up is Sam Lapidus. He got up, he says, gentlemen, he says, you can slip me the price today, $15, because nobody is stubborn as I am. Nobody. Does you all prove it?
This fella played Shays in Buffalo many times. He was in vaudeville. Always wears a cane when he's working. He's now appearing at the Carnival restaurant over here, and his stories are always about Sam Lapidus. Don't hold on to that thing there. Do you know?
No, I do know, but I can't think of his name.
Can't think of him. Lou Holtz. I said don't Holtz on. I tried every way.
Yeah,
I did want you to get that, Mr. Harriet. $2 for trying. We'll add the money to the jackpot, and here we go. Let's get ready for it. Are you ready? Listen closely now. Time for the big milk payola. I see we have $55 in it. Tonight we're going to play 3 records, and in the title of each one is the name of something that you can stuff a pillow with. You have to get all 3 to win. If there's more than one winner, we divide it up. As you listen to the records, you write down the thing in the title of the song that you can stuff a pillow with. Don't let anybody else look at your cards now. Here we go, number 1. Oh, I remember that record. It was made by Rudy Weedoff a long time ago. All right, here's number 2, something you can stuff a pillow with. Number 2. Almost ready, Gene? Here we go. That's number 2. Number 3, something else you can stuff a pillow with. Here we go. Play it, Gene.
Happy to be right back with the payola winners. Meanwhile, you folks who are vacationing at a nearby resort will soon be heading for home, and I'd like to remind you of Sheffield's vacation transfer service. Just tell your home service salesman when you plan to move back to the city, and he'll transfer your order and see that you continue to get your regular supply of that good Sheffield milk when you return home.
So far, am I right? Yes, only one winner. One winner, Miss Elsie Hamilton, who is the control tower operator. Here they were. Go feather your nest, feathers in other words. Down by the old mill stream, down, and turkey in the straw. Straw is the last one. We want to thank Fred Ayers at the Liberty Music Shop for some of the records used on tonight's show. Until next week, then, this is your Sheffield Quizmaster, Happy Felton, saying good night, everybody.
Joe Ripley reminding you that Guess Who is presented Saturdays at 7 by Sheffield Farms, a division of National Dairy Products Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
In cooperation with Good Housekeeping Magazine, presents the transcribed College Quiz Bowl. And a Merry Christmas to you, too. Tonight, Wesleyan University is out to challenge the varsity scholars from the University of Minnesota, the school that returns to the College Quiz Bowl for the 7th straight week. And now, here in Radio City, New York, is your master of the quiz, Santa Claus himself, Alan Ludden.
Well, it's a happy Christmas night for everybody, and we're very glad that you're with us for another intercollegiate Battle of the Brains. Now let's meet the teams in this Battle of the Brains. First, we're going to travel way out to the land of 10,000 lakes, where Bob Boyle of station KSTP Minneapolis, St. Paul, is on hand again to serve as referee for the Minnesota team. Are you with us, Bob?
Yes, Alan, and so is the Minnesota team. With a tie and 5 wins marked up in our favor this year, we're fast approaching the record-breaking season of last year's Minnesota team. Here are the intellectual lettermen and ladies to say hello.
Colleen Helgeson Nelson, Brooklyn Center, Minnesota. Eleanor Vale, Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Joe Sheftman, Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Chuck Mulkey, Hopkins, Minnesota.
All right, there you've met the varsity scholars from the University of Minnesota. Now let's come back all the way east to the East Coast and up to Middletown, Connecticut to meet the members of the challenging Wesleyan University team. Bob Bacon of station WTIC Hartford is on hand to act as referee for the Wesleyan team. Are you there, Bob?
I certainly am, Alan. And these four young men up here at Wesleyan look like winners tonight, and here they are to say hello.
Dave Cox, Swarthmore, Pennsylvania.
Bill Sieverling, Seattle, Washington.
Wink Daltuca, Morristown, New Jersey.
Barry Pennell, Wynwood, Pennsylvania.
All right, there you have both teams. Now, before Roger Tuttle explains our rules, may I point out that we recognize the fact that here in the College Quiz Bowl, we're putting the emphasis on a quick recall of specific facts. But we're also trying to give you, our audience, an opportunity to meet a few of the many remarkable, well-rounded personalities that are found today on every American campus. Okay, now, Roger, how about those rules?
Right, Alan, and here they are. Alan Ludden asks a toss-up question worth 10 points, and the first team to signal it knows the answer gets a chance to answer it. When Wesleyan University signals, you'll hear... And when the University of Minnesota signals, you'll hear... By means of a special electronic selector, the team which signals first, even by a split second, activates its light here in New York City and makes it impossible for the other team's light to flash. Now, if a team gives a wrong answer to the toss-up question, the other team is given a chance to answer it. And whichever team gives the right answer gets a bonus question worth a stated number of points. The team with the most points at the end of the game is the winner and returns next week to defend its title in the College Quiz Bowl.
Thank you, Roger. Now, remember, teams, you may interrupt a toss-up question before I've finished asking it. But if you do, and if your answer is wrong, your team's going to be penalized 5 points, and I'll repeat the question, giving the other teams a free crack at it. Okay, those are the rules. That's the opening whistle, so let's go. Your first bonus question tonight is worth 30 points, and here's your toss-up. Another name for the state emblem of Oklahoma is Viscum album. For 10 points, according to tradition, what do you do under it? Minnesota.
Joe Scheckman.
You kiss.
Right, you kiss. What is... Joe Scheckman, what is Viscum album? What is a Viscum album?
The mistletoe.
That's right, the state emblem of Oklahoma, and you got a 30-point bonus by knowing that very obscure point, Minnesota. Here is your bonus question. Now, if I said Santa, your automatic response would probably be Claus. But curb your impulse now, because here's the 30-point bonus on a trio of un-Christmassy Santas. 10 points for each correct answer. What Santa was a Mexican general and a president?
Santa Anna.
Santa Anna, sometime. Yeah, all right, that's it. The famous general who massacred the defenders of the Alamo. All right. What Santa was a very famous trail?
Santa Fe.
Santa Fe Trail. All right. In what Santa are the homes and gardens of Luther Burbank located?
Santa... Is it Barbara?
Anita?
Barbara.
Santa Barbara? Santa Anita?
No, Santa Rosa. Santa Rosa. You got 2/3 of that, all right? Coming up is a 30-point bonus. Here is your toss-up for 10 points. Who recently said, quote, I think too often politicians look into a looking glass instead of through a window? Minnesota.
Colleen Nelson.
Eisenhower.
Right. What was he commenting? Colleen, do you remember?
I'm sorry, I can't remember.
But it was he who said it. That's the answer. He was commenting on the new Democratic National Committee chairman's recent attacks on him. And here is your 30-point bonus, Minnesota. For 10 points apiece, you are to identify now the authors of the following poetic passages that describe wintry scenes. First, the splendor falls on Castle Wall.
Tennyson. Bugle song.
I know, but I was going to read more.
Yeah, let's hear you out. Read the next one out.
Oh, all right. Let me have a chat. But that was Lord Tennyson and the Bugle Song. All right? Quote, announced by all the trumpets of the sky arrives the snow, and driving o'er the fields seems nowhere to alight.
Emerson.
All right. That's right. Ralph Waldo Emerson. In what, Joe? The snowstorm.
That'd be nature.
All right. Here we go. One more. Blow, blow, thou winter wind, thou art not so unkind as man's ingratitude.
Shakespeare.
That's right. Shakespeare, do you remember what it is?
Yes, I think it's an As You Like It.
That's right, Songs of Greenwood. All right, now, before we get along to another toss-up question, let's find out what the stakes are in this game. Roger Tuttle.
Each week, Good Housekeeping magazine will award to the school of the winning team a $500 gift to be administered by the college. Now, it may go to a scholarship fund or to a campus activity. And to each member of the losing team, they will receive an attractive, dependable Whitnauer wristwatch, a distinguished member of the Longines Whitnauer family of fine watches, since 1866, maker of watches of the highest character. Well, those are the stakes, Alan. Now, with 20 and a half minutes to go, the score, Minnesota 70, Wesleyan nothing. Let's go back to another toss-up question.
All right, a musical bonus is in the offing. Here's your toss-up. It's a question on biblical direction. Now, as an advance warning, may I tell you that you answered this question with either north, east, south, or west. Okay, here goes for 10 points. When Mary, Joseph, and Jesus traveled from Bethlehem to Nazareth, in what direction did they go?
North.
Wesleyan.
Dave Cox.
North.
North, right, for 10 points, Wesleyan. Wesleyan, you got a 30-point musical bonus. Now, of all the great music for this Christmas season, perhaps the greatest is Handel's Messiah. The following selections are all from this oratorio, and all you have to do is recognize the selections. 10 points each time you do. What is the title of this one? Handel's Messiah. That is the Pastoral Symphony. The Pastoral Symphony, all right? You'll get 10 points if you can name this selection from the same oratorio. All right, did I hear it?
Dave Cox, Sir.
I guess he shall lead his flocks.
He shall feed his flock. He shall feed his flock. All right, I'll accept it. All right, 10 points. All right, what is the title of this one? I hear you. I want to hear you. From Handel's Messiah.
Dave.
All right.
Another.
Time? Did I hear you?
Yes, Dave Cox again.
Another guess. I think that's part of the Hallelujah chorus.
No, it's for unto us a child is born. All right, here we go now. May I tell you that coming up next is a 50-point bonus. So hold on to your hats. A 50-point bonus is in the offing. Here's your toss-up. The United States is to get its first live kiwi as a present from New Zealand. For 10 points, tell us, is the air, the sea, or the ground the most... Wesleyan.
Dave Cox.
What was the answer?
Dave Cox.
The kiwi is a wingless bird. Therefore, it would live on the ground.
That's the answer I was looking for. I was saying, 10 points tell us, the air, the sea, or the ground, the most natural habitat for a kiwi. Ground, as a kiwi is a flightless bird, all right? You've got a chance at a 50-point bonus, Wesleyan. It's a bonus question on historical events that have taken place during the month of December. 10 points for each correct answer. What cargo was destroyed on December 16th, 1773?
Boston Tea Party?
What was the cargo?
Tea.
Right, for 10 points. What do we call the meetings that commenced on December 13th, 1545 in the Austrian Tyrol and continued intermittently until 1563?
Council of Trent.
What did I hear?
Council of Trent.
Right, for 10 points. Got Council of Trent. All right, what natural obstacle did a famous general overcome on December 25th, 26th, 1776?
The Delaware River, wasn't it?
The Delaware River walked across What foreign battleship was blown up by its own crew on December 17th, 1939? What did I hear?
I think it's right. Grass Bay?
Grass Bay? That's right, for 10 points. All right, let me hear you, Wesleyan. I can't hear those answers. All right. What foreign state changed its name on December 29th, 1937?
Foreign state? Let's see now. Germany.
Time is called. Ayr, or Ireland, changed its name from the Irish Free State to the state of Ayr. All right, score and time, Roger.
16 and a half minutes to go, Alan. Minnesota has 70 points. Wesleyan also has 70 points.
All right, I have a 25-point bonus in the offing. A 25-point bonus in the offing. For 10 points, here's your toss-up. Tell us, of what country is St. Nicholas the patron saint? Wesleyan.
Winkdell Duca.
Take it.
Holland?
Can you take it, Minnesota?
Yes. Eleanor Vale.
Holland.
No, I'm sorry, you're both wrong. Russia. All right. 25-point bonus is in the offing. Here's your toss-up. In what art form could the two basic methods of execution be described as building up and taking away? Wesleyan.
Dave Cox seems to have an idea.
Quickly.
No.
Can you take it, Minnesota?
Eleanor Vale.
Would that be music, crescendo,
No, I'm sorry. That is
diminuendo?
sculptor. That is sculpturing. All right. Coming up still is a 25-point bonus. Here's your toss-up. I must caution you. On a toss-up question, I must have a quick answer. A quick answer, I move. All right? In the 13th century, St. Francis established the Praecipium as a Christmas tradition. For 10 points, Minnesota.
Eleanor Vale.
That's the creche, Alan.
That's the answer I'm seeking. What is a Praecipium? It is a creche. All right, Minnesota, you got a 25-point bonus here. You know, there are not many words in the English language that start with the letter Q, but I'm going to give you the definitions of 5 such words, and for a quick 5 points apiece, I want you to give me the words. First of all, a charlatan.
Quack.
Quack. Here, quack, all right. A bivalve mollusk.
With a Q?
A quail? No.
Quahog, a quahog. To drink deeply.
Quack.
All right. A discus.
A disc?
Quoit, a quoit. To equivocate.
Quibble.
Quibble, right, for 5 points. All right. Score and time, Roger.
Right now, Alan, we have 14 and a half minutes to go. Minnesota has 95, Wesleyan has 70.
And I have a 45-point bonus in the offing. It's the recitation bonus. Here we go. Abdullah Bulbul Amir and Ivan Skavinsky Skavar fought a great battle. For 10 points, what was the outcome of that fight? Was it a win for Abdul, a loss, or a draw? Minnesota.
Joe Scheckman.
They were both killed. It was a draw.
It was a draw, right, for 10 points, Minnesota. All right, get your verse choir ready. It's your recitation question. I'm going to give you 15 points if you can quote the first 6 lines of the Clement Moore poem beginning "'Twas the Night Before Christmas." You'll get 30 points if you can quote the first 12, and 45 points if you can quote the first 18 lines. Go to it, but it must be verbatim.
'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The children were nestled all snug in their beds. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there. The children were nestled all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced in their heads.
15
and Ma
points.
in her kerchief and I in my cap had just settled our brains for a long winter's nap. When out on the lawn there arose such a clatter, I sprang from my bed to see what was the matter. Away to the window I flew like a flash. Tore open the shutters, and threw up the sash. The moon on the breast of the new-fallen snow gave a luster of midday to objects below, when what to my wondering eyes should appear but a miniature sleigh with 8 tiny reindeer, with a little old driver so lively and quick that I knew in a moment it must be St. Nick.
All right, 45 points. No. According to my record here, you made only 2 mistakes, and they were slight ones which could be inversions. When and were variations, but I'll give Minnesota the full 45 points for that fine recitation.
Well, Santa Claus, time to hold up the presents because that's the halftime whistle, which calls for a 1-minute timeout.
Thank you, Roger. Now we're going to talk to the teams, but first, may I remind you that each month, Good Housekeeping magazine runs a page of College Quiz Bowl questions. For a chance to match wits with our collegiate champions, see the January issue of Good Housekeeping magazine. It's on the newsstand right now. Good Housekeeping, you know, also awards the $500 weekly cash prize that goes to the college of the winning team here in our College Quiz Bowl. Now, let's talk for 1 minute to our teams. First, I want to meet the members of the challenging team. I want to go to Middletown, Connecticut to meet these 4 fine young men from Wesleyan. Dave Cox, how are you classified, sir?
I'm a junior, sir.
What are you going to do when you graduate?
I am going to take an advanced degree in biochemistry.
Where?
I don't know yet.
Wink Del Duca, are you a senior?
That's right, sir.
What are your plans upon graduation?
I hope to go to medical school next year.
Where?
That's a good question right now.
Good. Bill Seiberling, what are you, a junior?
I'm a junior, yes.
Did I say your name right?
Seiberling.
Seiberling. What are your plans upon graduation?
I'd like to take some postgraduate work in history. I'm not sure just where yet.
All right. Bill Pennell, Jr. You're a senior, right? Barry. I beg your pardon. Barry Pennell, Jr. What are your plans?
Well, I probably go into the U.S. Army next year.
Well, have a good time in the Army. It's a
Thank you very
place. Okay, now let's go out and meet this fabulous team from the University of Minnesota. What are your plans tonight, Chuck Mulkey?
Well,
it's a
Alan,
secret, I understand.
Yes, it is, kind of, because we wanted to keep it from you and the other people who make this program possible.
Yeah.
Because during the last 7 weeks, the four of us and our two alternates and Dr. Wolf, our coach, have always wondered how we could express our appreciation to you for the wonderful services that you've done for us. So tonight, the seven of us, one for each week, want to say to you, although only four of us are by the microphones, a very, very
Merry Christmas.
Well, that's wonderful. And I think it was very well said, Chuck. You're excellent, and I want you to know that I'm speaking for all of my friends across the country when I say that you have made many friends across the country with your brilliant academic accomplishments, which means we've got to get now back to the quiz, right?
Right.
Is the time period up? That's it.
Yes, it is, Alan. The minute's time is up. And right now, back to the quiz, and Minnesota has 150 points. Wesleyan has 70. We have 10 minutes to go in the quiz bowl, and back to another toss-up.
I have a 40-point musical bonus in the offing. A 40-point musical bonus in the offing. Now, here's your toss-up. In classical mythology, a lamia is a man-devouring monster with a woman's head. For 10 points, what kind of a body does a lamia have? Minnesota.
Eleanor Vale.
That's a snake, Alan.
A serpent's body. I'll accept it for 10 points, Minnesota. And now, Minnesota, I want to find out how much musical curiosity you have. As you know, Bill Haley and his Comets are the sensation of the nation right now. Their recording of Shake, Rattle, and Roll is a big favorite in jukeboxes all over the country. Now, you have a chance to earn 40 points simply by telling us what the seven men in Bill Haley's Comets play. 5 points for each correct instrument, and 40 if you correctly identify the full instrumentation. Listen carefully. It's Shake, Rattle, and Roll.
It would be a trump.
A what?
Well, a trumpet.
A trumpet, a tenor sax, an alto sax,
5 points so far.
Piano, cornet,
a bass,
drums,
snare, and bass.
bass, a fiddle, bass
We've already
viol.
got that.
Oh, yeah.
All right, I'm sorry. You have only 20 points, my friends. The instrumentation of this fine musical organization is following. Tenor sax, piano, bass, drums, and 3 guitars. Okay? What's the score and time, Roger?
Right now, 8.5 minutes to go. Minnesota, as soon as I can look over the scorekeeper's shoulder there, Wesleyan has 70, Minnesota has 180.
He's a little riding around there. Okay, here we go with a 25-point bonus in the offing. 25-point bonus in the offing. Here's your toss-up. Name the distinguished man who seems to subscribe to the spare the rod and spoil the child adage, according Minnesota.
Colleen Nelson.
That would be Viscount Montgomery.
That's right. What did he say, Colleen?
Well, I can't remember exactly, but he was talking to the head of an English school, as I recall.
He said a good beating with a cane can have a remarkable sense of awakening on the mind of a country. And you sensed what I was after there. You got a 25-point bonus, and it's our mathematical bonus, so get your pencils and papers, Minnesota. Take the number of men that Jesus fed with 5 loaves and 2 fishes, according to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
What? Was it 5,000?
5.
Multiply by the number of wise men who presented gifts to the babe in the manger, and subtract the number of the digit of Jack Horner's hand that he inserted in the Christmas pie.
The thumbs.
5 25 points. Give me your numerical answer.
14,999.
Right, for 25 points. Everything. Okay, a 30-point bonus is in the offing. Here is your toss-up. For 10 points, tell us, in what 2 books of the New Testament is the story of the Nativity told? Minnesota. Minnesota.
Luke and Matthew.
Luke and Matthew. Right, for 10 points. Now, you'll have 30 points, Minnesota, if you can give me the religious explanation for the fact that no Christmas carols of consequence were written in America during the 17th and 18th centuries, and in fact few of the lovely English and German carols were published here.
Well,
During the
Puritans didn't celebrate
Christmas. They didn't believe in celebrating what they thought was a rather
holy day. They
That's right.
They didn't allow any music in their religious services.
That's right. During the Puritan Reformation, all such songs were banned. Even Christmas Day and its festivities were officially abolished during the 17th century. It was referred to, as you said, as the profane man's ranting day, the multitude's idle day, Satan's working day, the true Christian's fasting day. All right, by knowing that very interesting point, Minnesota, you earned 30 points. And what's that score in time, Roger?
We have 5.5 minutes to go, Alan. Minnesota has 255. Wesleyan has 70 points.
And we have a musical bonus coming up, a 30-point musical bonus. On your toes, everybody. Now, 10 points if you can quote the most familiar phrase from the speech which commences, "At long last I am able to say a few words of my own. I have never wanted to withhold anything, but until now it has not been constant." Wesleyan.
Dave Cox.
That's the Duke of Windsor's Woman I Love speech.
The woman I love is the phrase I was looking for. All right, fight for 10 points, Wesleyan. And here is a 30-point musical bonus. I'm going to play 3 excerpts from recordings in which well-known piano entertainers combine their piano playing with another talent. And all you've got to do is name the artist. This ought to be pretty easy. What's this one? Who is this artist?
Be seeing you in all the old familiar places.
Oh, Wesley.
Rudy Valley?
At this
You're going to hate yourself. Liberace. Who is this?
Is that Victor Borge?
That's Victor Borge, right for 10 points. Okay, tell me, who is this?
King Cole.
That's right, Nat King Cole, that last one. All right, score in time, Roger.
We have 4 minutes to go. Minnesota has 255. Wesleyan has 100 points even now.
And a 30-point bonus is in the offing. For 10 points, here's your toss-up. Tell us, what king, accompanied by his page, Wesleyan?
King Wenceslas.
That's right. That's what I was going to ask. I'll finish the question. What king, accompanied by his page, braved a bitter winter's night to provide flesh, wine, and pine logs for a poor peasant? Okay, good King Wenceslas. Here's your bonus, Wesleyan. Bonus question on names in the news. We'll give you 3 names. For 10 points apiece, tell us a news story identified with each name. First, Ikiro Hatoyama.
He's the new premier of Japan, replacing Shigeru Yoshida.
Right, I'll accept it. He's the leader of Japan's new Democratic Party, which is challenging Yoshida's leadership. All right, Paul Butler.
He's the new head of the Democratic Party.
The Democratic National Committee. All right, chairman of the National Committee. All right, Judge Labai.
He just made the decision on the DuPont case.
That's right, for 10 points. Score in time, Roger.
3 minutes to go. Minnesota has 255. Wesleyan 140.
And I have a 40-point bonus in the offing. For 10 points, tell us, who was the 17th century Englishman referred to as the Prince of Gossips? Minnesota.
Joe Scheckman.
And was that John Aubrey?
Can you take it, Wesleyan?
Dave Cox.
Boswell.
No, Samuel Pepys. All right, here we go with another toss-up. For 10 points, tell us, to what country do the Christmas Islands belong? Wesleyan.
England.
England, right, for 10 points. Okay, here is a 40-point bonus, Wesleyan. Certain characters in fiction, though extremely short in height, are long in cunning. For 10 points each, see if you can identify. First, the German dwarf who spun straw into gold for a miller's daughter.
Rumpelstiltskin.
Right, for 10 points. Rumpelstiltskin, all right. The inch-high little man who took a ride in a horse's ear.
Like Tom Thumb.
Tom Thumb is right. Let me hear you, Wesleyan. All right. The one-eyed murderer of Siegfried.
Hagen.
Hagen, right. You'll get it all if you tell me Dickens' hideous dwarf in the old curiosity shop.
Yeah.
The old curiosity shop. Time is called. Wilp. All right. I've got a 20-point bonus in the offing, and here is the relationship toss-up. Fricka, the goddess of home and domesticity, is to Wotan, the god of war, as the economist Harriet Taylor was to whom? Minnesota.
Joe Scheckman.
Oh, John Stuart Mill.
Right, John Stuart Mill, the relationship. And Minnesota, you got a 20-point bonus here. Minnesota, if you visited Nob Hill, Beacon Hill, and Rittenhouse Square, what 3 U.S. cities would you visit? 20 points.
San Francisco,
Wait,
Boston.
hold it. I want to say one thing. I must accept only 3 towns.
San Francisco, Boston, Philadelphia.
Right, for 20 points. Here's a toss-up of 25-point bonuses in the offing. At the time of the American Revolution, the American colonial government sent Benjamin Franklin to Paris to try to enlist the support of France. For 10 points, tell us, who was at that time the King of France? Minnesota.
Joe Scheckman.
Louis the 16th.
Louis the 16th, right for 10 points. Minnesota, you got a 25-point bonus here. For 25 points, name the king that promulgated the Edict of Nantes.
Henry of Navarre. Henry IV of France.
Henry IV of France, Henry of Navarre, right for 25 points. Here's a 20-point bonus in the offing, a 20-point bonus in the offing, and here's your toss-up. For 10 points, tell us, according to Somerset Maugham, who did the servant of the merchant of Baghdad have an appointment with in Samara? Minnesota.
Joe Scheckman.
Alan, I'm sorry.
The angel of death.
I'd like to answer that, but I can't. The time is up. The game is over for this week. The final score in tonight's College Quiz Bowl is 180 points for Wesleyan and 320 points for the winner, the University of Minnesota. To each member of the Wesleyan team, it's our pleasure to award an attractive and dependable Whitnor wristwatch, a distinguished member of the Longines Whitnor family of fine watches. Since 1866, makers of watches of the highest character. For fielding the winning team tonight, the University of Minnesota will receive a $500 gift from Good Housekeeping magazine to be administered by the college. And these varsity scholars from Minnesota will return next week to compete in the new All-American quiz game with the varsity scholars of the University of Colorado at Boulder, Colorado. In the meantime, to try your hand at more of these questions, read the Quiz Bowl page in the January issue of Good Housekeeping magazine. It's on the newsstands now. Here once again, your master of the quiz, Alan Ludden.
Okay, I want to congratulate the remarkable team from the University of Minnesota. You were simply magnificent tonight. And to the four gentlemen from Wesleyan University, David Cox, Wink Del Duca, Bill Seiverling, and Barry Pennell, you were great. You gave Minnesota a real run for their money tonight, and I think everybody should be very proud of you. Next week, Minnesota meets the University of Colorado, and the following weeks we're going to have varsity scholars from Tulane University, Newcomb College, Brown University, Pembroke, and the University of Illinois, and many other outstanding colleges and universities throughout the United States. So won't you be with us next week and every week for an exciting quiz game here in the College Quiz Bowl. Now, this is Alan Ludden saying, Merry Christmas, everybody.
Your referees tonight were for Wesleyan University, Bob Bacon, of WTIC in Hartford, Connecticut, and for the University of Minnesota, Bob Boyle of station KSTP, Minneapolis, St. Paul. College Quiz Bowl is a transcribed NBC Radio Network presentation, originated and produced by John Moses and Don Reed, written by Nancy Fogue and directed by Ken McGregor. This is Roger Tuttle speaking.
Stanley?
Say, is it true you're giving away hundreds of prizes tonight?
That is correct. There'll be hundreds of prizes on the Stanley radio telephone game.
Well, what's it all about? I got to send in a box top or some sort of slogan to win?
No box top, no slogans. You play simply by using your resident's telephone number. Or if you don't have a phone in your own name, then use your social security number. If you answer the questions we ask when your number is called, you win a prize right here and now.
Yes, folks, you can all play Stanley, presented by the makers of Stanley Castile Lather Shave, Stanley Brushless Shave, and Stanley Aftershave Lotion. And now, here's how.
If you haven't a Stanley chart from your drugstore, then you may make your own. But you'll need a pencil and paper.
Now, remember, while you're all getting that pencil and paper, let me tell you what each of you can win. The prize? $1 worth of anything you choose from your own drugstore. Now, just so one of the articles, of course, is a Stanley shave product.
You got that pencil and paper? Then here's how to make your Stanley chart. In large letters, print Stanley. That's S-T-A-N-L-E-Y. Now, cross out the last two letters, E and Y, for we use only S-T-A-N-L.
You're right there, Bill, and here's the way to use that telephone number. Use only the 5 figures in your number. Now, drop all letters in your exchange and any party line letters that follow, like W, R, M, or J.
Print those 5 figures directly under the letters S-T-A-N-L. Now, if you have less than 5 figures in your telephone number, fill in the blank spaces by adding the letter X. Here's an example.
Manhasset 841M.
Well, then you'd print XX841 directly under the letters STANL.
If you don't have a home telephone listed in your own name, then use your Social Security number by printing the last five, that's the last five figures, under STANL in Stanley.
Now, we'll ask you questions, and with each question, we'll give you two answers. One answer will be right, the other wrong. And then we'll name a figure with each answer.
You select the right answer. Ignore the wrong answer. That's where your skill comes in. If the figure we call with the correct answer corresponds with the one you have, then put a circle around that figure. Each question applies only to the figure which you have under the letter we name in Stanley.
And, of course, the easiest way to learn the Stanley game is to play it. So, let's get it going. Operators, are you ready?
Ready!
Well, then, here's the first question.
Is the second day of the week Monday, or is it Tuesday?
If you think it's Tuesday, and you have 4 under the S in Stanley, circle that 4.
Ah, but if you think it's Monday, if Monday is the second day of the week, then circle 8. If you have 8 under the S. Now, we're going to give you the correct answer to that question so you'll know exactly how to play.
Monday is the second day of the week, and the correct answer. So, if you have an 8 under S in Stanley, put a circle around that 8. Don't pay any attention to the 4 that we called with the wrong answer. Just disregard it.
And you wonderful people with figures other than 8 in the S column, don't be impatient. We'll get to you later. Now, during this series of broadcasts, every combination of telephone and Social Security numbers will be called. Now for the next question.
Which is closer by auto to New York City? Atlantic City, New Jersey, or Albany, New York?
If Atlantic City, New Jersey, under the T in Stanley, circle 3.
If Albany, New York, under T, circle 8.
Theodore Roosevelt and Franklin D. Roosevelt both served as governors of New York State. True or false?
If true, under A, circle 4.
Ah, but if it's false, under A, circle 9.
Now, tonight on the Stanley game, we are bringing you some recorded musical questions. So, all of you musical hipsters on your toes. We're going to play just about 20 seconds of a beautiful Johann Strauss waltz. Listen to it, and then be prepared for our question. Music, maestro, music! Is the title to that tune The Blue Danube or Wine, Women, and Song?
If its title is The Blue Danube, under N, circle 8.
And if Wine, Women, and Song, under N, circle 2.
Question number 5 now. Did Joan Crawford ever win the top Oscar award for moving picture actresses?
If she did, under the L in Stanley, circle 7.
Ah, but if she did not, under the L in Stanley, circle 2.
Now, that should check out some first winners. So, if you have circled all of your figures under STANL, then phone Chickering 47400. I'll repeat that number, Chickering 47400. Better write that number down right now, because if you haven't won so far, you may before the game is over. This is only the beginning. There are dozens of questions to follow.
You ain't just kidding, Willie boy. Now, winners in New Jersey should call Market 3-8100. I'll repeat that. Market 3-8100 for winners in New Jersey. And for your information, there is a whole room full of lovely telephone operators here, also in Jersey, awaiting those calls of yours. So remember, don't rush. Take all the time in the world. Our operators will remain after the broadcast for an hour or so to accept your calls. Or you can phone all day Tuesday at Chickering 47400 or in Jersey at Market 3 8-100.
And again, ladies and gentlemen, we say there's no need to rush. It doesn't matter who gets in first. Everyone who wins gets a $1 prize. So please don't telephone for information during the broadcast. None will be given, as we want to keep these lines open for our winners. And for next week's game, be sure to get a Stanley chart at your nearest drugstore. They are free. The rules are very simple, fully explained on the chart.
George Washington's birthday is next Sunday. So how about a few questions concerning the father of our country?
All right, here's one. The home of our first president still stands at Monticello. True or false?
If true, under S, circle 3.
If false, under S, circle 7.
George Washington was the first president to live in the White House. True or false?
If true, under T, circle 7.
If it's false, under T, circle 1.
First in war, first in peace, first in the hearts of his countrymen. That's George Washington.
Right, old Bill. And you know, with men who really know, Stanley Castile Lather is the first choice for an extra smooth shave. Looks like I sort of slid into that mighty slick. But honestly, fellers, Stanley will make your face as smooth as a baby's elbow. You see, it contains Castile. And now, class, what's Castile? Why, it's simple. It's just about the purest, gentlest face ever used in a shave cream. That's what it is. It's so pure that the Stanley people actually use it in the finest baby soaps they know how to make. Brother, is that the stuff for a tender face? Huh, you just try Stanley Castile Lather Shave, fellows, and then see for yourself, will you?
And now, the next question is under the letter L in Stanley. We're skipping the letters A and N in Stanley, and from here in, we'll be skipping around from one letter to another. So be on your guard. Here's the next question. Under the letter L.
George Washington was born on February 22nd, 1733. True or false?
If true, under L, circle 1.
If it's false, under L, circle 4.
Now, Russell Bennett and his orchestra are going to play Why Do I Love You? Listen carefully, then wait for our question. Why Do I Love You? Is that beautiful melody from the operetta Showboat or from the musical comedy Babes in Arms?
If you think it's from Showboat, under the S in Stanley, circle 9.
And if you think it's from Babes in Arms, under S, circle 2.
Now, of course, you all know, all of you good people who are playing this fine Stanley radio telephone game, that each of you is permitted to play with only one number. Either your home telephone number, which must be listed in your name, or if you don't have a telephone, then you may use your Social Security number.
Remember, too, that all numbers will be verified, and those who have not followed the rules will simply be disqualified.
And now for the next question. The United States owns the strip of land on which is situated the Panama Canal. True or false?
If true, under A, circle 3.
If false, under A, circle 8.
And before we go into the next question, we want all of you just to listen to all of this fine chatter and all of this telephone ringing right over here on our right. Listen to it. And into the next question. How many toes has a chicken? A barnyard question now. We'll repeat that. How many toes has a chicken? 8 or 10?
If 8 toes, under S, circle 0.
If 10 toes, under S, circle 4.
What president popularized the political phrase, "My hat's in the ring"? Teddy Roosevelt or Woodrow Wilson?
If Teddy Roosevelt, under N, circle 3.
If Woodrow Wilson, under N, circle 7. Say, Bill, I don't know which president said my hat's in the ring, but I do know who says my hat's off to Stanley. That's me. I said. Why? Well, because Stanley Castile lather shave sure does give you a close, smooth, luxurious shave. Fellas, I actually tried the stuff. And look, may I never set foot over in Brooklyn again if it didn't give me a real fast shave and leave me with the smoothest face O'Reilly's had since he wore those little old knee pads. Stanley Castile lather gives you that smooth shave because it contains Castile. Want to know what Castile is? Brother, you just keep tuned to this program. We'll tell you.
And here's the next question. Philatelists have great interest in what? Now, I'll repeat that for you. That's kind of a tongue twister. Philatelists have great interest in what? Philosophy or postage stamps?
If philosophy, under L, circle 3.
If postage stamps, under L, circle 5.
And here is our first winner, Mr. H. Tannenbaum of 166 Rockaway Parkway in Brooklyn. And his druggist is Byers Drugstore. Congratulations to Mr. Tannenbaum. And here's another winner, Mr. Robert Russell of 314 Washington Street, Hempstead, Long Island in New York. And his pharmacy is the Clinton Pharmacy. Congratulations to you too, Mr. Russell. Question number 14 coming up now. The first Postmaster General of the United States discovered electricity. Now, there may have been so much excitement about hearing your name read as the winner on this program, we're going to repeat that. The first Postmaster General of the United States discovered electricity. True or false?
If true, under S, circle 6.
And if it's false, under S, circle 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, by the way, I want to add this. If you're a winner in the Stanley radio telephone game, and that is a winner from previous programs, and have not received your prize within a week after you won, don't worry about it. The reason is quite probably that the telephone operator did not get your correct name and address. So if you haven't received your check, please let us know. We'll see that your prize is mailed to your correct address immediately. Right now into question number 15. Question 15 is right, isn't it, Jack?
You're right, Willie. You're right.
Here's a group of mighty lovely young ladies now. They're sort of confusing me, these lovely young ladies. They're going to sing for us. Listen to them carefully, then tell us who they are. Once in a while, girls.
In a while, will you try to give one little thought to me? Though someone else may be near your heart.
Now, were those the Andrews sisters or the Dinning sisters?
If the Andrews sisters, under T, circle 6.
If the Dinning sisters, under T, circle 2.
And here's a non-music... Oh, Jack, you've got a winner. Go right ahead.
Yes, I have. Mr. Arnold Gordon, 111 East 21st Street, over in the old hometown, Flatbush. And he trades at Stone... What are you laughing at, Fender?
I like Flatbush.
I love him. Stone and Snyder is the place he trades at. Also, Mr. Frank Fell of 8522 150th Street out in Jamaica, Long Island. He trades at the Abramia Drugstore. That must be old Chuck Abramia's place. That's on Parsons Boulevard and 150th Street in Jamaica. One more, Willie, and we'll move along. Howard Marin of 605 Beach Terrace, Ray, up in the Bronx. He deals at the Webster Drugstore, 138... that's 138th Street up in the Bronx. I'll leave it with you, William.
A non-musical question now. Tallow, that's tallow, T-A-L-L-O-W, is derived from mutton. True or false?
If true, under N, circle 1.
And if it's false, under N, circle 6.
Ireland is the former name of Era. True or false?
If true, under S, circle X.
And if it's false, under S, circle 2. Now remember that the letter X refers to only those of you who have less than 5 figures in your phone number.
You know, Jack O'Reilly is a mighty good Irish name. And here's Jack to tell you about another good name to remember.
Sure, and I guess old Fender is thinking about old Stanley Castile lather shave. The stuff that leaves your cheeks as smooth as the face of a laddie boy. and him a sitting under a thorn tree whistling like the old blackbird. You know, man, do you know what makes Stanley Castile Lather Shave so good for you? For the tender face you've got on the front of your head now? Why, it's Castile, me boys. The same Castile the Stanley people are using on the finest baby soaps they ever made. Ah, me boys, me hearties, that Stanley Castile Lather, well, it just makes you feel so slick. After you shave, you'll hardly know you've been using a razor at all. Get it from the pharmacist feller and then see for yourself, will you?
And I do thank you now, Jack. Here's the next question. The phrase from pillar to post comes from what sport? Baseball or boxing?
If from baseball, under A, circle 2.
And if it's from boxing, under A, circle 7.
Here's a tune now written by a gentleman whose name is much more often associated with the production of amusement than with songwriting. Listen to it and be a-thinking, Poor Butterfly. Now, as the composer of Poor Butterfly, John Golden or Billy Rose?
If John Golden, under S, circle 5.
Or, if you think it's Billy Rose, under S, circle 4.
Q, that's the letter Q, is the only letter in the alphabet that is not in the name of some state in the United States. True or false?
If true, under T, circle 9.
And if it's false, under T, circle 5.
What city is the capital of Florida? Tallahassee or Jacksonville?
If Tallahassee, under N, circle 0.
And if it's Jacksonville, under N, circle 5. And say, Dorothy and Bill, talking of Florida, fellas, does your face ever feel sort of hot and dry as if you'd been out all day in that hot sun and now you just feel low down? Well, you know, maybe you've been using that wrong kind of shave cream all the way through. Maybe you ought to switch to Stanley, no fooling. You see, man, Stanley Castile Lather really slides that razor over your face and leaves it as smooth as a choir boy. No kidding. And say, if you prefer a brushless shave, well, then try Stanley Brushless Shave. That's another smoothie, a whisker wilter. But whichever type you prefer, remember, there's no shave like a Stanley shave.
We're going back to our questions, but before we do, congratulations to a winner from Newark, Mr. David Robbins of 133 Huntington Terrace, Newark, New Jersey. His pharmacy is Miller's Pharmacy. Question number 22. And we're going to our musical questions now. Maestro, let's have I'm Always Chasing Rainbows. Was I'm Always Chasing Rainbows an original composition, or was it an adaptation of a tune by an old master?
If an original composition, under S, circle 3.
And if it's an adaptation of a tune by an old master, under S, circle 1.
Let's break right in now to congratulate Mr. Albert Greenfield, who's won on his Social Security number. He lives at 1340 Noble Avenue in the Bronx, and his pharmacist is Wiener and Cohn. And congratulations, too, to Fred W. Helm of 419 Lexington Avenue. The pharmacist is Hudson Drug. Mr. Samuel Charney, you're also going to get some Stanley products for that fine dollar prize. You live at 559 Williams Avenue in Brooklyn, and your druggist is Lerner's Drugstore. Mr. Arnold Friedman of 2819 Brighton and 8th Avenue, Brooklyn. And your pharmacy, congratulations to you both, Rubin's Pharmacy. Question number 23 now. In backgammon, how many men has each player? 12 or 15?
If 12, under A, circle X.
Or if it's 15, under A, circle 6.
You know, we had a question on toes earlier. Well, here's another test of your barnyard knowledge. How many toes has a horse? 4 or 8?
If 4 toes, under L, circle 6.
Now, if it's 8 toes, under L, circle 0.
Theodore Roosevelt was the only United States president born in New York City. True or false?
If true, under S, circle 2.
If false, under S, circle 4.
Writing a check in pencil makes it worthless. True or false?
If true, under T, circle 4.
But if it's false, under T, circle X.
And here's some more of that good Stanley music again. Larry Clinton is going to play Lover.
Oh, Larry. You know, Larry, I don't think ever did Lover, you know, Willie?
Did Larry do Lover?
Did he ever do Lover? Has he done it? No kidding. Well, then let's have Larry and Lover.
Now, was Lover written by Cole Porter? True or false? Was
If
Lover
true-
written by Cole Porter? Thank you, Dorothy.
You're quite welcome. If true, under N, circle 4.
And if it's false, under N, circle 9.
Do 90 or 180 degrees constitute a right angle?
If 90, under S, circle 3.
If 180 degrees, under S, circle 2.
Was Kingston or Albany the first capital of the state of New York?
If Kingston, under A, circle 5.
If Albany, under A, circle 0.
Another question on New York State. Is the rose or the violet the official flower of New York State?
If the rose, under L, circle 8.
If the violet, under L, circle 9.
Oh, and these winners are really coming in. Mr. Seymour Lipsman is a winner of 2775 Morris Avenue in the Bronx, and his drugstore is the Cardinal Drugstore. Congratulations also to Mr. Frank Rossi of 140-50 Ash Avenue in Flushing, and to his pharmacist, Mandel Drugstore. We've got another musical question for you now. We're going to play Stardust for you. Maestro, what do you say to just about a little intriguing 20 seconds of Stardust? Well, I guess most of us know that Stardust was written by Hoagie Carmichael. Hoagie is spelled H-O-A-G-I-E. True or false?
If true, under S, circle 3.
Now, if it's false, under S, circle 4.
Was William Tell a real or legendary figure?
If real, under T, circle 8.
If legendary, under T, circle 0. Now, folks, if you've circled all 5 figures in your number, phone Chickering 4 7400. If you live over in Jersey, simply phone Market 3 8100. Now, remember, this is very important. Don't rush. Take your time. Our operators will remain for an hour after the broadcast And remember, too, you can phone Chickering 4-7400 tomorrow. Or if you live over in Jersey, phone Market 3-8100.
And here are some more winners on tonight's game. Mr. Henry Miles, congratulations, Mr. Miles, of 55 Handsome Place in Brooklyn, New York, and his pharmacist is the Ritz-Carlton Drugstore. Mr. Saul Strauss of 2023 Caton Avenue, Brooklyn, is a winner. His pharmacist is Stone and Snyder.
You know, Willie, somebody might say, well, pardon me, Mr. Fender, Mr. O'Reilly, but, gee, I work tomorrow morning. I don't know how to get that phone in. I mean, could I call your station tomorrow? Could I call that number, Chickering 4-7400? All day long you can call. All day tomorrow, Chickering 4-7400.
And here's another winner, Mr. James E. Burke of 3155 Broadway, New York City. His pharmacist is Irving Cantor. Mr. Arthur Russa is a winner. Congratulations, Mr. Russa, of 2050 Haviland Avenue, Bronx 61, New York. And to your pharmacist, Adler's. Mr. Milton Todros is a winner of 3010 Brighton Street in Brooklyn. And congratulations to you both. That includes your druggist, Radin Drugstore. Mr. John Cassidy is a winner of 106-B Seaview Drive, Brooklyn. And your pharmacy, congratulations to the Bay Pharmacy.
And, Bill, you can also phone our Jersey number tomorrow, too. That's Market 3-8100.
Well, that's all the time tonight, folks. But the Stanley radio telephone game will be broadcast again next Monday. Be prepared. Get a Stanley chart from your druggist. There's no charge, no obligation, and the instructions for playing Stanley are fully explained to make it easy for you to win.
And if you'd like to know whether your number has been called on previous broadcasts, write us, giving your name, address, and your Social Security number or your phone number. Address your letter to Stanley. That's care of WOR, New York City.
The Stanley radio telephone game, with thousands of prizes for winners, is presented by the John T. Stanley Company, makers of Stanley toiletries for men, over WOR every Monday night at 10 o'clock.
And until Monday evening, then, this is Jack O'Reilly.
And Bill Fender. We are both saying goodnight.
Goodbye for the Stanley radio telephone game. This is the world's largest network, serving more than 450 radio stations, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Globe Realty Company presents Know Your President.
Good morning, everyone. We welcome you to the second in our series of Know Your President's quiz broadcasts. This educational radio show brings before KWTO's microphones the representative teams of 16 high schools of southwest Missouri, contesting for award and honor in a tournament of elimination that will lead to a championship broadcast on January 13th, 1951. The winning team of each preliminary contest is awarded $10 in cash and moves to a higher bracket for additional contest and award until ultimately in the finals, the runner-up receives a cash prize of $25 and the championship team $75 and the beautiful United States Presidential Gold Trophy. This series is presented in connection with ABC's popular Sunday afternoon program, Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. That show is also heard over KWTO each Sunday from 1:30 until 2 p.m. And both it and the Know Your President's quiz is made possible by the Globe Realty Company of Springfield, Missouri. And now, before we turn the microphone over to our quiz master, Bill Bailey, and the contesting teams of today's broadcast, here is Joe Slattery speaking for Globe.
You know, Globe Realty Company has a special listing today that's the buy of a lifetime. It's an all-equipped 120 acres with a 5-room home, electricity and gas, and kitchen built-ins. There's a 40 by 50-foot barn, a poultry house, and a good fruit cellar. 60 acres is in cultivation, 40 acres is in bottom, 1 field in alfalfa and clover hay. Now, just imagine. You can go fishing on your own property. An excellent fishing stream runs right through the farm. And the price also includes 20 head of good dairy cows, 3 good sows ready to farrow, 3 head of horses, 50 tons of hay in the barn, and 1,000 bushels of corn. All the necessary farm machinery and all household furniture. Now, doesn't that sound like an opportunity that's too good to miss? Everything necessary to comfortable living is just waiting for the right party, and all for the price of $16,000. For further information on this exceptional buy, contact Bob Henry at the Bolivar office, just a half-mile west of the square on Highway 13, or phone 6276. And now to conduct Know Your Presidents, here's your quizmaster, Bill Bailey.
Well, thank you very much, Joe, and good morning, friends. A salute and my sincere best wishes to the members of our contesting teams on this Know Your Presidents quiz broadcast. Now, in just a moment, I want to introduce these young folks to you, and then we will be underway in our assignment to determine the team with the most knowledge of the men who have served this nation as chief executive. As you have already been advised, this is the second contest in the first round elimination broadcast. On last Saturday, the team representing Willard, Missouri High School was declared the winner over the team of Mansfield, Missouri High. It was an overtime match that was really a dandy, and to tell the truth, I had a tough time trying to stump them at all. Both teams were to be heartily congratulated. However, the victory of Willard won for them the broadcast cash award and the right to meet the winner of this morning's contest in a second-round broadcast to be held on December the 2nd. And what about the contestants of this morning's broadcast? Well, here on my right, representing Seymour, Missouri High School, are 6 students determined to outdo the equally determined 6 students on my left who are representing the Senior High School of Springfield, Missouri. The results? Well, only time will tell. But let's meet these people. The team from Seymour first. Contestant number 1 is Joe Peters. Number 2, Carly Jones. Number 3, Alice Williams. Number 4, Nancy Carter. Number 5, Mary Lee Shannon. Number 6, Maudina Embry. And representing Springfield's High School, we have Virginia Darnell, number 1. Number 2, Joanne Benson. Number 3, Cleo Manus. Number 4, Jack Olson. Number 5, Norman Hall. Number 6, George Smith. Now remember, contestants, any one of you may volunteer the answer to any question that is posed to your team. As soon as you have understood the question and know the answer, raise your hand indicating that you are willing to carry the ball for your team. If you are asked to answer the question, step quickly to the mic and speak up with your answer. 30 seconds are allowed for an answer to each question, and if no answer is volunteered by your team in that time, you will hear this chime. An unanswered question is the same as a miss. A missed question is indicated by the sound of the buzzer, and a correct answer by the bell. Controversial answers will be ruled by our judge from these sources of information: the 1950 World Almanac and Book of Facts, and from the book Inaugural Addresses of Presidents, compiled and edited by Renzo D. Bowers and published by the Thomas Law Book Company of St. Louis, Missouri. Now, from time to time, you will hear the judge or your quizmaster enlarging on an answer that has been correctly given. Now, this should not be interpreted as a degree of demerit for any team. It is simply for the interest of the broadcast. Our first question this morning goes to Seymour, Missouri High School. Will someone tell me who was the 28th President of the United States of America? All right, we have our 5th contestant, Mary Lee Shannon, volunteering an answer.
Woodrow Wilson.
Woodrow Wilson. All right, and the bell indicates a correct answer, and this question having been correctly answered, I may announce that Woodrow Wilson was the president, an event in whose life was dramatized on last Sunday's Mr. President broadcast. As one half of the questions of each of these Know Your President shows are based on the life, career, and administration of the president featured on the Mr. President show of the previous week, our contestants know that many of their questions today will regard Woodrow Wilson, the wartime of World War I President of the United States. Springfield, will someone tell me when Woodrow Wilson was born? We have a volunteer from the 2nd contestant on the Springfield team, and that is Joanne Benson. Joanne, please.
1856.
Woodrow Wilson was born December 28, 1856.
And we have a correct answer from Springfield. Now, turning again to Seymour, Missouri, I would like someone to tell me where was Woodrow Wilson born. We have a volunteer from our 3rd contestant, Alice Williams. Alice?
Scranton, Virginia.
And that is 100% correct. He was born in Staunton, Virginia. And again to Springfield. The question Woodrow Wilson attended 3 of the nation's foremost schools. Now, he received degrees from 2 of them. What were the 3 schools, and from which 2 did he graduate? We have a volunteer from Springfield's 4th contestant, and that is Jack Olson. Jack?
He attended Princeton, University of Virginia, and Johns Hopkins.
All right. Now, can you tell us which 2 of those 3 he graduated from?
University of Virginia. He got his law degree. Johns Hopkins, Ph.D.
John, I'm very sorry. Judge, will you straighten him out on that?
Well, Princeton University was the first school he received his bachelor's degree in 1879. He did go to Virginia University, but due to ill health, he did not complete his course. In Johns Hopkins University, he received a degree in 1885.
All right, and our 4th question, back again to Seymour, Missouri. Seymour Woodrow Wilson became a professor on the faculty of 3 universities. Can you name the 3 universities on which faculty he served as a professor? We allow 30 seconds for the answer of each question. We're waiting for a volunteer from Seymour, Missouri High School. I'll repeat the question. Woodrow Wilson became a professor on the faculty of 3 universities. Can you name them? We have a volunteer from our last contestant here. That is Maudine Embry. Maudine, will you step to the microphone, please?
I think I can name one of them. Is it Brian Marr?
Well, you're right. Let's see if you can go any further. There are 2 more.
I don't remember the other 2.
All right, let's see if another contestant on your team can help you out there. We'll do the same thing for Springfield Senior High School. You volunteer a second one? Go ahead. This is our...
Princeton.
This is Alice Williams. We're very sorry the 30 seconds has elapsed, rather. You were right on the 1 university. You were right on the 2nd. The 3rd one was Wesleyan University. Renoir, Princeton, and Wesleyan University. All right, we have the 5th question going to Seymour. Listen closely. In the year of 1902, Woodrow Wilson became president of Princeton University. This was a position that he held until the year of 1910. For what reason did he give up the Princeton presidency? Our 2nd contestant on Springfield, Joanne Benson, is volunteering an answer.
To become the governor of New Jersey.
To become the governor of New Jersey. That is correct. All right, the 6th question directed to Seymour. Woodrow Wilson was a prolific writer, and he had produced many volumes of authentic writing up to the time he became governor. On what subjects did he specialize? There were 2, and they were closely connected to his teaching in school. All right, we have a volunteer here from our 3rd contestant on Seymour's team. That's Alice Williams.
Nature was one of them.
I'm very sorry. I think you'll find, Alice, that Mr. Wilson wrote almost exclusively on the subjects of political science and history. Now we have our 7th question to Springfield. In what year did the Democratic Party nominate Woodrow Wilson for the presidency of the United States of America? Our last contestant on the Springfield team, and that is George Smith. George, will you step to the microphone and tell us?
1912.
And the judge says that you're right. Seymour, who was Woodrow Wilson's opposition in the political campaign of 1912? There were 2 men who were strong opposition to his candidacy for the presidency of that time. We have our 3rd contestant here on the Seymour team, and that is our 4th contestant, rather, that is Nancy Carter. Nancy, will you step to the microphone?
Be Taft and Theodore Roosevelt.
You are right. It was William Howard Taft and Theodore Roosevelt. Mr. Taft being the Republican, Mr. Roosevelt running on the progressive ticket. Number 9, question number 9 to Springfield. Was Woodrow Wilson victorious in his first candidacy to the presidency of the United States? In other words, the first time he was nominated and ran for president, was he victorious? We have George Smith again answering this question.
Yes.
He was. And, Judge, can you give us an outcome of that election of the electoral votes?
Well, he received 435 of the 531 electoral votes.
All right, sir. Seymour, much important legislation was enacted during Woodrow Wilson's first term as President of the United States. Now, I have listed here 5 of these pieces of legislation. You should be able to name 3 of the 5 I have. All right, this volunteer is coming here from Seymour, and it is our 4th contestant, Nancy Carter, again. Nancy?
Well, the Federal Reserve Act and the Clayton Antitrust Bill.
That's 2 of them. Can you name a 3rd? Any member of the team there would volunteer the third of the five. All right, we have our last contestant. That's Maudine Embry. Maudine, to the microphone, please.
Did he, the 17th Amendment?
The 17th Amendment. Can you explain what the 17th Amendment was? All right. This is our first contestant again here, no, our third contestant on Seymour's team, Alice Williams.
That was the direct election of senators.
The direct election of senators. All right, you have named two of them. The Federal Reserve Act, the Clayton Antitrust Act, the Underwood-Simmons Tariff Bill, the Trade Commission Act, and the repeal of the Panama Canal tolls. These were the five pieces of legislation that were enacted during Woodrow Wilson's first term as President of the United States. All right, again to Springfield, and we have this question. During Woodrow Wilson's first term as President, troubles on the Mexican border necessitated sending troops into this southern republic. What was this action of our federal government called? During Mr. Wilson's first term as President, trouble developed on the Mexican border. It necessitated our government sending troops into Mexico. What was this action of our government called? You have 30 seconds to answer the question, waiting an answer from the team from Springfield. Very sorry, the judge says our 30 seconds is elapsed. Judge?
That Mexican expedition was called the Punitive Expedition.
All right, there you have the answer. Seymour, in the year of 1916, Woodrow Wilson was nominated by his party for a second term as president. Who was his opponent in this election? And our first hand up belongs to Nancy Carter. Nancy?
It'd be Charles E. Hughes.
That is right, Charles E. Hughes. He had resigned a place on the bench of the Supreme Court to become a candidate. Springfield, Woodrow Wilson was again victorious in his second campaign for the presidency, and a slogan is often credited with carrying him to victory. All right, our first contestant, and that is Virginia Darnell.
He kept us out of the war.
That's right, he kept us out of the war. But Seymour, events and unrestricted submarine warfare caused Woodrow Wilson, contrary to his pledges, to break diplomatic relations with Germany and asked the Congress for a declaration of war. When was this declaration of war voted? By the Congress of the United States, declaring war, the First World War. If you can give me the correct month and year, your answer will be correct. All right, we have our last contestant on the Seymour team, Maudine Embry. Maudine, to the microphone, please.
That was April 14th.
What year?
16.
I'm very sorry. If you'd give me the month and the correct year, April was correct. It did happen on April the 6th, but the year was 1917. All right, again to Springfield. After the defeat of Germany, Woodrow Wilson, on January the 8th in 1918, proposed peace on terms that became known as his what? What were the terms called that Woodrow Wilson? We have Mr. Olson here volunteering an answer.
I believe that was his 14 points.
That is right, the 14 points. All right. Now, Seymour, Missouri, were the 14 points set forth by Woodrow Wilson for the end of World War I accepted by Germany? And if so, on what date? I might explain that prior to going on the air, an inquiry from the Seymour contestants asked in regard to double questions. And I am allowing this morning that any two members may answer a double question. In other words, now, if someone will say whether they accepted, then somebody else give me the date, it will be correct. Let's see here. Do we have a volunteer? Time's getting away, 30 seconds. Were the 14 points set forth by Woodrow Wilson for the end of World War I accepted by Germany, and if so, what date? Judge?
Yes, they were on November 11th, 1918, Armistice Day.
All right, thank you very much. After the armistice of World War I, which was on November the 11th, 1918, Woodrow Wilson went to Paris to help negotiate the peace treaty, the crux of which he considered to be a plan for world peace. It became known as what? All right, our third contestant on the Springfield team, and I believe that is Cleo Manus.
It was the League of Nations plan.
And the judge says that you're right. It is the League of Nations. All right. Now, did the Senate of the United States ratify the peace treaty and the United States membership in the League of Nations as advocated by Woodrow Wilson? We have our fourth contestant on Mansfield's team. That's Nancy Carter. I beg your pardon. I'm getting last week. They're from Seymour, and Nancy's from Seymour. Nancy, will you please answer the question?
No.
That's right. The judge says you're right. Would you enlarge on it, please, Mr. Flattery?
No, the United States remained out of the League. The treaty was rejected in March of 1920 by 49 to 35. 29 votes were sufficient to kill it.
That's right. All right, and now our final question on the subject of Woodrow Wilson's life. Such men as United States Senator Henry Cabot Lodge, William E. Borah, and Hiram Johnson opposed the United States joining the League of Nations. What reservations did they demand to support Woodrow Wilson's plan for the League? There was one very important point that these men especially demanded for support of the League of Nations. Woodrow Wilson refused to compromise. He stumped the country in support of his plan in its entirety, and I'm asking Springfield what that reservation particularly was. They have 30 seconds to answer the question. We have not had a volunteer from the Springfield team as yet. I'm sorry, the time has elapsed, and will you tell us, Judge, please, what the reservation was?
The Senate demanded reservations that would not make the United States subservient to the votes of other nations in case of war.
All right, sir, and we have discussed in great detail today the life of the 28th President of the United States of America, Woodrow Wilson. Mr. Wilson was the subject of the dramatization heard on last week's Mr. President broadcast heard over this station from 1:30 until 2 o'clock Sunday afternoon. As we have passed the halfway point, we pause briefly for a word from our sponsor, the folks who make possible these broadcasts every week. Joe Slattery, a word from Globe.
If you have a farm on your mind, here's a dandy that's reasonably priced. Globe Realty Company in Springfield offers 120 acres with fine improvements. There's a nice 6-room modern home with a fireplace to highlight the cheerful large living room, which is 16 by 20 feet. All the outbuildings are painted and in good condition. The well-built barn has 10 cow stanchions. The house and the outbuildings have electricity, and 50 acres is for cultivation. There's an everlasting spring in the pasture. The place is all nice and clean. It's all fenced. Now, this wonderful farm is located northeast of Springfield on a good graveled road with all routes right by the place. This will be a real home for someone for only $9,500 on terms. If you're interested, contact Peterson at the Globe Realty Company, 2427 College Street, and he'll be glad to give you further information on this exceptional opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Slattery. Now, I would like to give our students a brief moment to consider the questions that are to follow. They have not known until this time on what president's life the following questions will concern themselves. And while they are considering it, Mr. Slattery, will you give us the standing of the two teams up to this point?
At the present time...
Just a moment, please, Mr. Slattery. The contestants, I want them, while you're talking, to consider the questions to follow will be on the life of Thomas Jefferson. Now, Mr. Slattery.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. The score at the present time, Springfield 7, Seymour 5.
All right, Springfield is leading by 2 correct answers at this halfway point of our quiz. The contestants know that our questions concern themselves with Thomas Jefferson, and I believe our next question is directed to Seymour. All right, let's start at the very beginning. Seymour, please tell me, when was Thomas Jefferson born? In what year? In what year was Thomas Jefferson born? 30 seconds allotted for each team to volunteer an answer. We have not had one from Seymour as yet. What year was Thomas Jefferson born? 30 seconds go on for quite a while when you're thinking, but they seem to go awfully fast sometimes. There is the chime, and Mr. Judge?
Thomas Jefferson was born April 2nd, 1743.
All right, and our question to Springfield. Where was Thomas Jefferson born? Where was Thomas Jefferson born? All right, we have a volunteer from our second contestant on the Springfield team. Will you go ahead and give your answer, please?
He was born in Virginia.
He was born in Virginia. That is correct. Judge, can you give us the correct town in Virginia?
Town name is Shadwell.
All right, and the answer was correctly given by the second contestant on the Springfield's team. That is Joanne Benson. Now, Seymour, Jefferson was graduated from one of the nation's oldest and most respected colleges. Which one? He was a graduate of one of the nation's oldest and most respected colleges. What was the name of his alma mater? Since Mr. Jefferson was born in the state of Virginia, we may assume at that time of his life it must have been an Eastern school. It's still in existence, one of the nation's most honored schools. What was his school? They're chewing fingernails, wanting their answers here. All right, Mr. Judge.
Thomas Jefferson went to William and Mary.
He was a graduate of William and Mary. Now our question to Springfield on Thomas Jefferson. What was Thomas Jefferson's first political office? All right, we again have our second contestant, Joanne Benson, on Springfield's team.
He was Secretary of State under Washington.
All right, he was Secretary of State under Washington. Now we have a question here that's directed to our Seymour team. Was Thomas Jefferson a member of the First Continental Congress? Was Thomas Jefferson a member of the First Continental Congress? That could be answered yes or no. It's well to take a chance on such questions of that kind. Because you have a 50% of being right, we have our fifth contestant on the team here from Seymour. That's Mary Lee Shannon.
I think it was no.
Yeah, Judge, you missed the wrong button. He was right the second time. I'll tell you there. The bell is correct. No is right. However, he did attend the Second Continental Congress. Springfield, what was Thomas Jefferson's famous contribution to the action of the Second Continental Congress? He made a very most important contribution to the Second Continental Congress. This question is directed at Springfield, and Seymour is pulling at the bits to volunteer an answer over here. Springfield, what about that? All right, we have a volunteered answer here, and this is coming from our second contestant, Joanne Benson again. Joanne?
I'm not sure, but was that when he introduced the money system?
I'm very sorry, Joanne. I think you will find that Mr. Jefferson's most important contribution was that he penned the immortal Declaration of Independence, which was adopted and written with very few minor changes. All right, and a question now to our team from Seymour. Did Thomas Jefferson ever serve as governor of the state of Virginia, his native state? Did he ever serve as governor of the state of Virginia? All right, we have our second contestant, and that's Carly Jones. Please, Carly, to the microphone.
I think he did.
You're right, he did, for 2 years, beginning in the year of 1779. Now, we see that our time is rapidly getting away from us. There will be 3 more questions because we are at that place in the contest where, to even it up, we must ask 3 more. Springfield, in the year of 1784, Congress designated Thomas Jefferson to serve with 2 other compatriots in concluding commercial treaties with European nations. Who were these 2 other men assigned to this commission? They were very, very important in the early history of our country. They were closely associated with Mr. Jefferson in a great many of his writings and works in the foundation of a new nation. Who were the 2 men that were signed? All right, we again have Joanne Benson, and Joanne's answering a lot of our questions. Let's see what you say, Joanne.
Was it Franklin and Hamilton?
I'm very sorry, you were 50% correct. It was Benjamin Franklin and John Adams. Now we have a question here to Seymour. George Washington appointed Thomas Jefferson as a member of his cabinet. To what post? George Washington, President of the United States, appointed Thomas Jefferson as a member of his cabinet. Which particular post in his cabinet was he appointed to? Incidentally, I think in order to be all entirely fair, the Seymour team answered this question, stated somewhat differently just a few moments ago. Seymour? All right, here's our contestant here, the 5th one on Seymour's team. And that is, of course, Mary Lee Shannon. Mary Lee?
Secretary of State?
That's right, Secretary of State. Now, our last question of today's broadcast in Springfield. This could be very important. In 1794, Thomas Jefferson resigned his office as Secretary of State due to difficulties with another cabinet member. Who was this other cabinet member? All right,
Hamilton.
Alexander Hamilton, the Secretary of Treasury. Now we have reached the concluding point, and we ask our judge to summarize the contest for today and to speak a final word for our sponsor, the Globe Realty Company.
Well, Bill, the contest ends with Springfield 10 and Seymour 8. Here's a very handy little suburban property offered by the Globe Realty Company's Buffalo office. 4 acres located just outside of a good country town, and the property is improved with a 4-room home and an attached garage. Propane gas for cooking and heating. A nice orchard and a good garden spot should yield a good supply of fruits and vegetables. There's plenty of pasture for cows, and all outbuildings are in good condition. It's situated on a main highway, and this nice little place promises to be the ideal home for a retired couple. The price makes it truly attractive, just $3,500 in terms. For further information, contact Hendrickson at the Globe Realty Company office at the junction of Highways 65 and 64 in Buffalo, Missouri, or just phone 343.
Thank you very much, Joe. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you have heard the results as Mr. Slattery gave them to you. Only 2 correct answered questions separated our 2 teams this morning. The Springfield High School team coming out the victor, having 10 questions answered correctly to 8 for Seymour. But I think that neither one of these teams need be ashamed in any sense of the word. Our consolations to you young boys and girls from Seymour. Our congratulations to Springfield. And better luck next time. I'll tell you, it's not in winning or losing, but it's how you win or lose. Now, next Saturday morning on Know Your Presidents, the team representing Camdenton, Missouri, will be meeting Rogersville. Springfield, Missouri High School, the victor on today's broadcast, will meet Willard, Missouri on December the 2nd in this studio. Thank you for listening, and good morning, everyone.
Good evening, this is Herb Ellis welcoming you to The Good Word featuring Evangeline Baker and Tom Paxton. Tonight marks the 10th in ABC's new series of Games with Words, and seated on our stage are representatives of the cities of Oakland and San Francisco to take part in the competition for the title of Bay Area Spelling Champions, plus $100 in cash. 6 cities are entered in the battle: San Francisco, Oakland, Berkeley, Alameda, Richmond, and Burlingame. And the competition is hot and heavy.
Tonight I'm again on the side of the Ebell Club representing the city of Oakland.
And, of course, I'm working right along with the Press Club representing the city of San Francisco.
And the voices you just heard were those of our 2 moderator coaches, Evangeline Baker and Tom Paxton.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much, Herb Ellis. And what's the good word for tonight, Evangeline?
Well, Tom, tonight's payoff night on the Good Word. In other words, it's the finals of the first leg or first 10 weeks of competition.
And how well I know it. I'm expecting at the end of this evening's Battle of Wits and Words to hand over 100 smackaroos to the men of the San Francisco team.
And I'm just as confident of awarding the cash and the honors to my ladies of the Ebell Club representing the city of Oakland.
Well, we'll see about that 1/2 hour from now, Evangeline. But as long as we're exuding confidence for our 2 teams, I have a telegram here I'd like to read. It's from the men who do pretty well in their own right in upholding the civic honor of San Francisco. And, of course, I'm speaking about the San Francisco Seals baseball team. Here's the wire. To the men of the San Francisco Press Club spelling team, your ball team is leading the league, and we expect you to do as well. Stop. Keep your heads up. Stop. Lefty O'Doul.
Now, don't feel like you're left out of things, Oakland, because I have here a wire from Mr. Casey Stengel and the Oakland Acorn baseball team. And to quote him, to the Ebell Club, we hope you show the same fight as the Oakland Oaks tonight and win for Oakland. Signed, Casey Stengel.
Well, that ought to get the stage set for tonight's important finals battle, so suppose we get going with the first good round of words. The first word goes to this lovely lady standing up with a feather in her hat, and she is Mrs. Donald Crane, right?
Yes.
You're the lady who jumps up so frequently when you represent the Oakland Ebell Club, right?
Right, I guess.
Fine. I hope you do it again tonight.
No,
Mrs.
the others are going to do it tonight.
Well, we'll find that out. First of all, I'd like to explain the scoring system for this round. If you spell the word correctly, you win 1 point. If you then define the word correctly, you win another point for a total of 2. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, then here we go. Your first good word for tonight is acumen.
Acumen. A-C-U-M-E-N.
Gives you 1 point. Can you get another with a correct definition?
And it means sharpness and perception, knowledge, a quickness of understanding.
Quickness of insight or discernment, keenness of intellect, absolutely right for 2 points. Congratulations, Mrs. Donald Crane. That gives the Oakland E-Bell Club 2 points, and here's Evangeline Baker with my first good man for the night.
And the first member of Tom Paxton's team representing San Francisco and the press club is Bob Hagan of the San Francisco Chronicle. Say, by the way, have you been using hair tonic since we saw you last?
Oh, no, I just let it grow naturally. Doing what comes naturally.
Well, it's been doing very well. I think it's about an inch longer than the last time we saw you. Have you been studying good words in the meantime?
No, I've been on vacation.
Well, look at the E-Bell Club, and I've got a good word for you right now. It happens to be aesthetic.
A-S-C-E-T-I-C.
That's 1 point for the press club. And now, how about the meaning?
Ascetic means strict in a way of life. Leading an ascetic life as a monk leads an ascetic life.
I think that's very good. Austere self-denying and practicing self-denial and so on. Okay, Tom, continue.
Okay, Evangeline, now let's go over to Mrs. R.S. Holloway. Is that right?
That's right.
Mrs. Holloway, you were are the financial secretary of the Oakland E-Bell Club.
That's right.
Looking very charming tonight.
Thank you.
A little nervous?
No.
Glad to have you back again this week. This is your 5th week on the program, is it not?
That's right.
Fine. Your first good word for tonight is facsimile, Mrs. Holloway.
Facsimile, F-A-C-S-I-M-I-L-E.
You're absolutely right for 1 point. What's the definition?
And it means an exact copy of.
Or reproduction of for 2 points. Congratulations, Mrs. Holloway. Well, that gives the Oakland E-Bell Club 4 points. Let's see what the San Francisco Press Club can do, Evangeline.
Say, Tom, I'm glad my team had come because I'm so anxious for them to win tonight, I'm stuttering. Now, our next contestant representing San Francisco is Mr. Don Baldwin of the Associated Press. And this is your first appearance on the team, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Well, they haven't scared you out or anything like that?
I'm a little shaky.
All right, well, we'll give you a good word right to begin with. Your good word is dudgeon.
D-U-D-G-E-O-N.
That's right, and another point for San Francisco. And now the meaning of dudgeon.
Anger. And someone who's in a dudgeon is very angry, upset.
I think that's good enough. Sullen displeasure, resentment, malice. 2 points for San Francisco.
Okay, thank you very much. That brings us to lady number 3. Representing the Oakland E-Bell Club, she is Mrs. Ernest. Who are you? She's not even going to talk to me tonight. Mrs. Ernest Shibley, or Shibley, is that right?
That's
and
right.
you're the first vice president of the Oakland E-Bell Club. Fine. I understand your president is ill, Mrs. Shibley.
We're very sorry that she can't be here tonight.
I've met her, and she's a very charming lady. I think that all of us here in the audience today certainly hope she gets out of that bed in a whale of a hurry.
Thank you. I'm sure she's listening in and she likes that.
Swell. Mrs. Shibley, your first good word for tonight is benign.
Benign, B-E-N-I-G-N.
Absolutely right for 1 point. Now the definition for another?
Well, it means blessed or beneficent or very good.
Kindly, genial, generous, gracious. That's 2 points more for you, Mrs. Shibley. Evangeline Baker.
All right, and now we come to the incoming president of the San Francisco Press Club, Mr. Larry Davies, who represents the New York Times in San Francisco. Welcome to Good Word. Your first appearance on the team, isn't it, sir?
Right.
Have you heard about the good reputation they've made for themselves?
Yes, indeed. But I don't like curveballs.
Oh, don't you? Just right straight from the shoulder?
Yeah.
I'm doing my best to throw all the curves I can at this team tonight, you know.
I don't doubt it.
Well, I have a good word for you, and it is fiasco.
Fiasco. F-I-A-S-C-O.
I wouldn't expect a newspaper man to know what it means, but can you define it?
I'm better at spelling than definitions.
Go ahead, use your
Madame.
hands. I think it's a good idea for you to use your hands.
You're going to be the outgoing president before you even get in if you're not careful there.
Fiasco is,
it really
yeah.
is, isn't it?
Daggone right.
You have...
something that doesn't turn out the way you expect it to turn out.
That's right. Can you complete it just a little bit more? Or you think, would you say a failure?
Yes.
All right. In that case, you want a point. It is a humiliating failure. Say, Tom, I'm entirely too helpful for your team. I hope you'll be as nice to my ladies.
I'll try to, Evangeline, because Roy Armstrong, whose name I couldn't forget, and I couldn't forget, too, that she is formerly the general chairman of the Oakland E-Bell Club, right?
Right.
Fine. Glad to have you back again, Mrs. Armstrong. Your first good word for tonight is combustible.
Combustible. C-O-M-B-U-S-T-I-B-L-E.
Oh, Mrs. Armstrong, you're absolutely right once again. Yes, sir. Scared you to death last week.
Indeed you did.
Can you give me another good point with the correct definition?
Well, that is
Oh, that which you can set on fire.
Inflammable, fiery, any substance that will burn readily. You're right for 2 points. 2 more points for Mrs. Leroy Armstrong and the Oakland E-Ball Club, and now here's Evangeline Baker.
And here's an old friend of ours. It's Joe St. Amant of INS and another representative of San Francisco. Your hair's been growing too, hasn't it?
It has a little bit.
Did you have a little competition among you to see? No, it's just been growing naturally.
No, I just cut it for the summer. Air conditioning.
I see. And now that the fog's rolling in, you're going to let it go back to the natural length. Is that right?
I think I might.
All right, I have a good word for you tonight, and the word is bagatelle.
Bagatelle. B-A-G-A-T-E-L-L-E.
That's right, and the meaning of the word.
Means a trifle.
A trifle, a mere nothing is correct. Okay, Thomas.
Thank you, Evangeline. And here's our last lady representing the Oakland E-Ball Club, Mrs. Marion Nielsen.
Yes.
Fine, Mrs. Nielsen. And you are the club historian. Fine. Awfully nice to have you back again, too.
Thank you.
You've enjoyed being on the program?
Yes, I have. It's lots of fun.
So your first good word for tonight is embezzle, Mrs. Nielsen. First of all, the spelling, if you will, please.
Embezzle. E-M-B-E-Z-Z-L-E.
That gives you a point. Can you get another?
It means to abscond with money that does not belong to you.
To appropriate fraudulently to one's own use, and I can't even pronounce it, but that gives you 2 points. Okay, Vanny.
All right, and another old friend of ours on the San Francisco team, it's Phil Handley of the San Francisco News, and welcome back to the good word. Been practicing?
I'm afraid I haven't, Vanny, and it looks like we need it tonight.
So you've got some real competition tonight, haven't you?
We certainly have.
I told you, I warned you about that club of mine. Well, you have a good word, and it is embarrassment.
Embarrassment. E-M-B-A-R.
Why, listen to
R-A-S-S-M-E-N-T.
You know, you could have heard that practically all over the room. Did you hear it all?
Well, I syllabalized it myself, and did it, I hope, correctly.
I think you did absolutely correctly. Now, how about a definition for embarrassment?
Well, right at the moment, I'm embarrassed. It
That's
means
an
to
example.
blush.
To what? Flustered, did you say?
Flustered.
That's right.
Flushed.
Difficulty,
Flush.
entanglement, discomposure. Absolutely right.
And there go the chimes signaling the end of round 1 in tonight's good word competition between the cities of Oakland and San Francisco in the Bay Area Spelling Championships. And while the judges are figuring up the score to this point, let me remind you that tonight is the final match of the first 10 weeks of competition. The winner of this battle will become our first leg champions and will receive tonight $100 in coin of the realm.
Herb, we're all dying to know what the score is at this point.
Well, Vanny, it's a perfect round. The Oakland E-Bell Club, 10 points. The San Francisco Press Club, 10 points.
Oh, no, what a hot and heavy competition this is. It's a honey of a battle up to now, but from here on, my press club team representing San Francisco will start walking away with the match. Right, boys?
It's just like you men to start bragging beforehand, and particularly of Tom Paxton. But I guess you can crow loudly now, and you can cry loud later.
Yeah, well, we'll see who does the crying here, Evangeline, because here we go with round number 2. In this round, we go a little faster, and the words get just a wee bit tougher.
Now, on your toes, Oakland.
Embarrassed again.
Embarrassed again. Mrs. Donald Crane,
Yes.
you're our first lady. The first good word of round number 2 goes to you. It is bellicose.
Bellicose. B-E-L-L-I-C-O-S-E.
That gives you a point.
And it means belligerent or warlike.
Warlike or pugnacious. That's also correct for 2 points.
And now we're back to Bob Hagan of the San Francisco Chronicle, representing the good city San Francisco, and your good word is abysmal.
A-B-Y-S-M-A-L.
That's right, for another point, and the meaning.
Deep, like a hole. I mean, abysmal.
How deep?
Very deep.
That's right. Unfathomable, something of the lowest depth.
Okay, and here's our second lady, Mrs. R.S. Holloway, the financial secretary of the Oakland E-Bell Club. Your next good word, Mrs. Holloway, is embryonic.
Embryonic. E-M-B-R-I-O-N-I-C.
I am awfully sorry, Mrs. Holloway. It is E-M-B-R-Y-O-N-I-C. But you can still get a point by giving me the correct definition.
All right. It means it's in the beginning. That is the...
I think that's close enough. Something in its earliest development or undeveloped. You're absolutely right, and it gives you 1 point out of 2.
San Francisco is now represented by Don Baldwin of the Associated Press, and your good word is abstemious.
A-B-S-T-E-M
I-O-U-S.
That's right for another point. And what's the meaning of the
means
good word?
to abstain from something is to go without it. Well, let me think.
Well, you're thinking in the right direction. Can you go just a little farther?
If you abstain from bread, you don't eat bread.
You mean you'd be temperate? 5 seconds?
You would be at least temperate. Yes, I think you could probably use a little, but you wouldn't overindulge.
You'd be self-denying.
Yes.
Oh, I helped you a lot, but that's the definition.
All right, and here's our third lady, Mrs. Ernest Shibley, first vice president of the Oakland E-Bell Club. Mrs. Shibley, your next word is flamboyant. First of all, the spelling.
Flamboyant. F-L-A-M-B-O-Y-A-N-T.
That's absolutely correct. What are you looking up at there, Miss? She's looking up
Getting
the
an
ceiling.
inspiration up there.
Can you give me the definition?
Oh, it means rather flashy.
Bombastic?
Rather bombastic.
Flowery?
Yes.
Extravagant?
Yeah,
Yes, that's right. That gives you 2 points out of 2.
All right, now back to Larry Davies again of San Francisco, and your good word is finesse.
Finesse. F-I-N-E-S-S-E.
That's the correct spelling. Now the definition. There go the hands again.
I wish my wife were here to define these daggone words for you.
Do you think she knows more about words than you do?
Unquestionably. Finesse. Just the right... right movement, the right... the right touch. Mm-hmm. As in a bridge game, or in a young lady brushing off her boyfriend.
Well, now, if that's exactly what is the definition of the word? You're talking about an example. Now, can you define it just a little more?
Finesse is the quality with which you deal very.
The skill.
The skill with which you deal with a problem.
I wonder if the judge is going to say cuckoo or okay. He says no, it's the subtle contrivance, it's the stratagem, it's the artfulness, and we lost a point for San Francisco there. Sorry, Tommy.
Okay, that ties us back up again anyway. And here's Mrs. Leroy Armstrong. Hello again, Mrs. Armstrong. Here's your next word. It's flaccid.
Flaccid. F-L-A-C-C-I-D.
You've been studying there, haven't you, Mrs. Armstrong?
No, I knew that.
I'll bet you know that dictionary backwards. Can you give me the correct definition?
Oh, it means weak and yielding.
Yielding, that's awfully close. Can you just give me a little...
Sort of soft.
Flabby, lacking firmness. That's right, for 2 points. Now here's Evangeline Baker again.
All right, we're back to Joe St. Amant, and your good word is approbation.
Approbation, A-P-P-R-O-B-A-T-I-O-N.
Right.
Means approval. That someone sanctions it.
The act of
give
approving.
Their approbation.
Commendation, sanctioning, very good.
All right, and here's our last lady on the Oakland E-Bell team, Mrs. Marion Nielsen, club historian. Mrs. Nielsen, this time your good word is acquiescent.
Acquiescent. A-C-Q-U-I-E-S-C-E-N-T.
You're right again for 1 point. Now the definition for another.
It means agreeing.
Concurring, accepting, submissive. That's right. Absolutely correct for 2 points.
Now we're back to Phil Hanley, and your good word is exorbitant.
Exorbitant. E-X-O-R-B-I-T-A-N-T. It means outlandish or extravagant.
Excessive, extravagant, going beyond the usual limits. Very good. 2 more points for San Francisco.
And there go the chimes ending round 2 in this hot and heavy competition between the cities of Oakland and San Francisco in this final round of the Bay Area Spelling Championships. And the score at the end of 20 good words, another tie, all tie. The Oakland E-Bell Club, 19 points. The San Francisco Press Club, 19 points.
And now comes our final round of good words, which can either make the trailer or break the leader. This is called our catch-as-catch-can round. And, Tom, will you explain it to our spellers?
I certainly will, Evangeline. In this round, if the word is spelled correctly, 1 point is added to the team's score. If it is defined correctly, your team wins 2 points. If you get the good word half right and half wrong, you break even, 1 point canceling out the other. But, and here's the catch, if you miss both the spelling and the definition, 2 points are deducted from your total team score.
And any member of either team can take a try at these words. Just as soon as we give the good word, if you think you know it, jump to your feet. And the first one up gets to try it. So let's go, Tom.
All right, first of all, I'd like to ask the studio audience to hold their applause during this round so that we may get in more good words. Okay, on your mark, get set, and here is the first good catch-can word. Are you up yet, Mrs. Crane? In weeks past, you have been the first one up. Abutment.
Phil Hanley's on his feet? No,
I think he was first. We had 3 ladies up over here, but I think he was first.
All right, it goes to Phil Hanley.
Abutment. A-B-U-T-M-E-N-T.
That's right. Now another point for your team.
It means a block or... yes, it would mean a roadblock, an abutment.
Can you be just a little more specific as to what abutment is? Rather than
It would be an adjacent ledge or block.
It is actually a supporting structure, as at the end of a bridge or wall. I think we lost that point, but that breaks even, doesn't it, Tom?
That's right, and now I think it's time for you to give a catch-can word, Evangeline.
All right, and the next catch-can word is commiserate.
Here's Mrs. Donald Crane up over here. We had 3 ladies jump up also with her, Mrs. Nielsen and Mrs. Anderson.
First,
I think you were first, Mrs. Crane. You're going to have to suffer for it. The word is commiserate.
It's C-O-M-M-I-S-E-R-A-T-E.
That gives you 1 point.
And it means to sympathize with or to...
And that gives you 2 points. Congratulations there, Mrs. Crane. All right, now here goes our next catch-can word, accoutrements. Here's Mrs. Donald Crane up again. I'm awfully sorry, Evangeline. She's just sitting on a spring down here, I think, tonight. Mrs. Crane, the word again is accoutrements. First of all, the spelling.
It's A-C-C-O-U-T-R-E-M-E-N-T-S.
That's right. That's the French accoutrements is
yes.
absolutely correct.
And it means appendages or equipment, what you carry with you to...
Equipment, apparel, dressings, trappings, absolutely correct for 2 more points there, Mrs. Crane.
All right, now the next catch-can word is redactor. Bob Hagen's on his feet.
A redactor, R-E-D-A-C-T-O-R.
That's right, and what does it mean?
Means an editor.
Exactly right, and you would express the...
Boy, you ought to know that one. Okay, Bob, and here we go with the next catch-can word. Look at these guys sitting on the edge of their seats over there. All right, fellas, if you're all set, here it comes. Fallacious. I'm sorry you lost. Mrs. Donald Crane is up over here again. Mrs. Crane. You're going to have 5 men mad at you, don't you know that tonight?
Oh, I'm very worried about those 5 men.
What's the spelling of the word fallacious?
Fallacious. F-A-L-L-A-C-I-O-U-S.
That gives you a point.
And it means erroneous, in error.
Erroneous reasoning, misleading, deceptive. That gives you another point for another 2 points there. Okay, Vanny.
You know, Tommy, I think there's springs in all these chairs, don't you?
I certainly do.
All right, now everybody get all the springs set, because here's the next good word, and it is fortuitous.
Here is Mrs. Donald Crane up over here again. I'm awfully sorry, Evangeline.
Well, they're all up, Tommy.
You know, I think I'll just stay over on the side of the stage. Mrs. Crane, the word again, fortuitous.
We need the points so badly. Fortuitous, F-O-R-T-U-I-T-O-U-S. And it means a happy chance.
Occurring by chance as opposed to design, casual, or accidental. Yes. That gives you 2 more points there, Mrs. Crane. Congratulations. Fellas, you're letting Lefty down. You know that, don't you? I mean, let's get behind Brother O'Doul. Here comes the next catch-can word. Accelerate. There is one of our ladies up, Mrs. Leroy Armstrong. Mrs. Armstrong, formerly General Chairman of the Oakland Bell Club. The word is exhilarate. First of all...
Exhilarate. E-X-H-I-L-A-R-A-T-E.
E-X-H-I-L-E-R-A-T-E. I'm awfully sorry.
A-R-A-T-E.
A-T-E. E-X-H-I-L-E-R-A-T-E.
I'm sorry, it's A-R.
We'll have to ask our judge. What is it there, Judge? Do you know? We'll have to go by the script. I'm awfully sorry, Mrs. Armstrong.
You have the script wrong.
I do?
Yes, sir.
We'll have to check after the show. In the meantime, we'll skip that one. And go ahead with what you were going to say.
Exhilarate means to enliven, to give joy to.
To enliven or give joy to. Mrs. Armstrong, if you are correct at the end of our program when we check, you'll get 2 points for that. Thank you very much. All right, Vanny?
All right, and the next word is ennui. Uh-oh, they're on the press club's on its feet first this time. The whole team, I think. All right, we'll give it to Joe St. Amant.
Ennui, E-N-N-U-I.
That's right, and what's it mean?
It means boredom.
Boredom, lack of interest, listlessness, 2 points for San Francisco.
Okay, and here comes the next catch-can word with 7 minutes left on the air. Connoisseur.
Uh-oh.
There's a man up over there.
Bob Hagen was up. You really have the springs working in your chair now, haven't you?
A connoisseur. Connisesseur.
That's just a little bit wrong. It's Connoisseur. And what does it mean?
It means a person who collects, who is a judge and a collector and a lover of fine
A
things.
critical judge of anything, especially art and so on. That breaks even the misspelling, but the correct definition.
That's absolutely correct, and I think you have the next catch-as-catch-can
That's
word.
right,
Annie.
I do. And it is vituperative.
Here's Mrs. Crane up over here again. Mrs. Donald Crane, corresponding secretary. The word again, vituperative. First of all, the spelling.
Vituperative. Vituperative.
That gives you 1 point.
And it means particularly violent in speech, scolding, and...
Fault-finding, abusive.
Fault-finding.
Yes, that's right, for 2 more points there, Mrs. Crane. And now we come to our next catch-as-catch-can word. I believe it's mine, and it's... Don't get up yet, Mrs. Crane. I mean... Here we go. Ascension. Mrs. Crane is up first of all yet. I'm awfully sorry. Gee,
Now, you know I was sitting down.
Yes, I know you were, but... okay. Ascension.
Ascension. A-S-C-E-N-S-I-O-N.
U-N?
No, O-N.
Okay, that gives you 1 point.
And ascension means a rising, a going up, a
The
lifting.
elevation or rising of a thing. The act of ascending. That's absolutely right and gives you, Mrs. Crane, 2 more points for the Oakland E-Bell Club.
All right, and now the next good word is succinct. Bob Hagan was surely on his feet. Who was it? Do you think it was down here? Well, the judges say it was Bill Handley anyway. It was San Francisco. All right,
Succinct.
now. That's right.
Succinct.
That's right.
Means pithy or short, terse.
Said in a few words. Very good. 2 points for San Francisco.
Okay, that's 2 more for us, fellas. Time's getting short here now. 5 minutes left on the air. Here goes our next catch-as-catch-can word. It's enigmatic.
They're all on their feet.
The
I
judge
think
says it's your man.
Bob Hagan was first, wasn't he?
Enigmatic. E-N-I-G-M-A-T-I-C.
Right, and what's the meaning of the word?
It means mysterious, incapable of being understood.
Like a riddle, anything that puzzles or baffles, and 2 more points.
Oh, my goodness. Well, Herb Ellis, our announcer and scorekeeper over here, says we're 4 points behind there, men. And here comes the next catch-as-catch-can word from Evangeline.
And it's emolument.
Here's Mrs. Donald Crane up over here. Once again, Mrs. Crane, you seem to be the only one we talk to in this department. Emolument.
I think you're not looking at the other ladies at the moment. You're headed my way.
You're just a little streak of brown tonight,
Well,
Mrs.
I guess
Crane.
that's it. Emolument. E-M-O-L-U-M-E-N-T.
That gives you 1 point.
And it means a reward or a recompense.
The salary or wage paid in connection with a service, advantage, gain, or profit, and that gives you 2 more points for the Oakland E-Bell Club. All right, and now here goes our next catch-as-catch-can word with 4 minutes left on the air. Exorcise.
Bob
There's a
Hagan's
man.
on his feet, wasn't he? Do you think it was Joe again? All right, Joe, say no more.
Exorcise. E-X-O-R-C-I-S-E.
That's right.
It means to drive out.
To cast out as an evil spirit. Very good. 2 points for San Francisco.
Okay, that gives us 2 more, Evangeline, and I think
it's
you have the next one.
That's right. And it is embrasure.
Here's Mrs. Donald Crane up again before any of the men of the San Francisco Press Club got on their feet. Do you actually know the words, or are you just taking a chance and rising?
Oh, I'm just taking a chance. I'm really afraid I am on this one.
Well, you're doing a very nice job, though.
And
The word again.
Embrasure.
Fine.
E-M-B-R-A-S-U-R-E.
And that gives you 1 point.
And it's an opening in a wall.
A wall. 2 more points for you. As for a cannon, you're absolutely correct there, Mrs. Crane. Herb Ellis, our announcer and scorekeeper, says he's about out of space adding up your score over here. Evangeline Baker.
It's your word, Tommy.
It's
I
my
can't
word.
pronounce the
Got a
next
little
one.
mixed
Say
up
nothing
here.
to spell it.
You're getting a little excited, you know. Assiduous. Here's Mrs.
Bob Hagan was on his feet first this time.
A-S-S-I-D-U-O-U-S.
That's right.
It means diligent in pursuing something.
Unremitting, devoted, or constant. 2 points for San Francisco. Now this one is mine, Tommy, isn't it?
That's right.
And here it is for everybody. Appurtenance. Joe St. Amant was first.
A-P-P-U-R-T-E-N-A-N-C-E.
That's right.
It means an attachment of some kind.
Something belonging to or attached to something else, an accessory. 2 more points for San Francisco.
I think we have time for about 1 more word here. It's acclimatize.
Joe St. Amant was on his feet first.
A-C-C-L-I-M-A-T-I-Z-E.
Right.
Means to become accustomed to something.
Absolutely correct, and 2 more points.
Okay, hold everything, teams, because there is the end of tonight's battle.
All right, you are, Tom. And while the score is being prepared, I'd like to say thank you for all of us to the spelling teams that represented the cities of Burlingame, Alameda, Richmond, and Berkeley. You were all good sports and good losers. And now the final score of tonight's big championship battle, so hang on to your loudspeakers. The Ebell Club, representing the good city of Oakland, 35 points. The San Francisco Press Club, 35 points.
Okay, well, here's the way it stands right now. Ladies and gentlemen, apparently it looks as if it is a tie score tonight between Oakland and San Francisco, which means we are going to have to split the $100 award. However, you ladies of the Oakland Ebell Club, don't get excited. After the program, we're going to check, and if that word is correct, Mrs. Armstrong, the word that I got through the whole thing correctly, that means you win by, I believe, 2 points, and that means, or 1 point, that means that you ladies will get the $100. We'll announce the news next week. And now, here is Herb Ellis to say a few words.
Friends, be listening for the good word next Wednesday evening when we start the second 10 weeks of tough spelling and defining competition. If you'd like to be here in person to root for your club, sex, or city, write to the good word KGO San Francisco, and tickets will be mailed to you. And now, until next week,
this is Evangeline Baker saying good luck.
And Tom Paxton saying good health.
And Herb Ellis saying good night for the good word.
Okay, now thank you very much, ladies. Before we get off the air here, I want to give you some Daphne Bouquet perfume made by M.A. Bouquet Laboratories of San Francisco. I know you're going to enjoy it for the men, Davignon, secretaries, and wallets. Congratulations
the good word
to everyone.
Is produced by Hap Kaufman. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Presents Double or Nothing. Yes, just 3 little words, Double or Nothing. The thrilling quiz show with a $100 question presented by Phenamint, the modern chewing gum laxative. Tonight we're in Hartford saluting the war workers of Underwood Elliott Fisher Company. And now here is your master of ceremonies, John Reed King.
Thank you, Fred B. Cole, and a ringing well done to you men and women who have been doing such a great job turning out the weapons of war, especially the U.S. carbine caliber 30 M1, and also well done again, you folks in Hartford, for your splendid job in the scrap drive. And now I have the honor of introducing our one-man welcoming committee. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is, Colonel Frederick U. Conard.
Thank you, John Reed King, and a rousing Hartford welcome to the cast of Double or Nothing. I know our contestants are eager to get at the $100 questions, and I have no doubt they'll acquit themselves well. But, John, you said something about a surprise guest this evening.
Well, I'll tell you, you are absolutely right, Colonel Conard. And here she is, the star of Warner Brothers' forthcoming picture, Doe Girls, the lovely Jane Wyman.
Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Colonel Conard, and thank you, John Reed King, for that very nice introduction. You know, I've always wanted to appear on a quiz program and collect some of that easy money. You know, as a matter of fact, I listen to you every week, and do you know something? I am amazed at myself the way I reel off the answers to your $100 questions.
And so you'd like to be a contestant and walk off with the easy money?
You are so right. Shoot the questions.
Okay. For $5, Jane Wyman. What was the population of Dade County, Florida in 1912? You have 10 full seconds in which to answer.
The population of
Dade County.
Dade County
Florida.
In 1912. You wouldn't consider 1913.
No, Miss Wyman, 1912, please.
Well, 1913 would give you a later count.
So sorry, your time's up. Better luck next time. But stick around for the Grand Slam question and more of that easy money, Jane Wyman, really and truly.
Say, John, I did sort of let you down after telling you how easily I answer your questions each week, but it's different when you get up here in front of a microphone with Dade County, Florida, and 1912 and all that sort of thing.
Well, Jane, we did throw you a pretty fast curve right there, all in fun, of course. So now, having failed to take our dough, let's see if you can dish it out. Here, I want you to hold this money and pay each contestant the amount he or she wins. And so Jane Wyman, star of Warner Brothers' Doe Girls, becomes the Doe Girl of Double or Nothing. And here comes our first contestant right up here to the microphone.
Wonderful. Here is our first contestant, and here is your $100.
Wait a minute. Don't give him the 100 yet. Wait. he has to answer a few questions first.
Oh, yes. Well, I get it. Now, let me see. Oh, what was the population of Dade County, Florida in 1912?
No, Jane, there are other questions for this contestant. Just stand over there and hold the money, please. What is your name, sir?
N.R. Mango.
N.R. Mango, right in the microphone. And where do you live?
22 Dennison Street, Hartford, Connecticut.
All right, sir. What do you do over at Underwood Elliott Fisher?
I help to reduce the...
You help to reduce? Really?
I might try that on myself.
You help to reduce, eh? Well, good for you.
The unnecessary traveling.
The unnecessary traveling. I see. All right. Well, I want to ask you our Phenomen Grand Slam question, our Double or Nothing Grand Slam question. Here's one question we ask of all the contestants, and the nearest correct answer wins an extra prize, a surprise. And believe me, you'll really want it too. The question is, how many pounds of meat does the average American eat per year? And this includes servicemen and civilians, men, women, and children. What would you say, Mr. Mango?
Oh, I'd guess 182.5 pounds.
All right, sir, we'll put that down for you. And now it's your turn to try for the $100. Our Phenomen Double or Nothing session for you calls on you to define certain well-known words. For instance, for $5, what does osculation mean?
Osculation is...
Miss Wyman, will you stand forward there and inspire him, please?
Is an analogy for the four-letter word kiss.
For the four-letter word kiss, you have the right idea. Give him $5, Jane. Good. All right, now for another Phenomen 5, I want you to define the word bloomers.
Bloomers are often worn by girls in sports.
Yeah, well, what do they look like?
They're a baggy contraption.
They're what?
They're rather baggy, and in general, they have elastics at the bottom.
At the bottom? Any elastics at the top?
Yes, also elastics at the top.
Well, good for you, Mr. Mango. You have the idea. All right. You've got 10 so far. For another Phenomen 5, I want you to define terra firma.
Terra firma is what a shipwrecked man very much wants to get to.
The dry land.
Dry land.
You're absolutely right, brother. I knew you knew that one. All right, 15. For another Phenomen 5. Mr. Mango, what does aviary mean? A-V-I-A-R-Y. What does that mean? Aviary. A-V-I-A-R-Y. What does that mean? We're learning so much tonight on Double or Nothing, aren't we, Jane? What about it, Mr. Mango?
Well...
An aviary. What is an aviary?
It's a means of determining the... It's a help to aviation.
No, I'm sorry, sir. It is a place to keep birds. I'm sorry you didn't get that right, but you have 15, and stick around and see who wins the Grand Slam question. Good. Thank you, Jane. You're doing fine. Now, here comes our next man right over here. All right, what is your name, please?
P. Burke.
Mr. Burke, have you met Jane Wyman yet? Jane, come over here and shake hands with Mr. Burke. There we are. All right, B. Burke or...
P. Burke.
P. Burke. All right, what is the first name?
Pat.
Pat. All right, Pat, I want to ask you, what do you do over at Underwood Elliott Fisher?
Inspection.
You inspect, all right? You see? Reducing, inspection, all right. Now, our Phenomen Double or Nothing Grand Slam question for that extra prize. How many pounds of meat does the average American consume annually, Pat?
297.5.
297.5. What do you weigh? No, now, our Phenomen Double or Nothing session for you is a little trip around the world, the famous cities. We want you to tell us which one of these cities is farther north. For instance, for $5, which is farther north, Detroit or Chicago?
Detroit.
Detroit is right. Good. 5. Jane, give him 5 there. There you are, Pat. Jane Wyman hands you $5. And now for another Phenomen 5. Which is farther north, Los Angeles, California, or Savannah, Georgia?
Farther north?
Farther north.
Savannah, Georgia.
Wait a minute. Think that over a minute. Which is farther north, Los Angeles, California, or Savannah, Georgia?
Los Angeles.
Yeah, you changed your mind. All right. All right. Jane. You've got 10. For another Phenomen 5, now listen very carefully. Which is farther north, Nome, Alaska, or Murmansk, Russia?
Nome, Alaska.
I'm sorry. It's Murmansk, Russia. Is right up there near the... you got me... you got me all nervous there. Murmansk, Russia is farther north, but you have $10, and stick around and see who wins the Grand Slam. Thank you very much, sir. And now we've got a question for you, Fred B. Cole. When people say, I'm feeling fine, what do they mean?
Why, John, of course. They mean that thanks to Phenomen, they feel fine.
And believe me, folks, that's how you'll feel when you join the millions who turn to Phenament when a laxative is needed. This modern chewing gum laxative is so gentle yet so effective. And what's more, taking Phenament is as pleasant as chewing your favorite gum. So when you're upset and out of sorts for need of a laxative, don't punish your stomach with harsh, disagreeable medicine. Instead, chew Phenament. You'll feel fine. There's a scientific reason, too, why Phenament is in tasty chewing gum form. Listen.
As you know, chewing your food helps it to do the most for you. And Phenament works on a similar principle. Chewing Phenament helps its fine medicine give the greatest benefit. Lets it enter the digestive system gently, gradually.
Get Phenament from your druggist right away so you'll have it when it's needed. Next time, anytime, you're logy and only half alive because a laxative is needed, make it Phenament. You'll feel fine.
Thank you, Fred. And now comes our next contestant, a young lady to the microphone. What is your name, please?
Vasquez.
Miss Vasquez, welcome. Mrs. Vasquez, I believe it was. Right. Jane Wyman, you come on over here and say hello to Mrs. Vasquez. Hi, there we are. And what do you do over at Underwood Elliott?
I'm a drill press operator.
Drill press operator. Well, I want to welcome you, ma'am, and ask you our Phenament Double or Nothing Grand Slam question for the extra prize. How many pounds of meat does the average American consume annually?
Well, I believe about 215.
215. We'll put that down for you. You mean pounds, of course, don't you?
Yes, sir.
I thought you meant 215 steaks for a minute. Our Phenament Double or Nothing session for you is musical. What are you going to do if you win that $100 that they're all trying for? Huh?
Save it.
Save it. Good for you. All right. Down through the years, they've been writing songs full of double talk, and we've collected them tonight into this session for you. Andy Sinella and the orchestra are going to play them. And, for instance, for $5, what bit of double talk is this song? What's the title of this one? Listen very carefully. You know what it is? That's an easy one.
Mersey Oats.
Mersey Oats, yes, simple. Fine. Very good. Jane Wyman hands you another $5. All right, now for another Phenament $5, what bit of double talk is in this song? What's the name of this one? Andy, play it, boy. Oh, that's lovely. You know?
Cherry Berry Bean.
Cherry Berry Bean. Good, $10. There we are. For another Phenament $5, what is the title of this song? Double talk again. I think the orchestra's double talking us too, Miss Vasquez. It's a well-known song, though. What is it?
Holly Wally Doodle.
Holly Wally Doodle. Easy does it. Another Phenament $5. You have 15. Now, what is the double talk in this song? I think you remember this one. That's where the double talk comes in, right in that phrase.
Rose O'Day.
Rose O'Day, yeah, you're going swell. Good for you. $20 for another Phenament $5. What double talk is in this song? Listen to this one. Oh, Miss Vasquez, what is it? What is it? We did Cherry Berry Bean already.
I know it, but I can't think of it.
Take your time. Oh, think, ma'am. It sounds like Cherry Berry Bean a little bit. I don't want to tip you off on this. It would spoil it.
Tippy, tippy, tin.
Tippy, tippy, tin. All right. Give her another Phenament $5 there. There you have $25 from Phenament right there. Now, do you want to sit down with the 25, or do you want to try to double it into the Phenament 50, double or nothing? What'll it be, audience? What should she do? Miss Vasquez, what do you want to do? Right in the microphone, what do you want to do? Tell us. What do you want to do, dear? You want to sit down with the money, or you want to try to double it? Huh? What do you do? Huh? What do you want to do, Mrs. Vasquez? Huh?
I think I'll sit down with it.
You sit down with it. All right, you do what you want to do. All right. And now we have a young lady coming right over there, wearing a lovely brown dress. Thank you, fellas. And what is your name right in the microphone, please?
Irene Hurley.
Miss Irene Hurley. Good. What do you do at the plant, the Underwood Elliott Fisher plant?
Remember the first aid department.
You remember the first aid department? And first aid right away, I want you to meet Miss Jane Wyman. She's the lady who's paying out all that money. You haven't paid out any hundreds yet, Jane. I hope this young lady comes through, don't you?
Oh, I hope so, too.
Yeah, we get a lot of them right there. We're sure. There's one right in the bottom. Miss Hurley, now that we've talked you out of it, talked you into it. Where, are you married? No, it's Miss Hurley, isn't it?
Miss Hurley.
Where do you live?
Newington.
Where?
Newington.
Newington, is that near Hartford?
Between Hartford and New Britain.
All right, good. Now, our Phenomen Double or Nothing Grand Slam question for the extra surprise prize. How many pounds of meat does the average American consume annually?
Say about 285.
About 285. We'll put that down for you. Now, in our Phenomen Double or Nothing session for you, we're going to ask Doe Girl Jane Wyman to lend a voice. She will read first lines of well-known poems and songs, maybe sing the songs for us, and you have to supply the second lines. For instance, for $5, Miss Wyman, will you sing the first line and see whether Miss Hurley can get the second?
You must remember this. A kiss is still a kiss. A sigh is still a sigh.
Miss Hurley, what's the second line?
Fundamental things apply as time goes by.
Well, that's right. The fundamental things apply as time goes by. Miss Hurley, you come on over here. Yeah, and you can speak on my microphone, and we'll give Miss Wyman a microphone all by herself. You have 5 for another Phenomen 5 now. You don't mind if I put my arm around your shoulder, just in case it gets cold in here. Now, listen very carefully, and Miss Wyman will give us the first line. You give us the second line. What is it?
It had to be you. It had to be you. I wandered around and finally found somebody who...
What's the rest of it, Miss Hurley?
Could make me feel blue, could make me be true.
Could make me feel blue, could make me be true. Absolutely right. Another prize for Miss Hurley. You're going fine. All right, now there we have that. We have 10 so far for another Phenomen 5. Listen carefully. Miss Wyman gives the first line. You give the second.
You'll never know just how much I miss you.
How much I care?
How much I care is right. Look at you. You've got 6 lines. There we are. You've got the second line. You've got $15. Isn't this fun, Miss Hurley? Wonderful. This is fine. All right, now we'll go on for another Phenomen. You mean getting lines so well. All right, we'll go on for another Phenomen 5 now. Jane Wyman is going to step right up to the microphone, give the first line. You're to give the second line. Listen very carefully.
Peter, Peter, pumpkin eater.
A childhood rhyme. What's the second line?
Had a wife.
And? Couldn't keep her.
Couldn't keep her.
You forgot to do All right, you've got 20 so far. Give her another 5 there. Thank you very much. There's 20. I'll hold on to this 5. There we are. Now, here we go for another Phenomen 5. First line by Jane Wyman. Second line by Miss Hurley, we hope.
Breathes a man with soul so dead, who never to himself hath said.
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear? No, that's not right. Would you repeat the line again for her, Miss Wyman?
Breathes there a man with soul so dead, who never to himself hath said.
This is very embarrassing, isn't it, Miss Hurley? Do you know what that second line is?
This is something.
This is what? Take a guess if you don't know. You're trying real hard here. This is...
This is wonderful.
This is wonderful. No, that's not right. This is my own, my native land. I'm sorry you didn't get that, but keep the $20, and thank you very much for trying. Good for
Man with his sights trained on Phenomen's $100 question. Meet Sergeant Dan Martell.
Good for you, Sergeant. Sergeant, I want to welcome you. You haven't met Miss Jane Wyman yet. This is Sergeant Martell. I get excited every time I look at her, Sergeant. Don't you?
I do, but my wife's sitting down.
Oh, your wife's here. You're married. Yes, you got any children?
Yes, I have, two.
Two? Well, that's very fine. This is the Doe Girl, Jane Wyman. Yeah. Well, your wife's sitting here. We better get on with the quiz. Now, I see you're wearing ribbons all over your chest as a paratrooper. You're wearing there a Purple Heart, Silver Star, and how many battle stars? Major and Gauge?
7.
7 battle stars. Oh, for goodness sake. And also, the sergeant is wearing a presidential citation. Is that for your group?
Yes, it was.
Tell me, you're a paratrooper. How many jumps have you made?
I've made a total of 117 jumps.
How many hours have you been in the air?
Well, I've been in the air well over 3,000 hours.
Woo-hoo. How many hours have you been on the ground? Well, I'm awfully glad you came, Jane. You get that money ready and see whether the sergeant comes through here and wins $100. I want to ask you, first of all, though, our Phenom Double or Nothing Grand Slam question for the extra prize. How many pounds of meat does the average American consume annually, Sergeant?
Well, I don't know. I've been on K&C ration, so I couldn't say.
Well, what would you say if you just take a guess?
Well, roughly, I'd say the average American eats about 1.5 pounds of meat a week. I'd say close to 100 pounds per year.
About 100 pounds a year. We'll put that down for you. Our Phenom Double or Nothing session gives you a chance to collect $100. What will you do with that money if you win it?
I can't do anything. My wife's out there.
Your wife's here. Does she have a gun trained on her? Well, how old a boy are you, by the way?
I'm 27 years old.
You're 27. Well, for goodness sake. All right, now let's get started. Double or Nothing is going to give you double clues about people's last names, and Jane Wyman is going to give you money if you answer correctly, our dough girl here. Now, for instance, for $5, what's the last name, the same in both cases, of Pearl Dash, who was pearled in the movies as Pauline, and William Allen Dash, the country editor?
Pearl White.
Pearl White is right, yes. White is right, $5 from Jane Wyman, the dough girl to you. There we are. For another Phenom 5, what is the last name of General Bernard Dash, who wears a beret?
Montgomery,
yeah. Have you ever seen General Montgomery, Sergeant?
Yes, I have. I've had the pleasure of being under his command.
You have? Where was this?
In North Africa.
In North Africa. Where did you jump? In what major engagement in North Africa?
In Oran, sir.
In Oran?
Yes.
And where else did you make your jumps?
Well, I jumped in Sicily, and I've jumped in Italy, and I've jumped in Normandy.
In the Normandy beachhead, too?
Yes, sir.
Well, you really have seen action. Well, good. I hope you have a lot of luck here, Sergeant. Now, listen carefully. You've got $10, and Jane Wyman has another Phenom 5. She just wants the hand to you. If you can tell us what's the last name. Don't hold out your hand. Yes, Sergeant. What is the last name of Frank, who never kills them, and the name applied to every freshman private in the Army? Buck. Frank Buck, yes. All right. For another Phenom 5, now you've got 15. What was the last name? They're getting harder now. What was the last name of Dred Dash, a defendant set free, and Sir Walter Dash, a famous...
Scott.
Right. Sir Walter Scott. Good. $20. For another Phenom 5, what's the last name of John Dash, the boxing champion of former years, and
Sullivan.
That is right. John L. Sullivan. Whoa. You're really sailing through us there. You've got $25 from Phenom, the modern chewing gum laxative, Sergeant Martell. Will that be enough of the double clues for you, or will you try to double your money into the Phenom 50 Double or Nothing? Audience, what shall I do? You got a lot more soldiers right down the front row.
Wife.
Huh? How about wife? What shall he do?
She says...
Wait a minute. What do you want him to do? Double it! Thank you. All right, he'll try. Thank you, man. That's very good. I just wanted... She said double it, Sergeant. Are you ready with another 25 there, Jane? All right. We're trying for the Phenom 50 now. What is the last name of Catherine Dash, wife of an English king, and Eugene Dash, Broadway comedian, one of two brothers? I wonder, will he get it?
Will you repeat that?
Sure. This is for the Phenom 50, Sergeant. What was the last name of Catherine Dash, wife of an English king, and Eugene Dash, Broadway comedian, one of two brothers?
Howard.
Catherine Howard, yes! Phenom 50. Good. Do you want to sit down with that, or do you want to try the double troubler for the big $100 cash prize? Wifey, what should we do? What do you want to do, Sergeant?
What my wife said.
What did you say, wifey?
I'm not henpecked.
Yes, she says. All right. You want to try for the $100?
Yes, I'll try.
I hope you have a lot of luck. Yeah, here's a $100 bill that Jane Wyman just... Don't reach for it yet. All right. Jane, you hold it. Here we go for $100, double or nothing. What is the last name of Dennis Dash, famous tenor and actor?
Wait.
And wait a minute, huh? Wait till I finish. Don't jump on the cue here. Remember, there's a $100 riding here, Sergeant. What is the last name of Dennis Dash, famous tenor and actor, and John Dash, who appears on the Mutual Network on a question show? Guy about my size who wears blue suit usually. What is the last name of... Huh? King, yes! And now, Fred B. Cole comes in for a perfect three-point landing. Fred?
Yes, friends, I want to clear up 3 important points concerning Phenamint, the modern chewing gum laxative, which many of you have asked us about. You've asked, how long should I chew Phenamint to get the good out of it? The answer is the first few minutes of chewing gives you Phenamint's effective medicine, but you can chew it as long as you like to enjoy its tasty, minty flavor. And you've wanted to know the best time of day to take Phenamint. Well, you can take tasty, candy-coated Phenamint at any time and exactly as directed on the package. If a laxative is needed, and if, like many others, you prefer it at night, simply chew Phenamint a few minutes before bedtime. Sleep undisturbed. Feel fine again next morning. And you've asked how children feel about taking Phenamint. John, will you tell the folks about that?
Why, certainly. You see, friends, Phenamint tastes so good that children as well as grown-ups take it gladly when it's needed. Why, anyone who likes good chewing gum is bound to like taking Phenamint.
So get Phenamint from your druggist right away. Whenever you or anybody else in your family is miserably upset and out of sorts for need of a laxative, make it Phenamint. You'll feel fine. That's Phenamint. Phenamint, the delicious chewing gum laxative your whole family will like.
Thank you, Fred. And time now for the answer to our Grand Slam question and the winner of tonight's extra prize. We asked each of the contestants, how many pounds of meat does the average American eat per year? These answers were given. Mr. Mango said 182.5 pounds. Mr. Burke said 297.5. Mrs. Vasquez said 215. Miss Hurley said 285. And Sergeant Martell said 100. The correct reply, it is estimated that the average American eats 130 pounds of meat a year. The nearest correct answer was given by the paratrooper to Sergeant Martell, who said 100. He was only 30 away. Will you raise the microphone for him again? Jane, you all ready with the money?
Yes.
All right. Now, Jane Wyman, our dough girl, is here with the money, and here's what we're going to do. Phenamint's Grand Slam prize for you is going to be money. You have a chance to determine just how much that money will be. You have 1 minute, Sergeant Martell, and Phenamint will pay you $5 apiece for every United States president that you can name in that time. You need not repeat a name even if he held office more than once. I'm going to keep my clock on it. There are 31 presidents, including Mr. Roosevelt. You can win $155 more than you already have if you name them all in 1 minute. Are you ready? Are you ready, Jane, with the money? All right, Sergeant, are you ready? Get set, go.
Washington, Adams, Jefferson, Madison, Pierce, Pike, Polk, Taylor, Tyler, Johnson, Roosevelt, Harrison, Adams, Coolidge, Hoover, Wilson, Harding, Taft, Monroe, Madison, Grant,
24,
Harding,
25, 25, and you've got 35 more seconds to go. Boy, he's got 25 already. You're doing fine, Sergeant. 25 already. You've already collected 100 and a quarter.
Johnson,
Taylor. I think you gave Taylor. He said Taylor before. Johnson
Grant.
is 26. Grant.
General Grant.
Grant is 27. Garfield is 28.
Lincoln.
10 seconds to
Buchanan.
go. You mentioned Lincoln before. Buchanan is 29. 7 seconds to go. 29. Two more, Sergeant. Come on, boy. Come on. 2 more seconds. Time is up. 29 presidents. Oh. Thank you. Hold your hand out. There's 50. There's 100. 110. 120. 130. 140. $145 for you, Sergeant, for naming 29 presidents. Thanks for the microphone. You will just a minute. You really did fine there, Sergeant Martell. What are you going to do with all that money? You think your wife will let you keep any of that? Will you let him keep some of it, ma'am? No, huh? All right, well, I guess you can use that if you have 2 kids to take care of, too. And I want to wish you all the luck in the world, Sergeant. Thanks a lot for coming up. That winds up Double or Nothing's visit with the workers of Underwood Elliott Fisher Company in Hartford, Connecticut. And thanks again to Jane Wyman, our guest star from the forthcoming Warner Brothers picture, Dough Girls. Next week, we'll be at the Marine Terminal on Long Island, putting the $100 questions to the personnel of Pan American Airways. And so until then, this is John Reed King saying good night, and thanks for listening. Bye, everybody.
you want speedy yet ever so pleasant relief from the miseries of acid indigestion,
then get tasty chewing gum chews. Chews gives you not one, not two, but 3 active medicines doctors often prescribe to prevent or relieve heartburn, upset stomach, that stuffy feeling due to acid indigestion.
Chews looks and tastes like tasty, minty, candy-coated chewing gum. You'll enjoy it like gum, yet it's extra effective because you chew it.
And what's more, you can chew handy chews at the office, at the movies, wherever you are, whenever acid indigestion strikes.
Get Chews right away. Only 10 cents for 10 delicious candy-coated tablets. And your money back if you don't say Chews is the tastiest, speediest relief you've ever known for acid indigestion. That's C-H-O-O-Z, Chews. This is Mutual.
Please. Presented each week at this time by Canada Dry, famous the world over for its fine beverages. Wake up, America. Time to stump the experts and enjoy a glass of refreshing Canada Dry ginger ale. Every week at this time, Canada Dry supplies 4 experts extraordinary for you to make sport with. You supply the questions, and if you're able to stump these wise men, well, it's a fine day for you. Let me tell you how it's done. You may submit from 1 to 3 questions with the correct answers. For every question we use, whether or not it's answered correctly, the sender gets $5. And if your question stumps our board of experts, you not only get $10 more, but in addition, you receive a complete 24-volume set of the current Encyclopedia Britannica. Mind you, this is only if your question stumps the board of experts. Our editorial staff may reword your question a trifle. Don't worry about it. Whenever there is a duplication of questions, Information Please uses the one that was submitted first. All questions become the property of Information Please and should be addressed to Canada Dry, 1 Pershing Square, New York City. Or if you live in Canada, Canada Dry, Toronto. And now may I present our Master of Ceremonies, Mr. Clifton Fadiman, literary critic of the New Yorker magazine. Mr. Fadiman.
Ladies and gentlemen, Information Please is still the same spontaneous and completely unrehearsed program it has always been. The experts never see or hear any of these questions before you do. Tonight, we have our 2 regular mental giants with us. John Kieran, the sports authority whose amazing memory almost never lets him or us down. And Franklin P. Adams, the conductor of the conning tower in the New York Post, who's an expert in so many unrelated fields that we can always count on him for plenty of help. Our 2 guests this evening are first Christopher Morley, whom you've met before on other Information Please broadcasts, and whose new novel, Kitty Foyle, continues to hold its place on top of the bestseller list. Our second guest is a violinist and composer who is famous the world over and who needs no further introduction, Mr. Albert Spaulding. To our listeners, we say, remember, for each question that's missed, Canada Dry rings up $10, and that's paid out to the sender, plus 24 volumes of the latest edition of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Now, we're off with a question which is off the record, gentlemen, so that if you muff it, you shall have the thrilling experience of not losing $10 and not losing 24 volumes of the encyclopedia. This question is as follows. Can you identify the famous American musician and the American political figure who was his superior officer when both were members of the same flying squadron abroad? Gentlemen? Is that question clear? Does this recall nothing to you, Mr. Spaulding?
Repeat the question, please.
Can you identify the famous American musician and the American political figure who was his superior officer when both were members of the same flying squadron abroad?
It's easy to identify the political figure.
Yes, who was that?
That was Fiorello LaGuardia,
yes,
present mayor of New York. And his subordinate officer was a man who was trying to be a musician.
At that
myself.
Mr. Albert Spaulding, yes. Both of you have done rather well for yourselves since then, Mr. Spaulding, may I say.
Well, we're not complaining.
No, I realize that. Well, there is our off-the-record question, which starts us off. Now, the first real and genuine question, coming from Mrs. W.H. Nudd of Yonkers, New York, is this. It's almost Christmas time. Most of you have, I hope, completed your Christmas shopping. Don't forget to mail early, gentlemen. You have made up a Christmas list, let us say, consisting of 4 items. And these items are perfume, cigars, candy, and a red kimono. Now, I'm not asking you to tell me for whom these various objects are designated, particularly the red kimono. But what I shall ask you to do is to quote a line of poetry in which you would find each of them. For example, the word perfume you would find in what line of poetry? Any line of poetry that you can think of. And by the way, this is not easy. Mr. Spaulding. You're going to give us one?
Yes.
All right.
The sleepwalking scene in Lady Macbeth.
That's quite right.
All the perfumes of Arabia will not wash this little spot away.
That's almost exactly correct, Mr. Spaulding. Will not sweeten this little hand.
Will not sweeten this little hand.
Very good indeed.
My memory is not what it should be.
That's very good, Mr. Spaulding. How did you happen to remember that? What I mean is, how did you happen to remember it when Mr. How did you happen to remember it when Mr. Kieran didn't? Matter of fact, I think there are remarkably few lines, well-known lines in English poetry that have the word perfume in them. That's one of the very, very few.
Faint perfume, never won fair lady.
Are you just thinking aloud, Mr. Adams? Just thinking aloud.
Not even thinking. Just emotion.
Well, we're all set on perfume. Now, how about cigar or cigars? Mr. Kieran had his hand up first.
A woman is only a woman, but a good cigar is a smoke.
Yes.
Rudyard Kipling.
You say that with the most solid satisfaction, Mr. Kieran. Mr. Morley, do you have another one on your mind?
I'm sorry, it was the same one.
The same one. Are you both married or both cigar smokers?
We both smoke the same cigar.
Oh, very good. Mr. Spaulding?
Yes. Smoke gets in my eyes.
That's all right, but you couldn't give smoke away as a gift. It's cigars themselves that I'm after. Now, how about candy? A line of poetry in which the word candy appears. Or a line of verse, Mr. Adams.
Hippity hop to the barber shop to get a stick of candy.
That sounds very pretty. What's that from, Mr. Adams?
I don't know. It's a nursery rhyme.
It's all right with me. Mr. Morley?
It isn't precise, but there's a line in the Eve of St. Agnes about loosened syrups and candied cinnamon.
Yes, candied used as an adjective there. Well, if you could send an adjective through the mail, that would be all right, Mr.
You can
Morley.
send the cinnamon through the
You can indeed. Mr. Kieran?
Come along, my Mandy, sweet as sugar candy.
Say, that's good. That's awfully good. And there's a famous admonition by the humorous poet Ogden Nash, which is a good thing to remember at times. Candy is dandy, but liquor is quicker. We're all right on perfume, cigars, and candy. Now, gentlemen, a red kimono. A line of poetry in which a red kimono figures or appears. This is not easy. Matter of fact, I think there's only one line of poetry in all of English literature in which it does appear. Would you like me to give it to you on a silver platter as a Christmas present and charge you $10 for it?
Well, Barbara Frietchie was wearing sort of an equivalent of it.
Mr. Morley, yes, what was the equivalent?
Well, it was...
That's was it a flannel night?
It was an overnight garment.
Overnight garment. Yes, sort of a nightcap, I think. Wasn't it something of that sort? I've forgotten. I just cannot visualize Miss Frietchie at this moment. The lines that I have in mind are from Frankie and Johnny. Frankie went back to the hotel. She didn't go there for fun, because under her long red kimono, she toted a .44 gun. And I think those are the only lines in which red kimono figures.
No wonder she done him wrong.
We were supposed to get 3 out of 4 on that, and we did. Now, the next question from B. Lester of Detroit, Michigan, is about Mr. Spaulding's colleagues, violinists. What violinists are suggested by the following pieces? There are 3 of them. All right, let's have the first. Oh, Mr. Spaulding had his hand up after the second note, and Mr. Adams had his hand up after the 6th note. Would you like to give Mr. Adams a chance, Mr. Spaulding, to tell us the correct answer?
Yes, Mr. Adams.
All right, that's very generous. Fritz Kreisler playing what composition?
One of his own.
Well, it's all right for you to plug it on the air. What's it called, Mr. Adams? Mr. Spaulding?
Caprice Viennois.
Yes, Caprice Viennois. Very well. Shall we have the second? Mr. Spaulding had his hand up almost immediately. Mr. Spaulding?
Well, the piece is Schubert's Ave Maria, yes, and it's very closely identified with Misha Elman.
Is it really?
Yes.
Much more closely, for example, than with Jascha Heifetz?
Well, Misha preceded Jascha by nearly 10 years in this country.
Yes, I'll accept that, though I think it is associated perhaps with either of those two famous
associated with
violinists. Very good. And now the third and last of them. Now, Mr. Spaulding, remember that you have to give us not only the name of that composition, but the violinist associated with it.
The name of that composition is The Bee, and it is by Francois Schubert, not to be confused with Franz Schubert.
We never would confuse you.
No. And the violinist is Jack Benny.
Why, Mr. Spaulding. Well, I thought that'd be a sure stumper for you, Mr. Spaulding. And how do you rate Mr. Benny?
I've never had the pleasure of hearing him play, so I can't rate him. It's merely his great reputation that I know that
It has preceded him. That's quite true. Very good. 3 out of 3. The question answered mainly by Mr. Spaulding with some expert assistance from Mr. Adams.
Great assistance.
The next question comes from Park Cummings of Westport, Connecticut. And Mr. Cummings wants you to name 3 stories or novels, the titles of which include postal terms. For example, The Scarlet Letter would be one by Nathaniel Hawthorne. Now, any other terms used in the business of running the post office? Mr. Morley.
The Purloined Letter by Edgar Allan Poe.
Very good. And that's, of course, about a 10% steal from my hint, Mr. Morley.
Yes, sure.
I'll accept it. Now, shall we get away from letters? There are many other terms connected with the post office. For instance, They Stoop to Farley by Ellen Glasgow might be one of them, Mr. Adams. What do you think of that offhand? Let's have another, though. Something Simon Pure. Any term connected with the post office. I'll accept letter again if we have to. Why, gentlemen. At this season of the year, your minds should be preoccupied with the post office. Well, now, let me start you off with another. The Postman Always Rings Twice by James Cain, a bestseller of a couple of years ago. Would, I think, be a pretty good one. How about that? With the Night Mail by Kipling. Oh, I don't know. By Special Delivery, a short story by O. Henry. Gentlemen, I'm afraid we have to stump you on that. $10, please. Going to Mr. Cummings, courtesy of Canada Dry. Shall I give you a few more, just for the fun of it? R.F.D. by Charles Allen Smart. A very good book of about 2 years ago. And Eugene O'Neill once wrote a little play called In the Zone. That might get by. Here's another question from T. Thompson of Philadelphia. Now, gentlemen, there were 5 ships that were involved in the Graf Spee incident that you've all been reading about, not including the Graf Spee itself. I want you to name, or Mr. Thompson does, 4 out of these 5 ships. If you've been reading the papers carefully, you should be able to do this. 4 out of the 5. Now, you can collaborate on this if you will. Mr. Kieran had his hand up first.
I'll give one.
All right, one will start us off.
The Exeter.
The Exeter, which was one of the English cruisers, of
That's
course.
right.
Mr. Morley, were you going to help us out with another?
Well, the Ark Royal and the Renown were on the way there. I don't know whether they
I don't think I'd include them. Mr. Kieran.
I think another one was the Somerset.
What is the Somerset? What was its position in the incident? What part did it play?
It's an English boat.
Yes?
Well, it was one of the other cruisers.
No, it was not.
It was the one that was running away then from the Graf Spee.
Well, we don't want to include it in the incident then if it was running away from it. The Exeter is the only one so far that I think is quite correct. What were the names of the other 2 English cruisers? Now, that story has been running on the front pages for 5 or 6 days now, and these names have been constantly before our eyes. Sorry, gentlemen. Shall I help you? Miss Adams, did you have an inspiration? The Achilles and the Ajax were the other 2 English cruisers. The Exeter, the Achilles, and the Ajax. Now, what was the name of the German supply ship that took the sailors off the Graf Spee? Mr. Kieran.
Tacoma.
The Tacoma, yes. And then finally, what were these English cruisers, the Exeter, the Achilles, and the Ajax, doing? What was their function? They were convoy ships, weren't they? And what other ship were they convoying, Mr. Kieran?
I think that was my Somerset.
No, it's the Formosa, a French passenger liner that was being convoyed from Rio to Montevideo. Well, I think that's a brilliant failure, gentlemen. That will lose us $10, courtesy of Canada Dry, going out to Mr. Thompson.
When we miss them, they stay missed.
Now, that incident is practically over, gentlemen. You need not repair to your morning papers any longer. The next question from Mrs. Thomas B. Rhines of Glastonbury, Connecticut, is about fires. Now, suppose the fire department got a call to put out the following fires of literature, fires that you'll find in various novels and essays and stories. Where would the fire department go? For example, if it were a fire in a private art gallery, it would go to England and put out the fire in the picture gallery in Mr. Forsyth's house. You'll find that incident in Swan Song, John Galsworthy's novel. Now, suppose there was an epidemic of fires for culinary purposes. An epidemic of fires for culinary purposes. Mr. Morley.
Charles Lamb's essay on roast pig.
That's quite right. Where would the fire department go to put out that fire?
China.
China. Would you explain in a well-chosen sentence
Yes,
one of those
Bobo was a greedy Chinaman who found by accident that when his pig was burned up in the back house, it tasted very good.
Yes.
And the only way they could think of to get more roast pig was to burn down the barns with the pigs in them.
That's quite right, yes. And it's the subject of the charming essay by Charles Lamb, Dissertation on Roast Pig. Now, if there were a fire in a ship's hold, where would the fire department have to go? It's the very famous Mr. Morley again, an expert on fire.
Joseph Conrad's Youth.
Joseph Conrad's Youth, yes. And where would the fire be
ship
taking place?
Judea.
That's right.
On her way to the Far East.
Yes, that's quite right. From where? What port?
Bombay, I think, but possibly London.
Well, between England and Bangkok, I think. Well, that's exactly right, Mr. Morley. You might be called a... I wish the Greek were at the tip of my tongue the way it is the tip of yours. But what would a lover of literary fires be in Greek, do you suppose, Mr. Morley? I'll give you 20 minutes to make it up.
No, a pyrophile.
A pyrophile, lover of fires. Good enough. Now, suppose the fire department got a call to put out a false alarm. There was a false alarm in a living room. It wasn't a real fire, but a false alarm in a living room. Mr. Morley again, a renowned pyrophile.
You embarrassed me. It was,
not at all. I see, I don't.
It was one of the Sherlock Holmes stories. It was in the home of Irene Adler.
Yes,
a scandal in Bohemia.
That's quite right. And that would therefore be in what city?
In London.
In London, yes.
As a matter of fact, it was in St. John's Wood, just north of Regent's Park.
What street? Well, 3 out of 3. Good enough. Now, up to this point, ladies and gentlemen, our experts have muffed twice, costing Canada Dry $20 and 2 sets of the Encyclopedia Britannica. And now Mr. Milton Cross, who never muffs, has a word for you.
At this time of year, shopping lists are usually filled with popular suggestions for every member of the family. And we hope that most lists include Canada Dry Ginger Ale and sparkling Canada Dry water. For this is the season when friends frequently come to call, and of course refreshments are in order. And what could be more fitting to these lively occasions than these sparkling and lively beverages? For Canada Dry, the champagne of ginger ales, is a delicious drink that supplies quick energy, refreshes inwardly, aids digestion, or in a word, it's gingivating, while sparkling Canada Dry water is the perfect club soda that adds flavor and life and blends well with your favorite drink. So remember, order them to be served at home and call for them when you are dining out.
Mr. Cross, that's excellent advice and delivered in precisely 47 seconds.
Sounds like Santa Claus.
Oh, thank you, Adam. We'll start the second half of the program with a question coming to us from Mrs. Charles H. White of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Now, this question is about characters in literature who were unaware of some important fact. This is a rather difficult question. I'll ask you to follow me closely. You have to get 2 out of 3 on it. What fact was unknown to the hermit of Copemanhurst when he entertained the Black Knight at supper? Apparently, this does not faze Mr. Kieran in the least. Mr. Kieran.
He didn't know that the Black Sluggard or the Black Knight was King Richard the Lion-Hearted.
That's quite right. From what book, Mr.
That
Kieran?
is from Ivanhoe.
Mr. Morley had his hand up, too, I should say. Mr. Morley, is that right?
Yes, I was wondering if Ivanhoe, how often it comes in on this program.
Well, it comes in every once in a while. You know, we all had it in high school. We were all told to read it at any rate.
John ought to know it pretty well by this time.
I know it by heart, luckily.
How about this one? This is much more difficult. What fact was unknown to Gudule, G-U-D-U-L-E, the recluse, when she held Esmeralda... Why, Mr. Kieran, let me finish my sentence. when she held Esmeralda until the hangman should come to take her to the gibbet. Mr. Kieran.
She didn't know that Esmeralda, the gypsy dancer, was her own daughter.
Yes, and that's not from Ivanhoe, is it?
No, that's from Notre Dame de Paris by Victor Hugo.
What do you think of that, Mr. Morley? He knows that, too. He's good. What fact was unknown to Mr. Archibald Carlyle of East Lynne when he hired a nurse to take care of his child? You didn't have that in high school, Mr. Kieran. Mr. Spaulding.
He didn't know that the woman he hired was the mother of his child.
That's right, Mr. Spaulding. That's quite right. How do you happen to remember that?
I don't know. I think I must have been told it maybe 100 years ago when I was a child.
Isn't it astonishing, Mr. Spaulding, what this program does to bring things out in you?
Oh, yes.
That's quite right. She was the child's mother, his divorced wife in disguise. And you may remember, Mr. Spaulding, that she finally removes her wig, and he recognizes her. A very dramatic episode.
Did she remove her wig? Oh, what a pity.
Yes, it is, rather. She had hair under it. Quite all right. Don't be horrified. We got 3 out of 3 on that. Mr. Spaulding and Mr. Kieran doing the hard work. The next question from A. Mills of Baltimore, Maryland, is a musical question. We have a studio violinist here who is going to play 3 cadenzas written for famous violin concertos. I'm going to ask you to name the composer of each cadenza and the concerto for which it is written. Is that clear? Do all of you understand that? Very well. We'll have the first of them. Mr. Spaulding had his hand up almost immediately. Mr. Spaulding.
That is Fritz Kreisler's cadenza to the Beethoven concerto.
To the Beethoven concerto. All right, let's have the next. Mr. Spaulding again. Thank you, Mr. Spaulding.
That is Joseph Joachim's cadenza to the 4th concerto by Mozart in D major.
That is quite right. Quite right. Mr. Spaulding?
That is also Kreisler's cadenza to the Brahms concerto.
Is it Kreisler's cadenza? Are you sure?
Well, it resembles that, or it could be, because the opening is very much like Joachim's cadenza also.
No, I'm afraid not.
Play it again. Play it.
Would you mind playing that again?
Once again.
Mr. Spaulding? Thank you, Mr. Spaulding.
Ours cadenza.
Who is it?
Yes, ours cadenza.
Yes, ours cadenza. That's quite
Ours
right.
cadenza. It's a little confusing because all 3 cadenzas commence very much alike. It's only in the use of the B flat, the augmented third.
Yes, I was clear on it before you tried to explain that to me. Good enough. The man sure knows his cadenzas. Very well. Here's a question from Mrs. M.J. Abribot of Washington, D.C. about fictional detectives. Mr. Spaulding, do you read detective stories?
Yes, occasionally.
Right. Then you have to work for the next minute or 2. Identify the following fictional detectives. The first one made an important deduction from the conflicting testimony of a Frenchman, a German, a Spaniard, a Hollander, and an Italian. Mr. Kieran.
Monsieur Dupin.
Mr. Dupin, in what story?
Murders in the Rue Morgue by Edgar Allan Poe.
Yes, and will you explain the situation?
Well, all these different persons reported hearing a man speaking in a foreign language to them. He thereupon concluded that it was a language that no man understood. Consequently, it was an animal, and it turned out to be a gorilla or an orangutan.
Yes, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. Now, in this case, the fictional detective always solved his mystery, although he never saw the evidence nor the suspect. He never saw the evidence nor the suspect. Mr. Morley.
Sherlock Holmes' brother, Mycroft.
How would you defend that answer? That's not the answer I have on the card.
Because whenever
down.
Sherlock Holmes was at a loss, he would report the information to Mycroft, who was malingering at the Diogenes Club in Pall Mall, and Mycroft always gave him the dope.
That sounds
purely
reasonable.
by intuition.
That sounds reasonable. The one I had in mind, though, is Max Carados in the Ernest Bramah stories. Mr. Morley, do you remember those?
He was blind.
He was blind, so he never could see the evidence or the suspect. Max Carados in the Ernest Bramah stories, the eyes of Max Carados is the one that I remember. In this case, the detective would often change his appearance while shadowing a suspect by assuming the numerous disguises that he carried with him. And his pistols, as I remember, were fastened in his sleeves in such a way that they pop into his hands when he raised his arms. Any idea? I'm glad to see that all of you gentlemen were well brought up. If you had been brought up as I was brought up, you would know the answer to the question. Mr. Morley?
Sounds like old sleuth.
Well, darn near.
Nick Carter.
Yes, Nick Carter, yes. Nick Carter, exactly right, Mr. Morley. We did get 2 out of 3 on that. Thank you very much. Now, see if you can do any... are you gentlemen prepared for a spot of bird call identification? The zoology department of Cornell University wants you to identify the birds from the calls you'll hear. I don't know how many we'll have time for. Let's have the first. That scratch is not a bird, Mr. Kieran. That's just something that we have on the machine. Mr. Morley?
I know that's the bird you hear about 5 o'clock in the morning, but John...
The 5 o'clock bird? I don't think
very
it's
early.
Such a thing. Any idea, Mr. Kieran?
I have the faintest idea. I never could tell birds off a phonograph.
That's a catching worm bird. I'll tell you. It's the red-eyed vireo. What is a red-eyed vireo, Mr.
Yeah,
Kieran?
I know a red-eyed vireo very well, but I never would know it from that sound.
And what other kind of eyes do they have?
There's a white-eyed vireo, and a red-eyed vireo, and a Philadelphia vireo, and a yellow-throated vireo, and a solitary or blue-headed vireo.
What a family.
What's Johnny vireo?
Right around here.
Goodness gracious. Shall we have another one of these bird calls, Mr. Adams? All right with you? Mr. Kieran?
It sounds like a very sick and sore-throated yellow-breasted jack.
I think it's a very healthy brown thrasher.
Oh.
Let's have the third. Shall we have the third? How about that?
Take him away. He's breaking my heart.
Well, gentlemen, it's a loon, and the zoology department of Cornell University will get $10 plus, and they may need it, a 24-volume set of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Very well, gentlemen. Our experts, apparently, have failed 3 times, which means that Canada Dry has lost a total of $30 and 3 sets of the Encyclopedia. And now Mr. Cross tells me he's going to deliver a Christmas greeting from Canada Dry, and I'll be back with the lineup.
Well, friends, here once again is that holiday, that season of St. Nicholas when we all enjoy the presents we get, whether useful or ridiculous. So Canada Dry has something to say, and we hope that you will bear with us. In fact, this is our Christmas card to those who've been on the air with us. To John Kieran, who can answer such questions as, what kind of birds lay what kind of eggs on the Croany Isthmus? Canada Dry says, John, boy, Merry Christmas. To Franklin P. Adams, who can sing the score of The Pink Lady and who knows everything about the Floridora Girls, that is, everything within reason, we simply say, FPA, compliments of the season. To our musical friend Levant, who can play etudes, concertos, and even things like La Tosca, we would say, if he was with us tonight, greetings, Oscar. And to Clifton Fadiman, the incomparable, whose ready wit rules these experts so well, we say in French, which of course he speaks fluently, Joyeux Noël. And finally, to every listener on every radio station, Canada Dry sends greetings as lively and sparkling as pinpoint carbonation.
And a Merry Christmas. And a Merry Christmas from Canada Dry to you, Mr. Cross, and to you, Mr. Morley, and to you, Mr. Spaulding. Next week, our 3 regulars will be on hand, Mr. Adams, Mr. Kieran, and Mr. Levant. And as our guest, we are happy to announce the distinguished British character actor of stage and screen, Sir Cedric Hardwicke. Remember, send your letters with questions and correct answers to Canada Dry, 1 Pershing Square, New York City.
Your neighborhood stores have Canada Dry ginger ale and sparkling water in convenient sizes for every occasion. The 12-ounce medium-sized bottle sells 3 for 25 cents plus usual deposit. And remember, too, you'll find Canada Dry ginger ale and sparkling water at clubs, restaurants, hotels, and wherever fine beverages are sold. This is Milton Cross saying good night for Canada Dry until next week at this time.
Information Please is a Blue Network presentation of the National Broadcasting Company.